shit, is she dangerous or not? Because I mean, there's a difference between being a little bit sexy, showing a tiny little bit of skin by maybe having like an extra bit of split up the side of your skirt or something like that, and like walking around in like a tiny bikini around town, that kind of thing. I mean, if that's the case, then they've cast their line too far into the water, kind of idea. Just a thought, though.
I think they're well beyond that point, honestly. Like, because there's a guy I follow, Jada Black, and he's a younger
Oh,
guy,
that
black dude.
name goes back. Actually, I remember watching him about 5, 6 years ago.
Oh, really? Yeah, yeah. He's been on
Yeah.
YouTube for a while. Yeah, he's still out. He's still cranking out. He has like I think 3 or 4 channels now, maybe. And he was talking about how lost modern women are because so what ended up happening, Phil, is if you were to ask a woman when you were growing up, marriage would have been close to the top of her list of things she wanted in life, right? You'd probably be like marriage and kids, which is kind of like, it was a joint thing, right? And women didn't just say one or the other. Like it was now, women will talk about having kids, but not marriage, right? I want to be a mom. What about being a wife? Yeah, I just want the kids. You see what I'm saying? Like back in the day, they used to say it was a package deal, right? Now, Phil, what women really want that I've noticed, they just want the maximum amount of attention through exposure. You see what I'm saying? Because if they have a bunch of dudes who are thirsty in their DMs, that to them is better than being in a relationship, right? Because like if you were in a relationship with like one man, they're never satisfied. You ever notice that? They're not satisfied
Do
being
you,
in a relationship with one guy.
do you remember that tale I told you about the one day in Rome where I was with a
Yep.
girlfriend and she just wanted
I
to.
just told that story to a girl when I was out in San Diego.
And of course, it was just the idea. She wanted to show off all the photos of the things that she was happy doing in Rome, when the reality was we weren't doing anything in Rome. We're just running around getting photos. The same idea applies here because she can show off. Look at all these simps like
Mhm.
vying for my attention. Isn't it great? I've got like 200 of them. Now, in the old world, if you like, and we need only go back 30 years, this is why women always prefer the idea of getting a Christmas card from somebody than rather having a phone call with somebody. Because then when a visitor comes, you can show off all the Christmas cards you've got. Look at
Yep.
how popular I am. It was exactly the same thing. It's just morphed into the virtual world these days.
Well, do you know Valentine's Day was the same, right? If you think about the nature of Valentine's Day, a lot of women wanted to show, like there'd be women who didn't have a man, right? But they had simps who gave them Valentine's cards or something. Like they were a secret admirer. I got a teddy bear from my dad. But like they would brag, like you said, they would itemize. They would show off items like that meant something. And then they would look and it's like, okay, so you have a bunch of items, but you're not in a real relationship with anybody. So who cares about your fucking items, right? But to them, it was all like one big game, and the game was basically who can get the most attention and validation. Now, Phil, that has, like you said, it's morphed into the virtual realm now. The attention currency is starting to collapse, right? Because I mean, Phil, think about it. There was I was looking at this video. I think it's called Red Pill Men's Highlights. Great channel, right? And what it was it showed a telegram, Phil. A telegram a man sent a woman back in whatever year that was, right? I think it was 1954. Phil, it was like this, you know how people talked back then, like their beloved wife, it wasn't this, WID, right? None of that shit existed back then. So it was this nice, it really was, it was a genuinely romantic letter, right? And
Like almost poetry compared to today's
yeah, yeah,
text
yeah,
speak.
but by today's standard, that you would consider that poetic. You'd be like, oh my God, this guy must have been this. Are you sure this isn't, William Shakespeare in disguise? And then you fast forward to today, a dude sliding your DMs. Look at that ass, though, girl. I want to hit that. See? Yeah, okay, yeah. You may have 5,000 guys saying, I want to hit that, or, nice ass, or whatever, right? But all 5,000 of those dudes means nothing compared to that one guy back in 1954 who sends a telegraph that he can't wait to get back to his wife. You see what I'm saying?
Well, is that how we would view it? I mean, if women never changed, if they always been like that, and the best they could only ever really get was like one husband, maybe a
Yeah,
guy
no,
on
no.
the side.
It's no, I've always said women have never changed. Women, okay, so I've been asked this question before, and I said, look, man, I said, if our grandmothers and mothers would have been born and raised in today's culture with all the thoughtiness and all this stuff, don't think for a second they would not be promiscuous. That promiscuity is actually in women's DNA, right? To seek validation and to extract resources, they are promiscuous. Men, on the other hand, we don't view promiscuity the same way. Like you notice, Phil, that's why we know when it comes to dudes, a dude can rack up 5,000 bodies, right? If he's like, Leo DiCaprio type, right? But for the sake of argument, you and I, we all know if Leo met the right girl, she's like, oh yeah, well I'm 19, I'm a virgin. I grew up in a very strict household, and I learned how to I'm supposed to serve my husband, and I want to have children. That's the kind of guy. If Leo ever did want kids, that's who he would go with, right? And she's not in the public eye, something like that, right?
Yeah, you'd
So
expect so.
yeah, because think about it, why would he want to have kids? I mean, you see how these guys are. They all look miserable when they marry someone within the industry, right? They always look miserable. You're like, what happened? Yeah, man, you married someone in the industry who's been passed around, and
Brad Pitt being a classic example.
oh,
What
poor
was
Brad.
he thinking?
Phil, could you imagine being Brad Pitt's buddy when he was, he's dating Jen Aniston? Like, so he was with Gwyneth Paltrow, then he's with Jennifer Aniston. And like, I never thought Jennifer was all that. I guess everyone has their own standards. She was never did it for me. But could you imagine what happens when he's like, "Yo, Phil, I'm cheating on Jen with Angelina Jolie." Wouldn't you stop and tell him, "Bro, she's crazy"?
I mean, all of the evidence was already out there. I mean, she had problems with a father. A father even said that she was like broken. I don't know
Yep.
if they were the exact words, but it was something of that ilk. So that tells you immediately there's going to be huge daddy issues and probably a whole load more baggage, which is
Yep.
going to come along with that. So, you just want to slap the guy and say, like, what are you thinking? Just like rub 2 or 3 out and then think clearly and see how you feel. Because
Well,
I think similarly to you with Jennifer Aniston, she's kind of cute, but she's girl next door. She's nothing to like write home about, like hugely.
nope.
But then I don't think Angelina Jolie was. I mean, the first time I ever saw her was in the film Hackers back in the
Hmm.
day when she was like really quite young, and I
Yep.
think she was well cast in there because she was kind of like a weird kind of broken psychology or personality.
Yep.
But anything after then, I was just kind of like
I'm not
kind
gonna
of
lie to
red
you,
red
man.
flags
She
going
she
up.
looked she looked good in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, man. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I guess that face just doesn't do it for me. I'm just
Well,
kind of,
do you know what I
I mean,
think the
like I can
thing
see
was?
she's attractive, but that's about it.
So here's what I think the thing is with the appeal with Angelina Jolie, right? It wasn't just pure looks; it's sex appeal, right? Because sex appeal sometimes can matter more than just pure, you've seen women in your life, Phil, that I'm sure that you can acknowledge they look better than woman, B, right? You got woman A, woman B, and someone goes, "Well, Phil, what is it about woman B?" How many times have you heard a guy go like this? I don't know. It's just something about her. You ever heard guys say that? And they're like,
There's
something.
generally that I think anyway that they're trying to describe some sort of attitude that the woman's got,
Yep.
and I think it usually resembles what the mother had. There's something going on there like that. The mother was usually like fairly hard bearing down on the son, and
Hmm.
that's just for whatever reason he just seems to have magnetically been attracted towards that sort of thing.
Yep.
I would have thought psychologically you would go the other way, but it doesn't seem to be that way. Guys all seem to want to have something like the mothers for some reason.
I
Hope
know I
that's
do.
not Freudian. I
Yeah.
certainly don't. I went the opposite direction.
Yeah, I knew early on, like, that's one of the main reasons why I never got married is because my parents' own marriage made me go, "This isn't for me." And when I went enter the dating world, I went the polar opposite of mom, right? Hell, even skin color became opposite. I was like, anything it was, Phil, it had to be different from mom. So I was in the solar opposite, but so I could understand why people would be like, I want someone that's going to be my mom or something. It's like it depends on what relationship you have with your mom. And like my relationship wasn't bad. It's just is like her just like her demeanor was not like that like warm motherly kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like you see in the old movies, right? Like I
I
didn't
get the
experience
same
that.
sort of idea because I mean, my mother was always known as a younger woman for having a real bad temper. I mean, she could
Hmm.
have a warm sides and stuff, but like maybe that helped me, because then I guess I was looking for something of a more sweet personality, and that's just
Mhm.
almost impossible to find these days. So
Yeah.
maybe that kind of pushed me towards the red pill as it is.
Phil,
Now,
these
with
broads
that
are
whole like,
angry though.
oh, completely, it's because their idols online are like, your Cardi B's and stuff like that, so naturally they're going to do all the wrong thing. But I
Did you
even
see
hear with the
that?
guys.
Oh, sorry. Did you see that that beef that Candace Owens had with Cardi B?
I heard something about it.
Yeah, Nick
Hmm.
covered it. It was hilarious. It's exactly as funny as you think it would be. Phil,
Oh,
do
of
you know who
course.
Candace Owens is?
Oh yeah, she's a good old, good sort.
Yeah. So Cardi B did the whole WAP thing on stage at the Grammys. Uh,
Ugh.
you know, uh, clit grinding with another fatty on there.
Megan the Stallion.
And the
Yeah.
fallout we've got out of that is, the naked picture was put on Twitter by Cardi B of Donald Trump's wife back in the day before they were a thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
that picture
And
goes
Twitter
around a
won't take
lot
it down.
whenever you're trolling someone.
Well, yeah, but then the whole idea that the infamy it's gained is that Twitter won't take it down. It doesn't break the terms of service. So this kind of smacks of the whole idea of like whether that kind of CP was going up on Twitter and they wouldn't take it down. It's just
Mhm.
like
Yeah, Nick
it.
covered that one as well.
Yeah,
That
it
was
depends who
disgusting.
politically is. Yeah, it's all politically motivated.
But no, the funniest thing to come out of that was that Cardi B tried owning Candace Owens with a photoshopped tweet. Some I guess someone else on a blog had put it up saying that like her husband cheated on her with her brother, but it was clearly a photoshopped tweet.
Mm.
And so Cardi B clapped back at her with that tweet. She's like, "Are you retarded? This is clearly this was a Photoshop." Um. Anyways, uh, it was hilarious. And of course, Candace Owens was going at Cardi B because the standards of indignity and whatnot. Like what we learned from the cuties fallout, Phil, was no one really gives a shit about over sexualization. There was a judge up in Wisconsin who got arrested on possession today, who apparently was like a big funder of the drag queen story hour.
I
I'm
saw
sure you
that
saw
one
that.
come out. I mean, I was just waiting for that one to happen. I mean, I've been describing stuff like this to my mother because she comes from like a solid working class background. So she traditionally would always vote to the left. And I've been telling her for about 4 years now, the left are coming after the children. Just you wait. It will come out and they'll try and normalize it. This is like step one.
Literally and figuratively, they're coming after the children.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I was meaning literally.
Yeah. I'm more in the literal side, also, Phil. Well, the thing is, though, is that so one of the things I found is that people will have a certain they'll align their views to an ideology or a political leaning, and so someone will go like this, and both sides do it, right? Someone will be like this: I am left, or I'm liberal, so I believe all whatever liberalism is and progressivism. But then when it starts to collapse on itself, like as you're seeing with the whole female slash trans athletes, which Phil, I don't know if anything is better than this. I think this might be the greatest thing ever when I hear these broads talking about they're going to compete against, these dudes claim that they're going to, they're women now, they can compete against women, right? Phil, these are the same women that were calling us transphobic and all that stuff. And that's what I forgot to tell you, Phil. That video where you had, there was the girl in the car at the gas station that was bemoaning not getting attention. Phil, have you noticed something? Every time a woman wants to attack you for not worshiping her, what is the first insult they throw at you?
Generally, if you're
Gay.
not showing any
You're
attention, you
gay.
must be gay.
You must be
And
gay
as a MGTOW, you get it all the time.
Yep.
all the time.
Must be gay.
You must
I
be
don't know,
gay.
Phil.
So
What do you call? Are you super straight, Phil? I'm looking at the doll right beside you. Does she know you're super straight?
Well, of course, I am transgendered, lesbian, aren't I? Really? So
Yeah, but would you as a transgendered lesbian, would you date another lesbian? Or sorry, would you date another trans lesbian? Or would you
If she
only
was,
date straight women?
it depends. If she's
It's just
female
women.
presenting as a transgender,
What do you think about
Oh
that
man.
super straight thing? I thought it was the funniest thing ever.
well, it's a bit like that whole thing when it came out that Islam was right about women. You just kind of trapped them in their own sort of circle of logic. Just go, right, argue your way out of that one, and then just sit there with a popcorn watching them tear themselves to pieces.
Phil, it gets more hilarious by the day as we all witness the collapse. And there was a video that someone had sent in the Discord. There's some female boxer named Clarissa Shields, right? And because women are women, and they don't actually
We're actually
possess.
talking true
Yeah,
biological.
yeah, 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 an actual genetic female. I'm assuming with a vagina. Who said that she could beat. I think she's like 99% of dudes or something like that. Like, Phil, do you ever notice they always, and she starts, so she says that in terms of best boxers of all time, it's Muhammad Ali number one and then her number two, right?
Oh yeah,
Here-
right.
Here's what's great about chicks. Guy said this. He goes, men live rent free in women's minds all day, right? Like, Phil, if you think of like even your average guy on the street against a world champion boxer. Now, given if it was just boxing, yeah, maybe she could win just boxing, right? Like not fighting where you can do anything. But Phil, you think about just the amount of force your average man could inflict upon a woman. And so when these women say all this stuff, and you've known this, Phil, when you've ever been hit by whether it be a sister or an older girl or whatever, do you remember how their punches felt against you?
It was like they had hollow fists.
Yeah, yeah,
Kind
you
of.
remember that? You're like they're hitting you, and you're like, "Are you serious?" Like, and,
Well,
and so I just think that when they're sparring, this is what I truly believe it comes from. They spar with dudes, and they truly believe that these guys are doing this for real, like actually trying to knock them out, right? So when they're in the ring, they're like, "Oh, I've sparred against middleweights before. Oh, yeah, I can hold my own." It's like you do know that guy was going to like 30%, right? Like he was like love tapping you.
yeah, it's when you see it or have heard of a woman in the aftermath when she actually engaged with a guy properly. She always tends to say words to the effect of, "I've never felt any force of that
Yep,
magnitude in my life." She just can't even comprehend there was that much strength involved. Because of course, even as a MGTOW, you're kind of brought up that like, say I'm 5'11", so I've got like a 5 foot guy who's starting to take the piss. Like I don't just beat him senseless. It's like, look, just
correct.
fuck off. I'm not going to do it. A different weight class kind of idea. And it's the
Yep,
same with women. It's not a case of like you being chivalrous or anything like that. It's just I suppose basic honor. But so like they grow up, they never get hit. Like in the same way, even if
never.
even if they actually fall out with one another and they get into a scrap, they're like slapping each other, trying to pull each other's hair. And that's not
Yep,
a real fight. I mean, you never see like women usually getting sparked out completely,
yep.
like sort of blowing Z's into the air afterwards. I mean, that's pretty much the end of a male fight. The one guy's just on the
Yep.
floor.
Oh, and Phil, think about it. It
The
only
chicken
takes
run.
one or two solid hits, right? Like, and you can ask anybody. I don't know if you're like a UFC fan. Like, I love cage fighting, right? I've watched at the amateur level, the pro am level, and stuff like that. And of course, I've watched UFC since the '90s. And if you notice, Phil, and you see this, this is where, in the boxing world and just regular your regular pugilist, the heavyweight division was always considered the division for one reason only. At any time, if a fucking heavyweight hits you, it could be over, right? Lights out.
Absolutely.
And, like, yeah, you can watch Manny Pacquiao, you can watch Floyd Mayweather, you can watch some of these other guys, Canelo Alvarez. But here's the thing, though, Phil. All those guys look like somebody that you and I could just see on an everyday basis, right? Like if you're walking down the street, you can see a guy who looks like Canelo Alvarez. Manny Pacquiao is what, like 5'6", maybe? I don't know. He's not a very big guy. Mayweather's not a big guy, right? But when people talk about heavyweight champions, let's go to your country. Tyson Fury, right? He doesn't look like a guy you just see every day. Like, oh yeah, that's just Tyson Fury. When you see a man that size, Phil, who knows how to use his hands, that scares people, right? Like if people get, they're kind of like, oh my god, oh man, that's scary. That's why if a bar fight broke out in England, and Tyson Fury happened to be there, Phil, how easily do you think he could just drop guys? Just, it's muscle memory, right? He just moves around, pops a guy one time, done.
I think you
Done.
just go through them like the Incredible Hulk or the Thing from the Fantastic Four, just wading through them.
But there's only a handful of people who would be dumb enough to take on Tyson Fury in a bar fight.
Well, no.
That's the thing about women, is because they've never had to deal with the consequences of their actions. So they'll start picking on Tyson Fury, and they'll do the finger on the chest. You think you're so tough.
Yep.
Yeah, because they've all seen Captain Marvel, and women can just beat the shit out of men.
Black Widow, right? Like Phil, one of the things that I find funny is, there are women out there who are fully aware of what's what, right? And there are women who will tell you straight up, they go, they don't like they always knew there was a big strength difference. They go, they didn't realize it until something happened. Someone goes, well, give me an example. She goes, even like moving stuff, right? She had to move out of one place into her new house. So who does she invite over? She doesn't invite girls over. Who does she invite? Dudes, right? She talks about the fact that these guys are lifting, like Phil, heavy shit, right? Like a refrigerator, washer and dryer, like heavy shit, right? It's not that much for dudes to do that. As long as we have leverage, we can lift very, very heavy objects, right? With women, no. Phil, they just, it's too much.
Every time.
Every time.
I don't know if you've noticed, but a smart car is heavier than it looks. But you can still flip them. You still got enough man. I've got the lower body strength to rock a smart car really well, and I could probably flip it over if I wanted to.
Well, guys,
yes, I've tried. Look, it was a great Antifa rally. What can I say? And look, going to an Antifa rally is a license to test how strong you are when it comes to breaking things. You see some like skinny ass simp try to put his foot through a plate glass window and he just bounces off, right? Or they're trying to like rip a mailbox out of the ground and they're just pulling on the post.
That's why they usually go for garbage bins, don't they? Because they've actually got the strength to push them over and set them alight.
Well, you know it's a real riot when they flip a bus. Like, that's the standard, right? All of these other riots are just like little pussy riots. It's when a bus gets flipped, it's a real riot.
That would be impressive in London, to flip a double decker.
Oh, I don't know. That I mean, I guess they are designed to be pretty bottom heavy, right?
Maybe that's the day when Tyson Fury's out in the riot.
Yeah, he's flipping double deckers.
It'd be beautiful. Like Phil, I just. Well, one of the things that always bothers me is that, like, there's never that guy, right? I think everyone is waiting for Heather Swanson, right? We're all waiting for Heather Swanson from South Park, who was clearly just Macho Man Randy Savage, to be like, oh yeah, I'm a woman since last week. Yeah. And Phil, deep down, everybody wants to see it, right? Because it's the only way that they deal with consequences, right? Like, Phil, you were saying earlier when, just the ways that they'll, shit test and stuff, because they've never actually felt force before. I started thinking about it. You're right, Phil. A girl can be born. She can go through her entire life without ever actually feeling physical force, right? I mean, like I said, because if she's playing sports with other girls. If she played with guys, the guys never hit her the way they would hit a boy, right? Let's say she's playing basketball, right? Contact sport, hockey, a collision sport,
Oh
soccer.
God, you have not felt a physical collision until you've been body checked into the boards by a guy who's like 100 pounds heavier than you. Because look, there are weight classes in UFC. There are no weight classes in hockey.
Nope.
Right? And there's always one kid in your class who is like twice the size of everyone else.
Always. And yeah, he body checks you. So think about it though. Girls go through their entire life, never experience it. Every boy at some point was not the biggest boy, right? At some point there was someone much bigger and stronger than you. And either they hit you or pushed you or checked you or something. And you were like, holy shit. It was kind of, it's a natural hierarchy, right, Phil? Like what you were saying earlier with weight classes. The reason why men easily, they quickly develop weight classes, they realize even if all things are equal, both guys are equal, equal skill, everything. This dude is so much bigger. Phil, could you imagine boxing in the same ring, but yet there were no weight classes? Like, you remember UFC used to have no weight classes, right? And I say they should bring that back because, of course, as you know, one of the reasons why a lot of guys like duck fights and stuff is, a lot of times it's weight class, right? Like, so Phil, you're fighting at 175. There's another guy who fights at let's say he's 195 to 200, right? And it's like, okay, let's do a catch weight. And then you have someone who's like the champ going, oh no, he has to come down to my weight. He has to come down to my weight. See, because they know deep down, if I go to that catch weight, I'm gonna get fucking demolished. They know, like you can ask any fighter if all things are equal. When someone has that because you ever notice though, Phil, your fighting weight is not your walking weight, right? Like, so when someone says 200 pounds, no, you were 200 pounds at the weigh-in. What is your real weight though, Phil? When you fight at 200, what do you really weigh? Probably about 217, 220, right? So when that guy loses that weight just for that limited time, right? And then starts to put that shit back on and shows up to the fight. Phil, did you ever see the movie called The Fighter with Mark Wahlberg and Christian Bale?
I haven't, to be honest. I heard about it though.
Oh man, yeah, boxing movie. Well, when Mark Wahlberg fights a certain opponent, he was told by somebody that, like, this is gonna be like a brush up fight, like, right, like, like the guy, he hasn't been working out ever. He steps in the ring, Phil. This huge black dude, fucking huge, like it's like the fuck, like,
Or
so he
Scary
looks
Movie.
like
What was it? Scary Movie 3 when what's her name? Cindy steps in and sees like the female Mike Tyson.
yeah. Yeah, dude, like the strength difference though, Phil. Like I said, I can still remember the first time I felt true force was we were at the Racket Club, which is, that was the name, like there's a YMCA and everything, and they were called the Racket Club, right? And they had, basketball courts, everything you can imagine there, right? Pool, basketball. When guys are playing pickup games, they're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, right? Well, when adults are going, when they're at the other end, the kids like run up with the ball and they're shooting at the other hoop, right? That is unoccupied. Someone stole a loose ball, ran down the court. Of course, now they're going to try to get a layup, right? Phil, one of the dudes ran into me. I shit you not. It was like this. I'm talking. I'm trying to think of like how far I got launched, and that's what it was. It was a launch. It wasn't like a hit. Is because remember, all he's doing is that he's trying to avoid you, but he just happened. You're a kid, right? You're just in the way, and him running into me, Phil, it felt like a Mack truck as a kid, right? Because from a kid's mind, you're thinking like, how can anything be that? How can there that much force be possible, right? Whereas, as an adult, it would just be a guy bumping into you, right? Like as a grown ass man, Phil, that's why in basketball, you see a guy go up and just take a charge, right? Runs up under him, take the hit, gets up because they're now an equal weight class, right? They're both equally big. But when you run into a child, Phil, that's what you were talking about when women say, like, they say they can't comprehend how much force hit them, right? Like they're sitting there like, I don't know. And all of a sudden he just went like this, and I flew across the table, and I just don't understand what happened. It's like, because you went up against a fucking man, a full grown. And Phil, do you know what I find shocking? Once guys get a full head of steam, they get adrenaline. God forbid they've been drinking or they got that, they got cocaine crazy. The stuff that people do gets scary, right? Like you've seen those videos, right, Tim? The cops tase a dude and he walks through it.
I don't need
You ever
to see
seen
a
those?
video, Drex, because you need to know something about natives when you mix them with alcohol.
Oh, it's a dangerous combo, man. Dangerous combo.
Ask any cop in Canada, what's the one person you would not want to fight one-on-one? It's not Floyd Mayweather. It's not it's not it's not George St. Pierre. It's any big native guy who's had too much to drink.
Oh, absolutely.
Because that's the thing is, if you get an armbar on George St. Pierre, he's gonna tap out, right? Yep. Pain compliance. Every cop knows it.
Yep.
If you put an armbar on a native, you need to snap his fucking arm before he'll even notice.
Yeah. Well, that was actually told to me years ago.
I gotta go. My Canadian internet is doing its thing, so I gotta go and bang on the antenna. We're still
Oh
live.
shit.
I'm just gonna go offline for a second. We'll be right back.
Oh yeah, do you do that?
I'll
Because
be right
I
back.
I got a question here for Phil. Someone Leximus asked a question. Phil, he's got a very sweet girlfriend. But he was saying he's telling his girl. He was telling Miss Lex, women can be either smart, sexy, or sane. 2 or 3 all at once. What do you think about that? Smart, sexy, sane.
Well, if you do find any woman with all three, she's lying about at least one of them. So she's
Correct.
chameleon at that particular point. And I mean, maybe there's some sort of biological aberration of a woman out there, but there's a handful of them in the world. So I wouldn't necessarily chase that.
But
I
no
mean,
one's ever seen them, right? I haven't.
well, I think I just stopped looking about 5 years ago. I mean, it might even be 10 years ago before I went like full Migtown. It was just a case of my last relationship.
Miss Leximus, she was actually in the Discord, right? We had her on, and Phil, one of the things that you and I talked about on a show in the past was men have this thing where they feel a deep sense of responsibility to the younger guys to like make sure that they don't go down this certain path, right? And so they
Hmm,
don't try to sabotage their lives. Women are the opposite, right? Because isn't that what feminism is? It's old hag bitches who they used up all their good
yeah,
chances, right?
we fucked up our life, so I'm going to make sure yours is
I'm going to
fucked.
make sure all women suffer and become me, right? That's why if you notice, have you ever heard women give younger girls advice? Like, a girl is 17, 18, 19, 20. What kind of advice does she give her? Oh, live your best life. Don't settle down now. You got to get it all out of yourself. She's telling her things that she knows will ruin her, right? She
The
knows.
nearest I've seen that with guys, and this was members of my own family, older guys, were often saying like, "No, you'll get married, you'll change your mind," because as a teenager, you say, "I'm not getting married. That's just for
Yep.
idiots." And they say, "Oh no, you'll get there." And say, "You really like being married then?" And all the guys would then like look at each other and go, "Yeah, it's great," and you could see the sadness behind the eyes, kind of thing. And they're just thinking, we've got to put up with this shit. You should have to as well. But
You're
maybe
right.
that's from a reproduction point of view. I don't know. But
You know what I think it is? I think that is actually from the it's the sacrificial nature of men, right? Like we have to sacrifice for society because I think deep down, guys know if dudes knew the score, right? If guys start going their own way, even dudes know that the jig is up, right? It's over. Like your society will because Phil, you know this. If you start to ask a guy, what does she bring to the table? He can't really like remember, don't tell me intangibles. What tangibles can a woman bring to the table? They just kind of have this blank stare, like,
well, yeah, because they don't believe they have to. It's just that men will always want us, and of course that's technically incorrect. Historically, it's always looked correct.
if I were going to be on the dating market and I was going to look for like a mother to my children, I would want her to have motherly skills. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, motherly skills, but like I wouldn't be actively looking for a mom for me, right? Like it's like, no, I need a mom for the kids, not for my fucking self. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming this ties in. I don't know how exactly, but I not remember as a kid, I would know some of the guys from school, and you would see them interacting with the mother and stuff, and the mother would kick the shit out of them. And their mother was almost like God to them. They loved their mother so much, whereas I could be kind of indifferent because
Hmm.
perhaps mine didn't do that. So I don't know if there's like an inverted sort of relationship that goes on between mother and son.
Now,
Because
here's the
I've
one
seen,
thing I have noticed. One thing I noticed is this is after I watched a great movie years ago called The Wrestler with Mickey Rourke. And I started really thinking about it after that movie, and I think, that movie, The Blind Side, came a year later, if I recall, and I do believe that there's a certain level there's, like, a certain link between opposite sex, parent and child, right? So, a girl will be quicker to cut off her mother for something, right? Like, she's like, "Fuck it, she's not my mom anymore. I don't ever wanna talk to her," right? She'll disown her mom. Yet the dad will always be given another chance. No matter how much the dad can be a complete piece of shit, he can be a fucking deadbeat. She always holds the door open somehow. Like he has certain access to her that no one else gets, right?
yeah,
The same is true of boys. Boys can disown their fathers. They'll be like, fuck him, right? And yet the like you said, the moms can just do, and they always, but that's my mom. See? Like so trust me, girls do it too. They just do it with the father, not the mother. Think about it. Look, why do you think they look for like bad boys and stuff? When girls have daddy issues, there's a reason, Phil. Like when you are offering like a paternal figure, like you should see the way like girls treat you differently and they speak to you differently, right?
Oh
There's
yeah,
there's a certain way they
absolutely.
interact with you.
Even when you chastise them, it's just like Daddy
Yep,
did because it was Daddy. I could do anything, and Daddy would still love me regardless. And
yep,
that's what you're instilling in that woman.
yeah.
It's crazy, but it works.
They dude, I've been around and well, let me ask you this, Phil. What do you think about daddy issues being tied to BDSM in these girls now?
I would definitely say there's a link because I mean, there's just too many girls that, like, I suppose even I've known that do get like a bit of sexual pleasure actually out of like putting just even simply putting them over your knee and spanking their ass kind of idea. It's like, oh, that's nice. I like that. So it's all going to
Yeah.
be tied into daddy because I mean, as a mother, you don't thrash your little girl. I mean, most dads won't, but like he's more likely to manhandle her and stuff like that. Maybe
Yep.
give her a shake or something like that, and that'll be the same sort of thing that she's thinking of.
Do you know what I think, Phil? I was thinking about this one day. I said, what if one of the main reasons why girls have such an attraction to, danger and BDSM is a sexual manifestation of that, which is there's a chance it could go too far and that excites them, right? So they have this thing where it's like he bent me over shoulder, because that's why women always want men to be much more physically dominant than them, right? Like they want to know that not only like yes, the provider protector role, right? Like he can protect me, but also he could always put me in a place. Phil, have you ever had a woman tell you, "I know that because women know themselves, they know that they get out of control and they get the inner Karen that comes out, right? They will tell
Yeah,
you. I've known women who straight up will tell me, like, I love the idea that there's a man who's just gonna put me in my place, bend me over, and fuck me if I get out of line. So it's basically
yeah,
it's sexualizing their father, right? Like it's the same role as the father. Like she starts getting a little antsy. Hey, stop. Meh, 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 meh. I'm not gonna tell you again. Meh, 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 meh. And then now you gotta go ahead and what happens when you're done, Phil? Oh my god, I need that. I'm sorry, daddy. That's why girls call their man daddy. Like
yeah.
he basically fills in that role.
Although
The whole thing is a role play.
I've heard men call their wives mom as well.
I've heard that. I've heard
Yeah,
that before.
and the context I hear it in is usually because she's doing the cooking. And what did your mother always do for you? Make you dinner. Make sure your clothes were clean. Right?
Yeah,
Well, there
in the
is
black
that,
community,
but
that's actually common.
I
In
was
the black
not
community, it's very
sexually
common to say
attracted to my
mom.
mother, though.
No, exactly.
Yeah, I never understood
It's
the
not a
Oedipal
sexual
thing.
thing.
Yeah,
Sometimes
see, look, I'm with Phil.
if my stepdad was being wanted to gross me out, yeah, he would use the sexual innuendo and the mommy thing, but that was always aimed at me. That wasn't a sexual thing. He's just trying to gross me out. Of course,
Well,
you know.
things they've gotten so messed up now, man, that I'm seeing more and more like there's just more and more perversion. Phil, you can go on Pornhub right now. There's a couple of things that seem to always pop up. We talked about this during my tongue tied degeneracy chat, which is they're always pushing incest. Have you started to notice that shit? Like obviously it's role play, right? Like brother and stepsister, father. It doesn't matter anywhere on Pornhub. You can be like, yo, Phil, I want to look at. It doesn't matter what kind of porn you're looking up. You're looking up porn X, and somehow, and they have all the little suggestions. Like you might also like this.
Goblin amputee.
They Goblin amputee. Bill, it was so bad, man. The degeneracy chat it got so degenerate. And you look at these highlights, and when people say they're too much of a degenerate, they don't watch porn with humans anymore. It's like fuck, man.
It got so
Gosh.
degenerate that it broke the recorder. Like I had to
Yeah,
toss the audio
it was
file
so
out.
bad, man. It was so bad. It just kept going like further and further down the rabbit hole. Like, well, we talked about that, Phil, which is like, do you remember being, we talked about that before, like being a young boy, porn meant more, ironically enough, just like we know relationships meant more because it was scarce, right? Scarcity makes
Yeah,
something more valuable. Now that everything is easily accessible, easily available. Think about it, Phil. That's why relationships don't mean anything, because people are like, well, if I want one, I can just get another one. I can just go on my phone and get another relationship if I wanted one, right? Well, now the value of a relationship is gone. So when the value is gone, what do you have left? I've always said this, Phil. You can do all the things you want with technology, this, that, and the other. Human beings will always be human beings. They're always going to crave the same things. So eventually, and Phil, I'm sure you've seen this even more so than me, because of the age gap, which is, as you saw those women, Phil, who are in that 50s group, how many of them talked all that "I don't need a man" shit? Like when they were able to divorce their husband and go out and get sloshed on the weekend and just get random dick, right? They were okay with that for a while, right? But inevitably, what happened to them? Eventually, what happened?
Well, they all got too old. They went beyond the wall, and then they decided to settle down. And there
Yep,
was nothing left to
nothing.
couple with.
Where have all the good
And
men gone?
I mean, they're not even just merely like 1 or 2 years later they had to settle down a bit. It's like they're usually about 5 to 7 years way beyond the wall. And it's like most guys are just like,
They
why
spent
marry
5
that?
years in
What?
denial.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
Phil, the
still
thing is,
pretty. I'm
what I've
still
noticed.
attractive. I am a 9. I am a 10 out of 10.
Oh yeah,
I am
those are the
Bunning and
best.
Stave.
The delusional chicks on Kevin Samuel's show. Well, one of the things I noticed though, Phil, is they say this when because what happens is that these women started adopting masculine traits and masculine um ambitions, which means a guy can sit there, Phil, and go like this: "Hey, Phil, check out my phone. This is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Look at all these chicks I'm smashing." That's a man thing, right? Because those are trophies. They're trophies of war. It doesn't work with women. So when women try to go like this, "Oh, look at all these options I got, Phil. This is this guy. This guy is from over here. He's blowing me up. This dude." It's like, and this guy came over just last night, and it's like, and none of them stayed, did they? Oh, I could definitely have a relationship. No, 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 no. None of these guys. You always ask them, Phil, have you met their parents? Right? Have you met their friends? What's the answer every fucking time?
Oh,
Nope.
it's always no, because I mean, no one dates now. It's just like, come over and smash. I mean,
No,
you
no,
might call
no,
it
Phil.
Netflix or whatever, but like
Yeah,
that's the
Netflix and
euphemism.
chill. Well, Phil, here's the thing. As a dude, okay, so these chicks have gotten so masculine that the only thing they can do is just smash. I talked about this before. I can't remember if it was with you. It might have been with TFM, where I said the reason why the women have gotten so overly sexualized is that, Phil, that's their only skill set, right? Like it's like when you show up to you want to try out for a sports team. Based on the position that you play, you need a certain skill set, right? Like if someone wants to be a pitcher, you're like, hey, well, show me your stuff. What if a pitcher said, I'm the pitcher that you should pay all the money to, and someone goes, okay, well, hey, let's see what you got. They throw a fastball. Wow, that was incredible. They throw a couple more fastballs. Man, shit. All right, give me a changeup, huh? You're like, wait, what? Hey, give me a curveball. Give me a slider. You're like, wait a minute, let me get this straight. You want me to pay you 30 million a year for a fastball, right? That's your only skill. Like so you want me to pay you 30 million a year for a fastball. You have one trick. Phil, that's what these girls have done. They've sold themselves short, right? Phil, there was a time when women could knit you the sweater that you're wearing, a woman could knit that for you, right? She could sit down and say, honey, look what I made.
Well, a lot of the, I suppose, let's call them wifely skills and stuff. I mean, a lot of guys didn't ever really learn them because it was kind of expected that a wife would be able to do those for you. So it did kind of bring the man and the woman together. But whereas now, as they're just out smashing all the way through their 20s through to 50s,
Yep.
the guys are learning how to do all of this stuff themselves. So
Yep.
they don't even need a woman to do any of these things. Technology does help, of course, but
Yep.
Hello, everybody,
and then now it's a case of like, I thought it was unusual at first, but then when I started to meet other men, I met a lot of the men who can cook, clean, iron better than any girlfriend that they've ever had. These
Yep.
girls have got like zero skills in that idea.
But Phil, what is their only skill set? Honestly, what's their only skill set they have? It's all in the bedroom.
Yeah, thottery.
Thottery. So Phil, here's what's funny. The cognitive dissonance in your average everyday thought of 2021, where here they are being like this. Phil, I don't know why guys just want to use me for sex. Okay, what else do you offer? I'm an amazing person. Okay, well, what is it about you that's so amazing? I mean, I have a sense of humor. There's no such thing as a funny woman. They've never existed. There are
Yeah.
some who are funnier than others. They may be witty, but there are no funny women. Okay, so
I
it's
remember
not
back
your
in the
sense of humor.
day, if she was going to be funny, like to a degree where you could call them funny, they were always vastly overweight. So they
Yep,
compensated with personality.
yep. Well, that's why if you think back, Phil, the hot girls back in the day, if we're being real, man, dude, Phil, that was their only card, man. Let's be honest. I mean, they didn't really have a person like. So when people say like, "Oh yeah, she's so," guys would say how hot she was, but when you ask them, "What about her personality?" No, she's really cool, man. She's cool, bro. You're like, okay, what's cool about her? Because Phil, she didn't really think about it. The guys
It's
carried the
never been
conversation.
it's never been a thing. I mean, if you can go back to even when I was a kid at school, like there'll be, as we described, there's a hierarchy amongst guys, like whether we're playing sports or something like that, or even like if it comes to like the chess club, there's like the top chess player and there's a hierarchy going down.
That was
With
always me.
women, well, with women, it's just about the sort of looks and popularity.
Yep.
That's all that they've got, really. Now, back in the day at school, they would learn sort of like home economics to actually like learn skills to actually be useful, and it would be passed from mother to daughter, but not these days. I mean, shit, you're doing well if she can work a microwave these days.
Isn't that sad?
Oh god, the lag
I
on the
mean,
stream is killing me.
the,
We're
the
lagging
lag.
out so hard. Come on, Migtown TV, get your.
My head's
That's
going pretty decent.
yeah, no, we're fine. And I've got I've got 4 monitors that are running all this stuff right now. Um, the Migtown one is lagging out hard, but the YouTube one is perfect. So, because I'm multicasting right off of Streamlabs. That's what our $10 a year or $10 a month gets us. Oh god, I
Sure.
might
Oh
have
yeah,
to switch
Phil.
us over to YouTube if this keeps up because this is driving me insane.
Oh yeah, Phil and I don't know. We just look at dolls and wax poetic about random thottery and other fucking things. But so
The
so
life
Phil,
of a
I'm curious,
producer,
man.
Phil, it's terrible. I'm telling you, Phil,
That's,
it's because
that's
I
why we
mean
keep him in the dungeon.
you know some of this stuff, right? Like it's not fun to mess around with multicasting and fucking. Of course, MGTOW's ingest server doesn't seem to be able to handle us. We're too much for it.
God
I
damn.
can hear all the fat jokes in the comments right
Tim,
now.
just put in the tip. Just give him the tip. Well, Phil, I wanted to get your take. Being that you're over there, man, what is the consensus that you've heard or that you feel is with the guys of England after the Meghan Markle interview? Is there any fallout over there with you guys?
Amongst the men, we saw that coming a mile off before it happened. But of course, I mean, if you read into it, you'll say, well, if he wants to spin off from the royal family, so be it. I mean, it's not really a royal anyway. I mean, it's not Charles's son.
Hmm.
So, but like this whole media storm which has come off that Oprah Winfrey interview, seen it's mainly women who are bitching and moaning about it. I mean, we had Piers Morgan, but Lord knows if that's actually a man or a woman, you can't really tell at times. So
Oh, Piers Morgan.
I thought we'd gotten rid of him when he started to work over in your neck of the woods. And I thought you guys
Oh
can
no,
keep him.
some cucks you can
You
never
should be
get rid
so
of,
lucky.
Phil. Yeah, it's well, Phil, I'm curious. Is there anyone on you guys' TV screens over there that give off masculine energy?
I honestly wouldn't know. I haven't watched TV in about 3 or 4 years now.
You lucked out.
Well, I just thought I'd play it because I'm the type of guy that tends to get caught on stuff. And I thought if I tell the BBC I'm not paying for your TV license, and they decide to drop by one time, and I let them in, and I've got like the TV hooked up to the aerial, and I'm, even not watching BBC, I've possibly got a court case. So I just went, when was the last time I watched anything decent on TV? Most of the stuff, if it's a TV program, I download and then I watch at
Yep.
my convenience. So I'm covered. So I don't have it hooked up to like an aerial or any receiving equipment. So I
Yep.
hear about TV. I mean, the last
Mhm.
thing I think I actively chased just because of what people were talking about was The Mandalorian, which was that was okay. But I think the one thing I should have watched was Westworld. That seems to have passed me by now.
I heard that was good. The only thing I saw on TV that, because when my dad visited this past year, he put the Netflix on the account, right, on the Fire Stick. So now I have Netflix. So I had never had Netflix before, right? And I canceled DirecTV, which is our satellite provider or whatever. And the only thing that I saw on TV that made me say this deserves the direct seal of approval, I'm gonna say Dark Mirror, which I believe comes out of you guys' place, UK. Great show. I don't know. I think that would
heard
be a show
about
that
it.
you would like. Yeah, you would love that show, Phil. Dark Mirror is definitely up your alley. It's like a twisted technological version of the Twilight Zone, right? Like these
Well,
very very like because it's like, so every episode is self-contained, right? It's its own thing. It's not one of these like overarching plot where it's you're following one guy every episode thing, and there's just different kinds of fucked up levels of horror that's on there, man. Like,
I've
because remember, not
heard
not horror like a monster is chasing you, but horror as in just
suspense.
psychologically fucked up. Yeah, yeah, true suspense. Some of it's just drama. Some of it is just a straight up, you know, you would love Daredevil. So if you ever get a chance to check that out,
Is
I think you would
Daredevil the
definitely.
blind one?
Yep, the
Okay,
blind
I've
boy.
seen a few of those actually a number of years ago. Yeah, they seem quite good.
Yeah, it definitely spices up and gets it gets pretty fucking brutal too. You're like, Jesus, like there's people getting just fucking whacked bad. So, but you're right, Phil. I mean, TV kind of used to be like what kind of like linked us together. You remember being like a kid, a teenager, in college years, like TV kind of linked people, right? Like people, that was the whole the water cooler talk. People say what water cooler thing. You kind of sat back and you say, hey Phil, you watched last night. Even people who were very different, TV was kind of like their link into kind of each other's lives, right? Like, you watched it. Oh yeah, I was watching it while making a casserole. But like think about it, you remember those days where people used to really, engage, right? Physically
Absolutely.
engage.
I mean, we I suppose we probably had it more because we had less in terms of TV channels because we were always playing
Yep.
catch up to the US. So there was like a common thing to talk about, but I'm just kind of thinking out loud.
Mhm.
Oh. All right, we're back. Sorry, everyone. I think Susan tried to assassinate me. She walked in the door right here and just I committed I got Minecrafted by 2 gunshots to the back of the head. But we're back.
Well,
We're back. For those
as I'm
just joining
British,
us, welcome to our belated St. Patrick's Day live stream. I'm producer Tim. That's Drexel. Down there is the unofficial co-host of the Migtown Podcast, Dollhouse Phil himself. Phil, introduce us to your friend sitting beside you.
oh, this is penance.
Penance.
One of my wife is. It's good for a man to do a little penance from time to time. It's good for the soul.
Penance has a pen in her mouth.
Indeed, you got the joke.
Oh man.
But yeah, as I'm British, as we got the stream back, I'm just going to go there and blame Meghan Markle for everything.
Yes.
That broad.
Oh no, we're back. We're back for good. We didn't get the channel killed or anything. Sorry about
Hooray.
that, guys.
So did we just go dark for a while?
Yeah, we lost maybe 5 minutes, I'd say, maybe.
Okay.
But everything
Not
before
terrible.
that was recorded, so what I can do is I can just kind of splice the two together when I do
That's
the re-upload. But yeah, we're back. We're back. We had a super chat come in while this was going on, so Salvis super chats and says, I can finally simp for Drexel's YouTube. Yes, indeed, everyone. Super chatting is enabled on our YouTube platform now. You can also, if you don't want to give money to Susan, you can also use the Streamlabs link in the description. We call those Chad chats.
Smooth.
All right, guys. Sorry to derail you. I know you were going.
Oh, you're all good. Well, I have a question for Phil.
Yeah.
Phil, I heard about I believe it was Scotland. You guys have some new bullshit over there with the hate speech laws. Did you hear about that?
Oh god, that seems to be like every other month or something like
Well,
that.
this one sounds even more draconian. Like if you, I don't know how bad it was before, but I mean, it's like it's completely out of control now, man. Like, what is happening in Scotland, man? Did Scotland just go full cuck? Are they getting pegged?
They're
Well,
getting pegged by the Empire.
there's a lot of politics actually going on in the Scottish National Party. They've been doing some real, I'm going to go full old English, I mean, say some real political skullduggery going on, where they're trying, the current, I suppose, leader of the Scottish National Party is trying to get the former leader of the Scottish National Party thrown in prison through like
Hmm.
allegations of sexual abuse.
Of
So, of
course.
course, one way to try and divert all of the like smokescreen, the attention that they're getting, is to raise the woke flag again. Say, oh, hate speech, we're going to outlaw everything that's racist. You can't even say anything that's hate speech inside your own house. The police can then come in and like lock you up and stuff like that. And of course, like it's not thought out. Like, who's defining what is hate speech? I mean, is it just defined by the person who's hearing it, who could be a police officer who's just walking outside of your window or something like that, or is it a person who just might think that somebody else would be offended by this? It's just all craziness, and it keeps on coming up month after month. Every time they need to camouflage something else that's going on.
Jay McGregor says,
Hmm.
I'm Scottish. We've turned from Scotland the Brave to Scotland the Stunning and Brave.
Yeah.
Dude, they went. You saw that article that was in the Discord, right, Tim, about the father who got thrown in jail for using gender appropriate pronouns with his own daughter. He was calling his daughter her, she, thrown in jail.
Oh, yeah.
I believe that was in Canada, right? In jail, Phil,
You see,
for using gender pronouns.
we have a law that can usually help with this kind of thing. It's called the Second Amendment. And if you don't have one, move to a place that does have one.
Right.
um,
Dude, I don't know how.
Fat Boy Keck, thank you for the donation.
Fucking cuckery, man.
Or
Phil,
Fat Keck Boy, sorry.
well, Phil. I did a show a while back. We did this show where I talked about social genocide and the necessity for. Of course, you can't actually Minecraft people on a mass scale for obvious reasons, but what you can do is completely ostracize people from anything that involves you, right? So like if anyone starts talking some blue pill shit, Phil, they're done forever. Like you don't get a second chance. You don't get to apologize later and say I've seen the light, because Phil, there has to be some kind of accountability, not only in the manosphere, but just like in life in general, right? Like so,
So this would be what we were talking about earlier when we say, like, for simps, we just need to like completely block them out of the,
yep,
well, not necessarily the manosphere, like the mailosphere, if you like.
correct. Well,
Now,
here's the thing:
with
a
that,
lot of guys used to be simps, right? So
yeah,
it's a delicate balance, right? Like so, there's going to be guys out there that say, "Hold on, I mean, okay, watch this. If I went down the line and looked at just all my favorite YouTubers, I would include RPM in there because I love RPM. But I bet you RPM himself would say I was a simp. And so one day it hit me though, Phil. I will even go on record as saying simping in and of itself is not bad at all, right? The problem with simping is that it's when it's within a culture that punishes simping and rewards the bad behavior, right? Because let's face it, Tim, if you were to go back 200 years, then by definition, wasn't even the guy who sent that telegram, wasn't he a simp? By modern definition, he's a simp, right?
Simping ain't
His
easy.
beloved. But here's the thing though, society did not punish him for being a simp in 1954. You see what I'm saying? Phil, think about it. Ty Beard and I had this conversation because he said, he goes, Drex, but hold on. He goes, men sacrificing and doing so many things for women and children and all this stuff, and male competition for women is how we got here as a society, right? Like why we have
well, that's
roads and everything.
we've gone from to coin the phrase honourable simping, like the
Yep.
knight in shining armour lay down his
Correct.
cape over the puddle, to
Yep.
non-honourable simping, which doesn't win
Correct.
anything. No one gains from it. It's just so you lose social face from the whole thing. So
Yep.
that therein lies the difference, I think.
I believe so too, because I started thinking about it like, oh, what's that?
Yeah, Viden the Cold One says you can do a mass culling. It's just considered a war crime. Viden, the only country that's allowed to get away with a war crime is China, and we don't talk about that, okay? Thank you, LeBron. Oh, I'll also go buy LeBron James' jersey.
Of course. Oh, Phil, Darth Lightskin said he wonders how much worse do you think the simps will get? Like, Phil, do you see a simp collapse?
Well, I don't think we're that far off because I think Sims are finally starting to realize there's a difference between, say, red-pilled men, for example, telling Sims, look, it doesn't work. Look, she's not going to touch your pee-pee. You're not even going on dates anymore, anything like that. Nothing's working for you. And you just think, oh, that guy's just being a dick. He just hates me. But even I think that amongst themselves, between like the likes of like the black pill people to incels and just regular blue pill simps, they're all kind of starting to come to the conclusion, you know, this shit isn't working at all. It's been like 6-7 years since I even had a sniff of any attention from a woman because she's too busy chasing the 1%. So the as to whether they'll come to full realization, I don't know. But once you've done it for like 10 years and you've had had sex like 3 times, you have to come to the conclusion this is perhaps not the way to go. I mean, this is how. God, you've read The Game, haven't you, by Neil Strauss?
I remember hearing that. That
Well,
was
there's
in.
the main protagonist. He's basically an acolyte of mystery, and there's this guy. He was basically like a social dropout, and he just said, "Shit, now how do I work out how to actually get women?" And he started just trying every different method, and he started to just note down everything that worked. Now, if Sims go from
Tough.
the worst end of blue pill to thinking, right, now what do I have to do? They're what, 20 years behind like the red pill community, but they'll get there in the end. Now that would be fine if that happens, but I don't know what the catalyst is to get that underway.
Well, Phil, do you know what? This has frustrated me for the longest time is that I was trying to give these guys a cheat code. Like even since I first appeared on Nick's show, I was telling them, look, dude, this is what works. This is how I talk to women. Like I show people my text messages. I'll go, dude, this is really what happens. Phil, the amount of resistance I was met with was shocking to me because I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. You're a vagina worshiping simp who gets no vagina. I'm telling you how to get it, right? I'm telling you this is if you just listen to me, and they would get mad at me. I'm thinking to myself, that doesn't make sense. Like I'm giving you the cheat code.
Perspective. If you could imagine, rather than trying to tell them how to get pussy, imagine you're the comedian and you're telling average Joe on the street how to be funny. It's like,
Yeah.
it's a bit more involved than just that. And they'll look at you, this sort of like, I don't know, 6'4" ripped black guy, and say, well, obviously they're going to like you because men project their love of looks, and like you've kind of got that whole sort of physique and look and everything. So they're going to go, well, I just can't do that. It seems to be deep seated in average Joe's psyche that I can't do that, so I just have to settle. I think.
They don't have to though, Phil. Oh,
Oh yeah, I
Lightskin
know.
asked a question. He asked a question for you. He says, this is great. Speaking of which, do single mothers run rampant in England? And I'm pretty sure it's similar to here in America, right? You guys have like rampant. I've heard you guys have man deserts.
Oh yeah, well, in terms of like single mothers and stuff like that, is by far the norm. You can even go out into rural areas now, and it's pervading even out there.
God damn. Well, who's smashing these shit? I mean, I heard you guys are getting just as fat as America. I think you guys are number 2.
I think so. I mean, shit. I mean, I was what, I don't know, 15 at the time, and me and a few guys were walking down the main sort of shopping sort of area, and a friend of mine, he's like a couple of years older, so he was like really trying to like get into girls' panties all the time, and he was getting a bit frustrated, and he said, "Look, guys, just look around you. Look, see these women who are sort of like 350 pounds, and they've all got like 4 kids around. Who's fucking these women? Who is it?" And like he had to come to the conclusion that there's always somebody who will like just hit that, even if you've got to roll it in the flour to find the wet patch kind of idea. You know, someone's gonna do it.
I mean, Phil, like, don't get me wrong, man. Look, man. Now you know I got my big chick quota I got to hit every year, right? I can't help myself. I can only Phil. I don't know about you, man. I always say I can only smash so many spinners, man. There's only so many you can do before you're like, I need to feel like a little cushion a little bit. And then I gotta go right back to like, like after that, you're like, okay, I got that out of my system. It's like the cheesecake, right? It's like the decadent cheesecake that you need. You go, I need that because cheesecake is all fat and cholesterol, right? Now it tastes good.
I understand what you mean, but is this just a desire to do something out of the ordinary? Because I think I had that a little bit, but I would always just go for a taller than me girl.
Oh, really? You see, I can't find that because I'm like 6'6", 6'7".
Oh yeah, she'd have to be like freakishly tall to be big.
Yeah. So yeah, for me, it's like so. It's these little things, Phil. Like if you lift up a bigger chick, they go wild because they're not used to anyone ever picking them up. I mean, women in general are not. Like, so that's something I didn't know for a long time, Phil. I didn't know that women in general don't get picked up. They just don't.
Not
And
anymore.
that's something that's similar to like we were talking about the whole daddy issues,
Well, even if you
and
consider the old carrying over the threshold thing, that it was always like an expected thing for a married couple
yep.
back in the day.
But now, Phil, these chicks have gotten big, bro.
Oh,
Fuck, they're getting
You
big.
wheelbarrow them over the threshold.
Yeah.
speaking of chicks taller than you, Drexel,
Oh yeah.
because the people watching on YouTube now, do you have a Cynthia update for them?
Oh yeah. So before the falling out with Miss San Diego, apparently Cynthia is in. I think she moved to Arizona now. Had some more surgery. When you have this many surgeries, it's true. Like still, so nothing is still confirmed. No one can confirm. When parents don't say it, to me that means yes, right?
Yeah.
Because
Look, if the answer
let's
is
face it,
uncomfortable, it's probably yes.
it's yes. Like Phil, what it reminds me of? It reminds me of dudes like hiding their sexuality. Like, dude, if you're gay, just say you're gay. Like, whereas if eventually someone's like this, yeah, look, dude, I'm gay, or yeah, I'm straight, or I'm like, when you are trying to like cover up something, or yeah, like I said, it's uncomfortable. It's like, wait a minute. There are lots of women, especially in Southern California, who are always getting Botox and surgeries and facelifts. It's a shit show. And that being said, I will say this though, for all the surgery and stuff, at least they aren't answering questions about if they're a man or a woman. You see what I'm saying? They're like, yeah, I'm a chick. What do you fucking want me to say? I've always been a chick. But when there's question marks around if you are no, dude, you were a dude then. You were a fucking dude.
I mean,
Especially when people are defending you.
I'll openly say people who sometimes aren't. I mean, I seem to be the only guy that I know when I look at a picture of Bill Gates and his wife, and I look at the
Yeah.
wife, I go, that's a dude. That really is. Look at that square chin on that. Look at the Adam.
Yeah. Melinda is very manly looking. And did you see Dr. Dre's wife, soon to be ex-wife, Nicole Young? She has Phil, she might have the strongest jawline of any chick I've seen in years. Do you see her jaw? She has a heroic chin. Oh, it's bad. Yeah. Just look up like Dr. Dre wife, and it'll pop up, and you'll go, "Oh my god!" Like, I mean, it is like that. Like, it's like a cartoon, like big, like wide, defined, and chiseled.
We're talking like a Thanos chin.
It is. Honestly, Tim, you've seen her, right? You've seen Dr. Dre's wife, right? Nicole Young, soon to be ex-wife.
Look, Drex,
Yeah.
there's a lot of people I Google stalk every day. Dr. Dre's not one of them.
Oh, shush. You got to keep up anytime some broad is trying to divorce rape a guy for $2 million a month in alimony.
So I think the only reason I ever looked him up, and it was just him, was when he sold that whole sort of Dre Beats thing through to Apple.
Yep.
And I was like,
Yep.
geez, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, huge. Well, speaking of selling things, so Kanye made some moves, and apparently he's worth 6.6 billion now.
Good for him. At least he's a right thinker.
Yeah, which is funny because when he released his Life of Pablo album, that was not too long ago. That was I believe like 2016, if my memory serves. He was 54 million in debt. So
We're
to go
getting
from 54
rated
million
from
in
Nick's
debt.
channel.
Oh, what's that?
So Nick was doing a live stream painting, and apparently he sent everyone over here. So
That guy. Oh, that Nick Rekieta.
hey, Nick,
Yeah,
if
I'm
you're
actually
in
going to
the
be
chat,
at Nick's tomorrow.
Want to hop in? Let me know.
Yeah, so that
He's a
was
Polish extraction, isn't he?
Is Ricada Polish or is that no? That's got to be German, right?
No, I think he's Polish. I think his
He's
ethnicity
Polish?
is Polish, but I mean,
Oh,
Because
okay.
I just think of the name, I can just imagine being pronounced like a Richietta.
I'm a
I
Riqueta.
can see it. I can see it, man.
Riqueta,
Yeah,
let's go bowling.
let's go. Well, it's funny going over there because it's like there's all these damn kids, and of course, that's my daughter's highlight because I went and got her that phone, and Phil, you actually see the manipulation and deception of girls early on because they never grow up; they just grow older. And my
Yeah.
daughter was fully aware that I lost a big chunk of money on her iPhone, right? And so my brother had a babysitter, and I get back from work, and so she's watching, so she's like on the TV, but also on the phone, and she's telling me how much she likes the phone. She's like, "Oh, Dad, thanks again so much. I know the phone's expensive. Oh man, you smell so nice, Phil." When a man gets done working, he never smells nice, right? So I know you're just saying that just to lessen the blow of all the money I just lost on your damn phone. That's just the way they are. Like,
If only younger guys could actually twig that one, because they'll be given those lines and go, "Really? I smell good? Shit.
you,
Got out of work." And they
I
actually,
got well, man. Yeah, she loves my man smell. No, she doesn't. She just wants you to bring her more stuff, more more iPhone 12s for yeah. In crazy shit though, Phil. I got a text on Tuesday, so apparently my daughter had her first period, and that's fucking lame because she's 10, and I'm like, what hormones are in the food, man? 10? Like, Phil, when you were growing up, what age did girls get periods? I remember it's supposed to be like 13, 14 was kind of like somewhere between 12 and 14 was the norm.
No. 11, 12 usually. I have younger sisters, and let me tell you, that is, as the older brother,
No.
that day
Now I'm
is
talking about
the
back in the day.
dreaded day. Drex, I'm not that old.
No. So back in the day, so
Well, I am.
Phil, so Phil, it was 12 to 14 back in the day, right? Like in your day, somewhere between 12 and 14 was when they
I
got a
would
period.
have to guess, to be honest, because growing up in a Catholic school, it wasn't something that would be like
Oh,
openly spoken about. But looking at the sort of like medical texts and stuff like that, I mean, they do start a lot earlier than we do.
Yeah. And you're right, Drex, it is getting younger. Maybe it's the chemicals they put in the water.
hey, all right, Alex Jones. All right, calm down.
I was glad there was a pause there. Let me hit a couple super chats really quick. Capri Sun, Beirut Blast. Thank you very much for the super chat. My all-time favorite podcast. Thanks for the show. Question for me. Where can I find sneakers that look like big schlongs? Feeling bold this week. I don't know why you think I would know
Is that a thing? I didn't know that was a thing. Is that a thing, Phil?
I don't know why. Okay, Capri Sun, I don't know why you think I would know this.
Are they actually sneakers, or is that a sneaky slong?
Look, go to a sex toy store and just browse. Tell them you want as big and black as possible, and they'll help you out. So get to a size 16
Mandingo
or something.
sneakers.
I don't
Yeah, they only come in size 18.
A sex toy store never ask for as big and black as you can get, because you won't be able to carry it home.
Okay, so Phil, I guess the question for you is, how big and black does your store get?
Well, it gets enormously black when I turn the lights out, but that's about it. To be honest, but I do have a number of black Futanari attachments, or shemale attachments, as I tend to call them. Surprisingly popular in America. I don't know why.
It's the porn, man. Phil, the amount of like interracial porn and cuck porn, it's gotten completely out of control, man. Like,
Well, it is definitely influencing things. There's a
oh, definitely.
I'll not give any names, but like in TFM server, there's a lot of crazy shit that gets talked about, and somehow it came up in general conversation in the server. It's like, well, what happens if you kind of get to a point where, like, maybe everything's so red-pilled, you just don't have the opportunity anymore between male-female interaction? And there was one of the younger guys just kind of piped up. He's in his early 20s. Well, there's always your siblings. And it's like, that's when we knew straight away, you have been watching way too much porn.
Whoa, bro.
But he's into his hentai as well, so they're all about that shit. So. But yeah, we're old enough to like think, that might have been crossing the line there just by like a mile or two. Whereas to him, he's just like, well, it's that's just average hentai, nothing unusual.
Yeah. Well, when I talked about that earlier, where it always like the Pornhub in particular, anyone who's looked at Pornhub knows there's two things that they keep trying to push in your suggestions. It's tranny porn and incest porn. Like you could be sitting there going like this, like, oh yeah, there's a video of, I don't know, some chick giving a blowjob, and the next thing you know, it's like also suggests like hot TS blowing BBC. Like like I wasn't looking for this, and then like right next to it, it's like some cuck shit. It's always cuck shit, right? And then it's some incest all the time though.
I remember
mother or father
incest thing when it kind of like first started to surface on the likes of Pornhub and all the other porn search engines. And because, as you say, gets suggested, I was like, really, are you fucking kidding me? And I clicked on them back in the day when it first started, and it was hilariously funny because they wouldn't like go, oh, this is stepbrother and stepsister. This is brother and sister, and like brother looks like you, right? And sister looks as though she's just come out of Korea and she's even got a Korean accent kind of thing. And it was just hilarious. So I would be clicking on this. And then it got kind of more and more mainstream, but they had to change it over to stepbrother, stepsister. Because I think somebody changed the law or something. And since then, it's gone really dull.
Yeah. But Phil, it's all what it is that it gets the thought brewing. Like, I remember when I was in when I was at a Christian college, and we had to go to chapel 4 days a week, and fuck that place, by the way, with all the hypocrisy. But one thing I did agree with, and this is before I knew anything about the Bible, was that everything begins with a thought, right? It's the thought first, like, because once that thought starts to fester in your mind, it starts to consume you, right? So I started thinking about, like, in I don't know if you ever endured this or encountered this in the lifestyle, Phil. I always said that I learned the true nature of the sexual marketplace in the swinger lifestyle, right? So in the real world, you learn the relationship marketplace where white men are the top. And in the swing, like, so I'll give you an example, Phil. I'm sure you've seen or heard about this. You'll have a couple in the lifestyle, and they will say things like, we're only looking for a unicorn, which means a bisexual female, or other hot couples like us, right? And they'll say that the only exception that's ever made with couples is a big black guy. Every time. If a big black guy shows up, they can sit there and go like this, oh, we're only looking for women. The moment Mandingo shows up, the chick goes, oh, hold on. We'll make him, and that's when you start getting DMs on the side. I talked to Darth Lightskin about this. I said, look, dude, a lot of times, Phil, you know, because you know what that scene is about. These people are basically like living like separate lives, or like they try to put on a facade that they're like this happy couple. But the chick is kind of like, I'm just doing this for this reason or that reason, or to keep his resources. He's trying to think he's gonna get side action. He doesn't. He goes to a party, only she gets. Phil, there was a video that someone sent to me, and I wanted you to touch on this. What do you think about when these guys are stupid enough to actually say yes to an open relationship? What is your take on that? Because what their expectation is versus the reality of what happens.
Well, the reality of the situation is that whatever relationship you think you had is over. It's already been over for a bit. She's just like pulling the plug on the whole thing, really. I mean, and if you go along with it, you are Mr. Cuck. Because I've been in that situation kind of once before, and I was just like, okay. I mean, as a guy, I think I was a hotter guy than she was a girl. So I said, right, I've got like about 9 names on my phone, which I can go out right now and bring them back home. And then as soon as when I brought that realization home to her, she was like, right, fuck this. No, we're not doing that. Because she just thought she was just going to be like out on the cock carousel, just one after another, after another, which is what happens usually, because most guys won't be able to outbluff the woman on that one, usually. And that's the general reality of what will happen. If he puts up with it, he's a cuck. His marriage is over anyway, or relationship, whatever it happens to be. So you should kill that immediately. As like average guy in the street in a relationship. She wants an open relationship, get out, just eject.
Yep. Yeah, your relationship is officially over. And that's the thing. So Phil, one of the things I always thought about though is that um it does happen the other way around, and it's equally true. If this is for the ladies out there, if a guy poses an open relationship, it's usually you're not doing it for him. So guy, I gotta admit though, Phil, dudes do some of the same shit that these females do too. Like guy, like you people can call it hypergamy or whatever, but it's like dudes do look for some action. They'll sit there and everything's cool, and then at some point be like, yeah, we should open things up. We should try this. He's really looking for a replacement.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is for guys, though, I mean, even if, let's say, he's a 7.5 and she's a solid 6, I mean, if she literally sucks the vitality out of him every day, he's not really going to be looking elsewhere.
Nope.
There's not too many Hugh Grants of the world who've actually got like hot woman at home, assuming she's fucking him, who will look elsewhere for like that welder's bench of a prostitute that he went with.
Oh God, Phil, what the fuck happened, man? Okay, I'm curious. What did you guys back home say when that news story broke? Like, I didn't know what that thing was. That he cheated on Elizabeth Hurley with that thing, and I'm like,
that is essentially what everyone thought. Now, perhaps because I had like a good dose of the red pill inside me anyway, I was like, "What the?" So, hold on.
Yep,
he's not getting any. That's the reason why you would do that. It's the only reason. I mean, Liz Hurley, at the time was like a fairly good looking woman. I think she's always been a bit overstated, but like, that's just me. But like, if you've got a solid 9 out of 10 at home and she's doing it for you, it's like, and you're going out with prostitutes, it's something really amiss there inside your head, because guys just don't.
They don't.
I mean, hell, you will sit there at home with a 4 out of 10 if she makes sure there's like not even a drop of semen inside you when you leave the house.
Yeah.
Like
our standards are low.
Yeah,
Phil, male standards are by nature they're low, because Phil, think about it. What could you ever imagine if men had high standards though, Phil? Honestly, like really think about what, like we would have gone extinct. I don't know, what, at least 4,000 years ago we would have gone extinct.
I'd have thought so.
If think about it, like imagine back in the day, a guy's like, oh no, you have to be, and then he had all these things like you have to be a size 0 to 2. Well, fuck. How many women fit that description, right? But
Exactly.
women are always, oh, he's got to be 6 foot tall. He's got to be 6 foot tall. So it's like,
whenever I get that one about height, because I'm just pipped at the post for 6 feet.
Mhm.
It's, so you're not 6 foot. Oh, well, probably just as well because your tits aren't big enough. How
Right?
dare you?
How
well,
dare
you're doing
you?
exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that was Bumble, right? No men under 6 feet.
Oh.
That's fine. But if you say lose 20 pounds, well, you're getting kicked off the platform.
Yep.
Couple super chats. Frederick Little. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hey guys, hope you had a great St. Patrick's Day. I don't know about you, but I always celebrate my Irish holidays with scotch. I don't know if that's offensive in any way. I don't care.
Well, you're not appropriating the Irish people, are you?
Yeah, exactly. I'm considerate about other people's cultures. Anyways. Chihiro Kikuchi, hope I said that correctly, said, can't wait until Drex's girl has her first boyfriend. Quote, so Nick, hear me out. So I shot him.
Oh, shit.
Also, Epic Yoshi, thank you very much for the super chat. Caught you boys live, Drexel. I adore listening to your manly conversation. Those are rare to some. It is important to talk to men like a man. It's important to talk to myself there.
Well, I'm not trying to shill it or anything like that, but anyone who's caught me online sooner or later will have come across me shilling the whole idea of Freemasonry, because it's the last male space left. We don't let women in. It's part of the ceremony as we bring somebody into the brotherhood. It's basically a double check to make sure no women can get in. And so you can actually just speak like men to men in a manly way. It's a great space, actually.
Oh, I did say it correctly. Look at that. that Japanese? Anyways. Oh, by the way, Penance looks like she's like slumping over slowly throughout the stream. She also looks cross-eyed. I don't know if that's just the angle that she's at.
She's just tired. She's a little
Could
tired.
be.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Phil, have you ever gotten a request for a cross-eyed doll?
Oh, it's everyone does it. I
What?
mean, all you've got to do.
Oh, we're getting a live demonstration. You guys
Uh-oh.
are so lucky.
Oh, look at this. Oh,
Oh,
hold up.
God.
Oh,
Could you
shit.
imagine banging that Trex?
Phil, you're horrible. See, this is why I love this guy. Phil,
All right, well, Phil
all
just won the internet right
All
there.
she needs to say now is Wonder Woman.
I'm sure TFM can program it in.
Oh God, that's great. You know what, Phil? You know what's so funny though is I was telling a guy once. I said it's about the sounds. Like when we do like live chat Wednesdays and stuff, and we talk about all manner of degenerate shit. You know, do you know what, Phil? Sexually, sound effects don't get enough respect in the manosphere, right? Guys always talk about how women look and this. Look, you just said it yourself. Hugh Grant cheated because Elizabeth Hurley was not doing her job, right? She didn't keep the dick wet.
Exactly.
But Phil, the sound effects when you hear that,
Fuck that face.
those
Yes.
sound effects, Phil, for a dude are more pleasurable than the actual sensation itself, right? Like,
Yeah, like
we,
when a woman hears that, she hears it like a bulldog choking on something that's too large to go down the throat, whereas the
Yep.
guy's thinking, yeah.
yes.
Speaking of sound effects, Drex, what does it sound like to bang a deaf woman?
You better stop, man. So Phil, like, here's the thing. One of the worst things about being born a dude is that you can't check off your checklist the way women can, right? Like if a woman has a bucket list, she can just write it down and she can realistically, Phil, I would argue anyone could get a bucket list checked off within a week if she wanted. Like watch this. She could go to spring break, whatever is on her bucket list, she could get checked off, right?
Well, yeah, but because she's going to manage her own expectations sexually, like she's in control of sex. So sexually, she can probably do that. But
Yep.
as soon as you put on her bucket list, get a STEM degree, it's like, oh shit, that's going to take me a long,
Oh
long
yeah,
time.
yeah. I'm talking about strictly sexually because like whereas a guy's bucket list, sexually, there's significantly more work involved and trial and error. Because like a prime example,
Well, the thing is, though, I mean, do too many of these guys think it's cheating? It's like if you've got a bucket list and you're not likely, realistically, going to get everything ticked off, just pay for it, and
yeah.
then you're going to be so much more relaxed. I mean, and
Well,
it takes
but
all the
certain things
mystique
are
out
just
of it.
tough. Well, here's the thing though. Certain things are tough, right? Like because if you look at, we were talking about the things that guys look up on Pornhub. One of the reasons why porn is so popular with men, obviously we don't control sex, women do, is that a lot of it is based on the what if factor. Like if someone goes, what would be the craziest scenario? Like that's why there's always like the whole you go to your buddy's house to drop something off and his hot mom is there all alone and goes, "Oh, you just missed Phil. He just left. He's gonna be gone tonight. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Robinson." And then something happens, right? Like these are all fantasies that play out in a dude's head, right? And like mother-daughter combo, twins, like if a woman wanted any of these things, Phil, it's a lot easier to find. I mean, a woman just has to go find two attractive twin brothers and be like, "Yeah, well," and they're gonna be like, sure." See, it's gonna be
I don't know, if I had a
significantly
twin brother
easier.
sharing a woman with him would be weird.
No, it'd be easy because twins don't think the same as regular brothers. Like if you like Phil, if you have if you had a twin brother, that means you guys probably spent more time naked than you should have, right? You were in pictures more because your mom made you take pictures together. Like twins, they are different. I've been around twins, and like yes, even when they hate each other, there's a certain like weird like they just kind of know. Like so yeah,
Think of
it
how
wouldn't be
useful
weird.
that could be. All right, so you're married, right? Or you're in a serious relationship and you don't want to go to IKEA on Sunday. So you just speak to your twin brother. Say, can you take the wife? She's never going to know.
She's not gonna know, man.
Just don't speak. I mean, I don't speak when I'm in IKEA, so who's going to know?
Well, you know what's crazy is parents seem to be horrible. Parents seem to be horrible about names because we had twins that were our neighbors, right? So my neighbors and two of my best friends were twins, and they were fraternal twins, not even identical. My parents could not give it. They just I don't. It's also a black parent thing. Black parents are notorious for having they have their own kids have the hardest fucking names to pronounce, but yet they can't remember anyone's name. Walmartavius. What the what? Yeah,
So
Shaniqua.
when was the changeover? From all the African people I've known, they've all gone for sort of like biblical or Christian type names.
Well, so black
Everything's kind of
Americans.
religiously based.
Well, black Americans, okay. So with black Americans in particular, one of the things that happened with the name thing was because of slavery, the last name was taken. So you have so when you see a black guy whose last name is Smith, obviously that was just the white slave master's name, right? So the only power that they had left in their name and their identity would have been the first name. So that's why you start getting these elaborate first names. These first names. You're like, wait, how the fuck is your name? Fried Chickenisha. Well, they had to come up with something to make them unique. So, and the other part of that is that as you started seeing more and more single motherhood, especially in the black community, single moms are who, like, the whole term ghetto, ghetto names and all that stuff, that comes primarily from single moms. Like, no father names his son Walmartavius, but a single mom will. You see what I'm saying? Shaniqua. Well, single moms name their kids Shaniqua.
They all
Laquita.
sound like something that should be out of like the Avengers or something like that.
Yeah, dude, it's all
gonna
kinds of fucked up.
get there. You watch.
Well, yeah. Here's the problem though. When you wind up going for like a job interview and shit like that, that's when that shit starts to hurt you because like that shit looks cute when you are a child. Like, and you also see this with celebrity names. Remember that, Phil? There was like that time where celebrities always had to give their kids some bizarro name. Remember that shit? It was always something weird. And it's like, yeah, that looks cool until the kid is a certain age and it's not cool anymore, right? Like when you're in school, Gwyneth Paltrow, I believe her son's name was like Pilot Inspector. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Are you serious? Like,
well, at least he didn't.
Not cool.
At least you didn't name him Smell of Vagina or something like that. Because
a woman just named her son Vagina.
Yeah,
did you hear about that?
Oh dear
was that
God.
in England?
Yeah. To fight the patriarchy, she named her son Vagina, and I'm like, you ruined him.
I did have that thought. If I was ever on TV, sometime, or say online on a quiz show, I would introduce myself as Patrick Rieki, but you can call me Pat Rieki.
Yeah.
Get it?
Okay.
See if anyone would notice.
We hit 100 likes, so
nice.
I want to take a shot in celebration. Unlike Nick though. Oh, Phil died. Nick signed himself out after that, or Bill signed himself out after that horrible joke. But yeah, I do want to take a quick shot because although unlike Nick, my limit is 2,000 likes. I will stop drinking after 2,000 likes. One for every 100. But we'll start here in honor of Nick. God damn it, my thing is still mirrored. Well, anyways. It's Lagavulin 16 in honor of Nick Rekieta, the man that Drex and I owe our start to, right?
I know. Yeah. Well, I mean, I got nothing left other than an empty water bottle now because my apple juice in the red cup is gone.
Don't you have any grape drink?
No, man. Look, so when I got back from that plane ride, dude, I just felt drained. I was like you get a burst of energy because you're back home and you've escaped the drama. You're like, oh God. Yeah, I'm gonna end up I'll end up talking about it probably. I'll do like a little Q&A live chat probably tomorrow before I go get my daughter. And I might do like a little episode too, just to let guys know what happened, man. Phil, it was a total shit show, bro. Like, well, so Phil, you know those times in life where you just kind of sit there and like stare blankly, like, what the fuck? And you kind of shrug your shoulders, like, well, charge it to the game. Let me just. I was happy. I was elated to get to that airport this morning. I was like, yes, please get me out of San Diego, please.
I used to see a lot of stuff like that back when I used to like work in London for like large IT companies and stuff. But since working for myself, it's been like a steady stream of normality these days. UK customs notwithstanding.
Well, but Phil, I
Get
think every
Walker.
guy just wants that quiet though. You know what I mean? Like when you come home, don't you just love like quiet? Like you don't want it's I think it's one of the things that you said that you got tired of the dating thing, which is you got tired of just games. I mean, there's always some kind of a game being played or some kind of nonsense. It's like you just want to be
Well,
able to come home and just chill.
they speak with forked tongue. Like if she wants to do something, she wants, hey, can we just go and do this? She's got to like try and coerce you into doing it yourself. And after a while, it's like, look, will you just tell me what you want to do? And I'll either say yes or no.
Yep.
And then that takes all the fun out of it for her, and then it starts deteriorating. So again, you know what? I'm too old for this shit. I'm out.
Yeah, it was some dude. Well, here's what's funny is that when when I woke up that would have been yesterday morning, right? So yeah, that would have been Wednesday. When I woke up Wednesday morning and she wasn't there, I was like, oh, because I'm staying in her place. I'm like, oh, she must have stepped out or something, right? And then some time goes by, you're like, oh, yeah, maybe she had to step away or help her mom because her mom is elderly. She had to get some work done, something, whatever, right? Like, okay, you're sitting on your phone, you're kind of like, it's kind of been a while. Now, Phil, most people would be like, well, they would text, right? Like, hey, are you okay? Blah, blah. There's a certain point where you stop and you realize, like, oh, you know what? I wonder if she's pissed at me for something. Because if you've been around women long enough, Phil, you know how this works. Women, like you said, women don't tell you they're mad. They try to do passive aggressive, indirect communication. Phil, you know how this works, right? You start to process the whole night, right? You process, you go, hold on, let me see where something, like, because you got to think like a woman. Like, where would something have gone? I was like, oh, I know what it was. And you start thinking, Phil, it's all over jealousy and insecurity, right? She introduced me to her friend, and she even said, "Oh my God, you're gonna love her. I think you guys are gonna get along great." And we did. But Phil, you know how women think because women don't use logic and reason. They're incapable. When a woman says, "You're gonna love my friend and you guys are gonna get along great," and you do, now what happens? What happens next?
The big green-eyed monster starts to come out.
Yep. Because now attention has been diverted away from her, right? The friend is getting more attention. You're mine, the possessiveness, right? You're supposed to be here for me. Why are you talking to her? You invited this person. What? I was just sit there and feel. And once you start to like think about it, you're like, so look, San Diego is so fucked up, Phil, that I was getting ready to leave. Like, because we dropped her friend off at her hotel. And I was like, okay, yeah, nice meeting you. Take care. And she goes, oh no, wait. You should walk her to the front door. This place is a little sketch because San Diego's got a bunch of homeless weirdos and shit now, right? The front door, I shit you not, Phil, from where we were parked in the car, yeah, maybe 50 to 80 feet away. It wasn't very far at all, right? I mean, you just, like I said, you walk a few steps. I got long strides. I'm there, right? And Phil, when you walk someone to a door, you're still talking to them, right? And you're just talking shit, right? You're just shooting the shit. And then I hear a horn beep, and I'm like, oh. So we go back to talking. A minute later, 2 minutes, the horn beeps again. I'm like, but a car had pulled forward. I'm like, was that car? And then she's like, oh no, I think it's Miss San Diego beat me. And I'm like, oh, is it? So when I get in the car, Phil, do you know what she says? Oh, I was beeping the horn because I really got to use the bathroom. I was like, oh, okay, well, let's get back. Phil, we get back to her place. Do you think she used the bathroom when we got there?
Not at all.
Not at all. Now here's what's funny. I forgot how bad she needed to use the bathroom, of course, because when I feel you know what it's like to be a guy. When a guy says he needs to use the bathroom, the moment you hit that door, what does he do?
Straight there.
Straight to there's no fucking. Barely even takes off his shoes. He's straight to the bathroom, right? I thought about it. I'm like, wait, because I ended up taking a shower, and I was like, wait, and all of a sudden it hit me. I was like, oh shit, she needed to use the bathroom. Next thing I know, she's in there taking a shower, putting oil on, whatever the hell women do. I'm like, wait a minute. And then so like I said, this is all in hindsight. I'm like, oh, I see what happened. See, you were just mad that your friend was getting attention. So you were honking the horn to basically break that up. And like, these are bitches for you. If you guys want to know why guys like me, like don't get me wrong, I don't date, period. This is why just don't even play the game, honestly. Because it's always something like that, Phil. You've been there, I've been there. it's always something like that, where you invited somebody, and Tim, do you remember that day of Thoughtmas where I talked about that with the friend? We played the voicemail
Yeah.
where Phil, she is the head, she was the admin of an interracial hookup page, right? Black guys, white women. She she talked to a chick from that group and was like, "Oh my god, you should meet my friend. You should meet my friend Drex. You would love him." Same situation, right? But Phil, once you are cool with that person, then now they're mad at you. How can you be mad? You were the one that brought the person over there, right? Like if I say, "Hey Phil,
Yeah,
you're gonna
but
love this person."
you're using logic and reason here, and you're expecting this from
Yeah.
them. In
It's
similar
only feelings.
situations, I nip that one in the bud as soon as it happens. So, right, if
Yep.
you're going to be like that, and I'll just focus my attention on the other person
Yep.
to the point where it's not working, whatever that she's doing. I say, well, why are you being like that? So, if you're going to behave like that, this is going to happen every
Yep.
fucking time. That's the only way you can stop that. But
Yeah.
I might be harking back to a time when shit like that worked. I wouldn't know if that works these days.
It still does. It still does, because what ends up happening is, how competitive women are, right? For male attention, and they will fight over dudes, or fight over, like, "Oh well, he's coming to see me." You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how women are. They're designed that way. So yeah,
Yeah,
you just, like I said, I just let it roll off my back. I hopped on that plane today, and I said, "Oh, thank God I'm gone." Fuck.
All right.
And it's something else, man. It's something else. I look at your situation in the UK, and you guys got lockdowns, and you won't believe this, Phil. There was an article on CNN about Governor DeSantis out in Florida, right? Who had no lockdowns, no nothing, right? Of all people, CNN, right? Leftist CNN is the article was about like 90% positive, because Florida's economy is booming, right? Booming, because they didn't lock down. They were, look, no masks, no lockdowns, no nothing, right? So the irony, of course, is that there were a lot of people who bashed Trump for his handling of coronavirus. This is so serious. A lot of people who are in places like yours, Phil, these places that are full leftists, and they care so much. So now they've collapsed the economy, and they're kind of like, they're looking at Florida like, damn, man, I kind of want to be free. You know what I'm saying? Like, now they miss it, right? They miss freedom. And
Well, it's a bit like
is,
with the Biden sort of
yep.
regret now, isn't it? Where they say,
Oh,
"Oh, I
I've
didn't
seen
vote
it.
for this," and I'm like, "I think you did vote for
You
this."
did. This is what you voted for.
God damn it, Susan.
Do you hear, Phil? There's a Facebook group called like Biden voters posting their L's. Did you hear about that?
I think is that being on the rounds on Twitter?
Yeah. I think it's on Twitter. Yeah, it's Facebook or Twitter. Phil, it's great, man, because like I said, I've seen it in my own life. I've had people who have actually openly told me, like they have regret, and I'm like, but this is what you wanted, right? Like, do you know who felt it first? It was women, because when Biden, the first day in office, what did he do? Appointed some trans, whatever, George Washington looking creature that was, as like the health secretary or something. So he signed those executive orders, right, that men can compete in women's sports. So these were so who voted for Biden overwhelmingly? Women, especially white women.
Yeah.
Yep,
So
that's
so
what
all the
cost,
women were sitting there going, "Oh, he
cost in
abandoned
Pennsylvania.
us." Oh, what's that?
That's what cost in Pennsylvania. Was the white women voting? It almost cost them Ohio too.
Yep.
Um,
So, but these are the same people who were all, "Oh, Biden, Trump is bad, Orange Man bad," and then once they get what they, and they're like, "Wait a minute, this sucks." What did you think? What did you
It
think was going to
doesn't
happen?
surprise me. I mean, I can certainly speak for the UK, where I'll see like similarly to the US, we'll have like a lot of women who will vote left because left is good, right is bad, and that's just been the general consensus for a while, unless you actually understand what you're voting for. And women will do anything, say anything, even if they don't believe it or they don't agree with it, as long as it makes them look good. And if left, good,
Yep,
right, bad, that's
correct.
pushing them towards that eventuality. And then when they get what they voted for, they're all surprised. It's like, but I was told left is good. Did you not actually understand what the fuck you were voting for? This
Woke
is
is
why you
good.
shouldn't vote.
woke is good. Now woke is good. Now bake my cake, you bigot. That pretty
Well,
much sums it up.
one of the things I find funny is that women have to have the moral high ground in every situation.
All
They,
the
like you said, they
time.
have to look like the good guy. That's why. You Phil, I got a question for you. When did you realize that women are the good guy in every single story? How long did it take for you to realize, you kind of sat there, you're like, wait a minute, how come in every story
As
someone
a
did her
general
wrong?
rule, I mean, there's a few fairy tales where you've got the evil queen, but by and large, yeah.
I'm talking about like in the real world. Like, you can talk to any female and every relationship that failed
Oh God,
was
yeah.
never her fault.
Well, that's that.
What age did you like? Because when you remember at first when a woman says like her ex boyfriend was abusive or he was controlling, at first you took her at face value, right? You're like, oh my god, yeah, that sounds terrible.
This would have even come forward to me even at like primary school. It's like when a boy does something wrong, he gets caught, punished by the teacher. It's just like, right, okay. But when a girl does exactly the same thing, oh, he made me do it, or because
Yep,
he did this, I had to
I was
do it. It's not
pressured
my
into it.
fault.
yep,
Or any of those excuses. But it's
yep.
never their responsibility, their own actions.
Never,
Yet they want the
never.
vote. This is the one thing I always bring up. I'll even get like, aging women, so like, 60 years old, bitching on about like, oh, somebody should do this for me. I don't have enough money for this. Or just as an example, it could be anything.
Yep.
And say, well, did you vote at the last election? Yes. And she'll tell me who she voted for and go into great detail. So, well, if you voted, you're a strong, independent woman. So shut the fuck up and get back to work and sort it out.
Yep.
You can't be like that. So, well,
Yeah.
that's how I would treat a guy. And you're one of the guys, right?
But I'm not a guy. I'm a
Oh,
little princess.
so now there's a biological difference between men and women, right? As opposed to that fucking lunacy that you voted for at the last election.
Yep.
What do you want? But again, I've said many times, there's no consistency with women. So.
None. Dude, like, well, here's the thing. Like, so Phil, one of the reasons why I became who I became is by it's a reaction. I tried to explain this to one guy once. I said, look, what ends up happening is that you react to your environment around you. You can either be a product of it, or you can grow from it and react to it. So when I started seeing how women were, and I was like, wait a minute. It was kind of like what you said about, in regards to the book, right? Where you start figuring out what works and what doesn't work. And I was never the guy who was like going to sit there and simp and bring girls flowers and chocolates. That was never my thing. But what I started realizing was, I told the guys this in the Discord. I said, women view their entire life due to their narcissism and solipsism as a movie. In their eye, in every woman's mind, that's why I feel they all believe that they're going to get married eventually, right? Like you can talk to a woman who's 55 years old. She will not say it's over for me, right? What would she say, Phil? I know he's out there somewhere. What? What?
Yeah,
Like
someone will come along.
someone's going to come on I kid you not, Phil, at 55 years old, they will say that with a straight face. And you like look at him like, oh, well, you're not joking.
And then I'll settle down and have a family. So
Yeah.
with no eggs? Really?
No eggs. It's in Phil, female logic. They're going to point to at least one woman in the history of mankind who it happened with, right? They'll be like,
Yeah.
it's usually a celebrity.
Or
Sharon
they'll
Stone
use
did.
that sort of fertility treatment or something like that. Unbeknownst to them, that it costs like hundreds of thousands and stuff, and the success rate is in the shitter. But, that's her solution.
You know what, Phil? I think that's going to be one of the best things ever. Is I got a question. What do you think is going to happen? Because they're going to try to push for the workplace to pay for that, right? In the coming years, these career women are going to ask. They're going to like, or not. They're going to demand that their job pay for their fertility drugs. Where do you see that going in terms of like the fertility clinics and all that stuff?
I mean, I dare say it could be done. I mean, it'll be massive resistance because the companies over here are paying more and more to just even have employees now. It's costing them more and more. So if they get lumbered with that as well, it becomes a government mandate. They'll just have to find a way around to doing it. Maybe it's a tax break or something. But what they won't do is promise that it will work.
Mm-hmm.
Because then they're entering into a contract on fertility, and they'll know already that. I mean, look at the freezing of the eggs thing. Was it Apple that did that, or was it Google? One of the big ones, and there was almost zero success rate.
Yep.
Oh,
Well,
So
you know what I think is going to be funny
Thompson
though is that
in the chat
was
says I
that
put the stream in my work, and I forgot to put headphones in when Drake was making some strange sound effects. So now everyone thinks I'm a pervert.
but the question is, are they wrong?
yeah.
We'll look at your Pornhub search history there for the stepdaddy, and we'll know for sure. Couple super
Well,
chats.
if you ask the open question to everyone, if everyone could just like look up online what your porn browsing history was, would anyone's attitude towards you or opinion of you change? Do you think? I think it would initially, but when they realize that everyone's a bit fucked up when it comes to porn, and I don't necessarily mean degenerate stuff. There'll be people who you'll know in your life that you think, oh, they would never look at porn. And just about everyone's looking at porn these days, even old age pensioners.
We have to set an age limit to that, though. Because, I mean, the three of us know, we're all men. We all know we were looking this stuff up at an age much earlier than all of our parents would think is acceptable.
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, there's a friend of mine when I was quite young, just starting university. And he just, I just needed to nip into this store, and it was a news agency. And he picked up what he was buying, but then he started looking at the porno magazines. And I thought, well, that's three guys. What difference does it make? And my other friend nudged me and said, can you see what he's reading? I was like, oh, fucking hell. It was like with the old grannies and stuff like this. This is a 19-year-old guy. He's looking at porno stuff of like old age pensioners. I'm like, Jesus, I know everyone's different, but.
Oh, good. Yeah, let
Well,
me
you know,
just get these super chats really quick. Chihiro.
hopefully you put headphones on.
Thanks for the super chat. In regards to twins you were talking about earlier, she said, says, I don't know, Drex, I have a twin brother, and hell no.
I can see that.
Broken Bishop says, name some good albums. Testuo and Youth was gold.
Yeah, man. That's actually my top albums of all time.
Did I say that right?
Yeah, Tetsuo. Yeah, 'cause I think it's supposed to be pronounced the same way as our man from the Akira manga and movie, Tetsuo.
That's what I was going to ask, actually.
Yep.
That's the only Tetsuo I know.
Yeah, that's the only Tetsuo you've ever heard of in your life, right, Phil?
Yeah.
I mean, I've never. When I saw that, when I saw Akira as I believe I was a teenager, maybe, and he's like Tetsuo, and I just remember I never forgot that name. And so when Lupe Fiasco released that album, I remember and I saw that and I was like, oh man. So the album is actually made in the spirit of a manga. It can be listened to either forwards or backwards, and it goes through each of the four seasons. And the intensity of the music within the seasons matches the whatchamacallit season.
Okay.
Yeah, try that album out, Phil, if you ever want to listen to something that's a little different. Lupe Fiasco's Tetsuo and Youth.
What are some other albums that are kind of like your top two or top three?
Oh, they would most all my other albums come from the 90s. So, when I think of Nas, when I think of Nirvana's Unplugged in New York, that is actually, Phil, if I would say like something that live I can listen to, that is a live recording, I would say Nirvana's Unplugged in New York was probably my favorite live recording. Adele was great too. Adele was great.
For me, it was Bullet in a Bible, Green Day's show up north of Phil there. I forget where they were exactly, but I knew they were in the UK somewhere. They have like a giant outdoor kind of amphitheater.
There's Tim, have him like send an email or something. I'll have to like write down like because he can also like put what albums he likes, because sometimes if I suggest something to whether it be to Phil or whoever, you kind of like to know what someone's like base is. Like if someone says, "Hey Phil, what is your normal stuff? Yeah, where are you coming from?" And that gives me an idea of what I could suggest. Because I mean, if Phil tells me he likes Batman Begins, I can go, "Oh yeah, I think he would really like Daredevil Netflix series." Whereas if he told me he liked let's say I don't know what's the Marie Antoinette, I'd be like, okay, well let me lean you toward this genre over here. You know what I'm saying? So
And then finally we have Gelthwalker. Fine, here's your fees. Now wrench up or I'll tell Nick that you touched my fees. Lamau. Glad to finally catch you, Drexel. Hurry up and grift us.
Yeah, I know,
I don't
right?
know. I'm looking at that super chat, Gelth, and that I don't know if that was enough to grease the wheels, man. Is that really all you? This is what Nick must have felt like on his thought stream. It's like you're not good enough for me because you're poor. You can't even give me a real amount of money. You're too poor.
Oh, Phil, did you see that?
Thought?
Did you ever see that shit? We talking about Invader V? That bullshit.
Although I seem to think that was an act. The girl who's like, if you can't give me 100 bits, you're too poor. You don't deserve me.
I don't think so,
get
man.
Him out of here.
Look, Phil. Here's the thing. Have you noticed something, Phil? We've reached a point now where you don't know reality from illusion anymore, right?
Yeah.
Have you gotten that feeling, Phil? It's someone like deep fakes and shit. Right? Like everything now is at that point. It's like this breaking point. You kind of start to like, if you see a girl or a guy post a video, right? And whatever the video, it could be them just screaming about something. It doesn't matter what it is. And then now there was a time, Phil, when you saw something like, oh man, that person looked really pissed. I'm sure that was real. Now you're like, I mean, I don't know. Are they doing it for attention? People were licking toilets for TikTok challenges, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't really know anymore.
I was even just thinking in real life. I mean, I would hate to think, I know we're in lockdown now, but let's say we're still at work in the UK, like having to brave like the commute into London and then like millions of people that mill around London, just how like absurd things have been getting and stuff. And that's in real life, let alone with the likes of TikTok and stuff, where, as you said, people will do stupid things, actually endanger their lives just to get a few likes, which mean nothing. There's no real benefit to that.
It's nothing. Do you remember hearing about Instagram? If I recall, this was I want to say last year, maybe it's like 2019 or something. They were talking about taking the likes away, so everything else on the platform worked all the same. But due to women being fragile mental creatures, right? They took away the likes. Can you take a guess what happened, Phil?
That nobody used Instagram.
No, the women had a complete meltdown.
Oh, well, yeah.
Complete meltdown. Like, not our likes. We need likes. We need
by the
validation.
way, I gotta finish my drink because we're at 171 likes. We might get 200.
Oh, sure.
Right.
So, bottoms up, gentlemen, to St. Patrick's Day. Look at that, drinking out of a green cup.
Oh, well, I mean, I still got this empty fucking water bottle. Speaking of St. Patty's Day, Phil, can you tell the viewers what St. Patty's Day is like over there, and especially like in Ireland, the actual birthplace, we assume, of St. Patrick's Day? What's it like over there?
Oh, it's absolutely insane. I mean, the place to be is in Dublin's Temple Bar, where the drinking is just out of control. But now, if you had this much drinking going on in England, there'd be fighting and all sorts of stuff. But they know how to handle the drink actually quite a bit better. And by that, I don't mean people don't get drunk, but people become nice drunks because they're so used to it, like having a bit too much. Whereas like the English just tend to power drink because we had like all of these licensing laws and you only had a small amount of time to drink. So that's what sent that one spiraling. But it's a great place to be on St. Patrick's Day.
Holy
now,
fuck. Don't
I remember it.
16.
Yeah.
I poured way too much in there. That was like a triple shot, and I just downed the whole thing.
And Lagavulin has that extra special smell of burnt rubber, which people call peaty whiskey.
I can feel it coming out of my nose and burning my mustache. Oh, sorry, Phil.
Well, I can remember. No problem. But like, I remember Dublin back in the day before the mass immigration, so it could be completely different now. I mean, it was pure green. It was pure Irish. You might hear another English voice over there, but it would all be English. I mean, you might have a few old timers actually speaking old school Irish, but it was just like a friendly place to be. But I've heard it's changing.
Oh, that's too bad. You know, I'm not gonna lie to you, Phil. One of the things that's kind of sad is, there's gonna be people born into the world now, and people who are coming up in the world, and even guys my age that like they just didn't go to certain places at a certain time, right? Like if you didn't go to Ireland before, let's say year 2000, when you go now, it's going to be a different Ireland, right? Like, so now your experience in Ireland is not going to be what you would say is the true experience. You know what I'm saying? You're like, yeah, it's not Ireland anymore. You know what I mean? Like I was just in California. If you've been to San Diego and Los Angeles back in the day, it's not that anymore. It's a shit show now. So it's, rampant homelessness.
Well, even
Just
without that, as you were
even without it,
mentioning,
just the
Scotland,
culture changed. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
we just
just
go back to IRA bombings. Come on, that was the best. That was the best
yeah,
Ireland.
the good old days.
the good old days.
Nightmare
But with Scotland,
FD3S super chats. Two of my favorite degenerates. The bromance continues. Screw the YouTube overlord. Thank you very much for the chat. Figbat. Thanks for the super chat. Providing my tith for the Migtown podcast. The parade is the real test of the NHS budget.
hurrah!
Phil, I wanted to ask you, because, well, we tried Migtown.tv's live stream server. My kind of internet hiccups are not doing well with its ingest server. Like, both things together just cause issues. So, alternative tech is kind of, we want to support alternative tech, but the fact of the matter is that the mainstream tech is the best tech that's out there, right? YouTube is the best video streaming service. None of the others have the same reliability.
Well, you can't outcompete it. That's the problem, because YouTube runs at a loss and it's got a massive budget. The rest of Google funds it, so there's nothing that can possibly compete.
And you know what?
Dollar
Shout out
for
to
dollar.
Migtown.tv, because I'm told TFM told me that the owner is Canadian. You're welcome. Canada gets no respect. We do so much for the world and we get no respect. The owner of Pornhub is Canadian.
One word: Trudeau. That's the reason.
Actually, the guy who tried to assassinate him got sentenced this week. Last week.
What was the
sentence? He got sentenced. 8 years, I think, was the sentence.
That's it?
He didn't actually fire a shot. But so he was charged with threatening the prime minister,
conspiracy,
which, and like a bunch of weapons charges, because he had a military rifle.
How long did it take to go from arrest through to sentencing?
This happened last summer, I think.
So he had time to come out as a masculine presenting transgendered lesbian.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I think this happened in the middle of the coronavirus lockdowns last spring or maybe in the summer. But so what he did was he drove a pickup truck through the iron gates that protect the prime minister's cottage, like his compound. So he drove a pickup truck through, but there was no guard station there. So, but the gate disabled his truck. So he jumped out of his truck and ran up to the garden that's in the back of the prime minister's residence. And he just kind of hid there, like camouflaging with the roses. And then finally, like, a groundskeeper noticed him carrying 3 guns, a shotgun, a rifle, and a couple of a handgun. So a groundskeeper just noticed him, and groundskeeper drops his little rake and runs over to the RCMP and says, "Hey, there's a guy with a gun over there." So the RCMP show up, and they managed to talk the guy into surrendering.
Very Canadian.
Yeah, very Canadian, right? He apologized.
That's very Canadian. just give us the guns, eh?
Yeah. No, it was really. It was an interesting thing, because we've never had a sitting prime minister assassinated in our history, and this is probably the closest we've come to, because we've never had that I know of. We've never had an attempt, right? They tried to kill Reagan, right?
Well,
and they tried to kill the Pope too, right? I don't think we've ever had anything like that. The closest thing we had to a political assassination was the FLQ crisis, where French separatists abducted a minister and strangled him to death. But apparently that was an accident. He was trying to escape, and they just killed him while trying to restrain him.
Wait until you get a Conservative Prime Minister. That'll be the first attempt.
Well, Stephen Harper was Prime Minister for 9 years, and the world loved him. Oh no! Drex Cynthia has sent a super chat.
Oh,
Come back to me, Drex. You know you want these big, strong hands. These hands have the
man.
gentleness of experience and the strength of a bulldozer. I know from experience how to treat a real man. I'm still waiting
Oh,
for you at
man.
Dad's. Don't keep me waiting. I don't
You,
know if I
you
tried
know,
doing
Phil,
Mr. Y
like,
voice there or what. I don't know what that was.
well, Mr. Y is the worst voice ever. Fucking Nick and the voices, Phil. It gets worse and worse on my fucking nerves. I think because I know they're gonna troll me. It's
Yeah.
like 'cause I know as soon as I go there, so I don't know when that became a thing on Nick's channel that the Kermit voice. At some point, someone probably did it once, did it twice, and they became
Well,
it just
it
everything kind
started
of
from
like develops a
Lemon,
life of
right?
its own.
It started from Lemoyne,
Yeah,
right? Where because he started doing voice impressions of Ron Toye in Lemoyne, and his Ron Toye impression is close to Kermit. And I guess
yep.
someone just randomly asked him one day, "Hey, can you do a Kermit voice?"
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well,
Well,
and
because yeah, like
because
they
then he
send in the
did an
chat
Elmo
saying in
voice
lemon
too.
voice.
Oh, the
And
Elmo
poor
voice is
Nick,
the
his
one that's the
his
most.
vocal cords got to just be burned out. Like, I mean,
He's a
like
good voice
Phil, have you
actor,
ever
though.
noticed when you do vocal impersonations, like it's actually like really trying on your vocal cords, like to speak like someone else. Like it's not easy.
Yeah.
You know, when someone
But
says, "Phil, talk like this guy," it's like, yeah, that's harder than it looks.
oh boy.
Voice
By the
actors
way,
don't get enough credit.
that fucking triple shot of Lagavulin just hit me right now, and it just
Ugh.
hit like a truck. Oh man, I feel it. Like I feel legit drunk after just that chugging
Well,
that.
you're still there. You're still speaking. It hasn't hit you hard enough yet.
Well, natives, natives have a very special way of dealing with this stuff.
Phil, we
Especially
gotta get this guy to
Canadians,
Dublin.
we talk so lazily that you can't tell when we're drunk. But
We gotta get this
before
guy
I
to
get too
fucking
drunk
Dublin,
and
man.
forget, Phil, I do have a question for you. How hard was it to find a payment processor for your website? Because I know that's how they get us, right? They Subscribestar got deplatformed by PayPal, so it's really hard to move money from them to us.
Well, I mean, I was just looking for some web authoring software, and it was just kind of ideally set up. It said you don't have to do any work. You can just click this button and have PayPal. So I just opened a PayPal account. It was fine. Now, maybe because I was just such an unknown at the time, no one tried to deplatform me. But then after a while, PayPal contacted me after I'd done a level of business and said, "Do you want to go PayPal Pro? You pay 12 months, so it's not like the free access that most people have, but you get like better rates and stuff." And I've not had any of the troubles that other people have had with PayPal accounts where they get shut down. Because, mind you, it might be something to do with you hit a certain threshold. Like I must be over £1 million worth of like turnover of trade. So maybe that's like just a magic threshold, and they think, "Oh no, we're going to protect him. So anybody wants to say shit about him, we're just going to ignore it because
Yeah,
it's just not worth a while."
I've always said that about Dick Masterson and why Patreon never deplatformed him, because Dick pulls down $23,000 a month on Patreon, and Patreon takes something like 4%. So due to quick math, and Dick is making Patreon a ton of money, which they need to fund all those lawsuits they have against Owen Benjamin, right? So, oh, by the way, chat says that the Kermit voice came from the John Volney. Volney? Yeah, Volney improv. That's one of the lawyers in the Vic case. I think that's the lawyer for Funimation. By the way, we are 11 likes away from 200. I will do another shot at 200, but I don't know if I'm going to pour exactly as much.
I mean, he's gonna end up looking like Nick during that.
I
that
do
debate
not
stream.
get white girl wasted, Drexel. I have shot my
man.
age before. All right, I've had 26 shots before and walked away just fine.
Of Lagavulin?
I am no Nick Rekieta.
Well, you know what's great, Phil? Have you ever looked up the legendary Andre the Giant, who was in your neighbor country from France?
Yeah, I remember.
Did you ever read about his drinking, like what he was able to consume in like one sitting?
I hadn't read it, but run that past me.
Like legendary drinking, like 156. I think you guys' bottles were 16 ounces or whatever, right? Like I'll look it up. insane feats, like something like literally superhuman. With some of the ways that he was drinking, they said like, because Phil, think about it. If you went out with somebody right now and said, "How many beers do you think they could do?" Even your toughest, baddest, biggest dude, how many beers do you think he can do?
God, that's generally, I mean, if you can do like 15 pints of beer, then I think you're doing well. However, we had some like world snooker greats from the UK, and they were big fat guys, and they were putting like 20, 25 pints away in an evening just playing snooker on TV.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right here. I'm on Wikipedia. Rusumov, which is his real name, unofficially crowned the greatest drunk on earth. He once consumed 119 12 U.S. fluid ounce beers in 6 hours, and
I'm too drunk to do that conversion, but we just hit 200 likes. So
There we go.
Oh yeah, Phil, here it is. It says on an episode of WWE's Legends of Wrestling, Mike Graham said Rusimov once drank 156 16 fluid ounce, which is 470 milliliters, beers, which is over 73 liters, 128 imp pints in one sitting, which was confirmed by Dusty Rhodes.
Jesus.
But Phil, in one sitting though, like I want you to imagine what that would look like.
The man had
Like
to have a liver of concrete to do that.
I remember reading this, and people said like even those guys said that like even in their circles, it was something that it was like completely absurd. They're like, because I mean, think about it, these are you know how these guys were living back then, right? Girls, on the road, drugs, this, that, the other. But imagine seeing some shit like that. You'd be like, are you fucking serious, dude? Like 156? Like
No pun intended, but I'd be really pissed at that. Because you drink that many beers and you're not even warm yet. I'd be like, that's a lot of money I'm packing away, and I'm not even feeling any alcohol at this point.
the night I shot 26, my bar tab came to $380.
Ooh.
That included, I think I had a pizza with it too. Like it wasn't an empty stomach.
Oh, so
All right.
here's the
Bottoms
one.
up.
Phil, you'll
200
appreciate
likes,
this.
guys. I'm
There it
gonna chase
is.
this one though because I think I overpoured it.
Uh-oh. You gotta get the Coke. Here it is, Phil. You would love this. It says an urban legend exists surrounding Rusimov's 1987 surgery, in which his size made it impossible for an anesthesiologist to estimate a dosage via standard methods. Consequently, his alcohol tolerance was used as a guideline instead.
Oof, I tried to think that there would have
you
been enough
imagine being that big?
anesthetic to fell an elephant or something like that, and that's probably what was required.
Yeah, because remember, if you do too much, you might kill him, right?
That's the trick.
So-
That's
and
the big
that's the
thing of
because
anesthesiology.
yeah, your heart would, and yeah, so you're like, oh shit, I gotta. So yeah, they use his drinking tolerance. Like fuck.
Wow.
To just pumping
About
pure
6 hours of
arsenic into
drinking
them.
and 8 hours at the
Fine.
urinal. Imagine how much you'd have
Right?
to piss after that.
I mean, I mean,
He could fill an
I
ocean.
mean,
Fucking Noah's
literally
Ark
all day,
over
right?
at what the hell is it called? Mount whatever.
Well, saying that, I mean, he was such a big guy, he could have probably sweat a lot of it out.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Phil,
250
don't you
pounds
miss
myself,
old
so I
wrestling?
can just by weight alone, I can hold a lot of liquor. Like Drex, I almost weigh as much as you do, and I'm almost a full foot shorter than you.
Yep. Well,
So-
your body composition matters in many ways. Like in many activities though. Like, Phil, my sub went and fucking crippled herself by falling off a damn indoor mountain climbing thing, right? So she comes here for surgery. Like body comp is like just the way your mass works, and that's the reason why when people talk about leverage, I've been in situations where someone's like like, oh man, I thought you were stronger than that. It's like I am, but it's because it's leverage. You're like based on what I'm doing. Sometimes it's better to have a shorter, stockier guy because he's lower to the ground, lower center of gravity. It's
Like tug
you
of
need
war or something like that.
correct, yeah. If you were going to do a tug of war, you would want a team full of Tims. You want beefy guys that are low to the ground and can generate that force. But if you're going to be doing some other kind of stuff, you're like, okay, yeah, a guy like who's more of my physique. Like, well,
Yeah,
that's
if
why you
reach
notice.
matters, then I want to have Drexel's arms.
Correct.
If not falling is the terms of the fight, then yeah,
Yep.
you want me low to the ground, because
Yeah, you want the guy who's
because
low to
I'm
the
five
ground.
foot eight. I
It's
am
simple.
exactly the average height of a male in the United States. Exactly. But then if you calculate my BMI at 220 pounds, apparently I'm obese. Do I look obese? No. Yes, I'm overweight, but I'm not obese. I just have
Well, that
I have muscle and fat, so I'm not cut or ripped or anything. But I definitely can surprise people with how much weight I can lift. My max at the gym is around 375 pounds.
That's not unusual for a guy of your physique. When it comes to size, one of the things that people forget is certain exercises are going to be easier or harder. Like, like Phil, you remember everybody used to always talk about the bench press, right? How much can you bench, dude? Bench press for me, because of my wingspan, is harder. It's more stress on my body. It's a
And I've
lot
got
easier for Tim.
hang on a second though, because I don't know, genetically I'm a freak or something, but I actually have long arms compared to my height. So most
Compared to
people,
your
their
height.
wingspan is equal to their height, right?
Correct.
If you're 6'6", then your wingspan should be around 6'6", maybe 6'5", 6'7", right? My wingspan is 6 feet,
Yep.
but I'm 4 inches under that in height.
Yeah. You're one of those people.
Yeah. So I've got long arms. Like, here, let me no, joking, Susan,
Yeah.
please don't cancel me. Oh, you can tell I'm drunk already.
It's gotten wild, man. It's but I just think that one of the things that I was thinking about earlier, when I was out in California, with they still got lockdowns, sort of. It's sort of opening up. Is Phil, what is it, the thing that
Oh,
like
hey, it's my
you
timestamp.
oh so Phil, what is it that you feel that you're gonna do first? Like when shit starts to really open up again and be normal again, like what do you think is gonna be like the thing that you're gonna like just like immediately do because you miss it so much?
The only thing I really miss, because a lot of time I'll work from home, I'll go into the dollhouse if I've got goods coming in and out. But otherwise, if I'm not doing that, I won't go in. I can do everything from home. Not a lot has changed except for, say, once a week, I'll get a little bit of cabin fever going on because I haven't really spoken to any English people. I've spoken a lot of pidgin English to like Chinese and so forth through my work. So, oh, well, in China, they've got like no real grammar. So they just throw all the words together and you've got to kind of decipher what they mean.
Oh, tell me about it, because I just ordered a pump for my paintball guns, which came from China, right? Obviously. The assembly instructions are hilarious. I think I'll scan them and post them someday. I'll upload them, but
It's always great to do that.
hilarious.
So the only thing I miss is like once a week I'll go to the pub and I'll know a few people in the pub and I might not even speak to them, but to just sit around people and have that hum of conversation going on around me, it can actually even just give you the feeling of being sociable. And it's just nice to be around people at times. I think this is what people are feeling in the UK in lockdown now. So a lot of normal people are like seriously losing their shit. Like a lot of normies are going out on protests and stuff and getting fines and getting locked up temporarily and stuff. Whereas I'm just kind of, oh, so we're still locked down, kind of home from home. I miss like one evening a week going to the pub, and that's about it. I wouldn't mind going to a restaurant again because I've almost forgotten what that's like. But apart from that, nah.
Oh, we opened up
The
again
restaurant's
here
the
in
big one.
Canada. We're basically back to normal. It's funny. In the U.S., everyone started opening back up once Biden was sworn in as president, right? It's funny how that
Yeah.
works, eh, Drex?
Yeah, about that. Yeah, so Phil, one of the things I found funny when when Trump was in office, and we're let's go back, let's say about 6 months or so, and people were saying he's handling this horribly, and you can't bring kids back to school, and you can't do this, and you can't do that, and it's so serious. But once Biden got in and they started doing the exact same thing, all of this is okay, right? The kids need to be in school. We need to open things up. I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Just 8 months ago, all of you were saying this is all the wrong thing to do. We need
Well,
to take this so seriously.
I suppose I can't really speak for the US, but we handled it kind of wrong because we had the same sort of thing in the UK. What we did was we just kind of told the teachers, you're going to have to try and work remotely and get everyone to like log in through Zoom or whatever like that to like a class. And you've got all the kids just sitting there playing Roblox all day. They're not actually doing any
Yep.
work. And that's for the ones which do log in. But it was all the teachers and the teachers union that said, no, we can't possibly go back to work. It's too dangerous. Now, I know there's the aspect, we've got 90% female teachers and they're scared of everything unless they're guaranteed that everything's going to be safe. But what I would have done in a position of authority there would be, right, like everyone else, you're not getting paid when you don't work. And within days, the teachers would have been back to work.
Of course.
Yeah, well, the fucking unionized jobs are, I mean, that's a whole other
But the
thing.
teachers are worthless.
Holy fuck, that second shot is hitting me hard. I think you can see it in my cheeks. I'm starting to turn a little rosy in the cheeks here.
When you start fighting with the skis, then we'll know that you're pissed.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. All right, let me do some super chats because right now this screen is so blurry I can barely read it. Novak de Orc says the Kermit and Mr. Y voice came from Nick playing Phoenix Wright. Asking him to play Phoenix drives him nuts. Well, I don't know who you're talking about. Nick, I never heard of him. Gels Walker says, Drex, can you retell the cheerleader story? Please.
Oh, when we dropped the chick? Is that what he's referring to?
I don't know what he's referring to.
It could be that. Yeah, well, we were obviously, it's me, Nick, Lady Rackets, and a few other buddies of ours. We're the male cheerleaders, of course. And then Lady Rackets is the captain of the females. And Phil, have you ever seen when you wind up in those bizarro miscommunications and something can only go wrong? There's no other course of action than something's going to go horribly wrong when someone's going, wait, what? What? What are we?
What, you mean marriage?
What's that? Oh yeah,
you mean marriage?
Yeah, marriage in general. So what ended up happening was it was during a break. I can't remember if it was a timeout or just a media break. And of all things, we're at a wheelchair basketball game. And Lady Rackets is saying, let's do one more basket toss, right? Which, when you load the girl in and you fling her up into the air and then you catch her, right? Nick was saying there's not enough time because the ref had already said, all right, guys, we're about to start playing again or whatever, right? So they end up going no, yes, no, and then they said, when you get that half-assed, yeah, no-ish thing. So people are doing it and not doing it at the same time. And you're, I guess we're doing this. So Phil, you're supposed to load in like this, parallel, right? She loads like this, sideways.
Uh-oh. Look, I'm not a physics major, but I already know this is going to go wrong.
Phil, if you stepped into a physics class for 1.3 seconds and you said that you want to launch something up, and the thing that you want to launch up is turned to the side, what's going to happen? Exactly what you expect. So instead of her going up, she goes up over. More over than up. Phil, she splattered. She didn't just she did the ah! And Nick went to get her, and I think one of our other guys went to get her, right? So Nick and the other guy would I shit you not, Phil. I literally went like this. I just stared at her flying in the air, about to splat. And
don't save her or anything.
No, I didn't make one attempt to save her.
And catch her like a wide
no
receiver.
Diving, no nothing. So when she splats on the ground, I did the laugh because I'm so horrible. I was laughing because of the sound it made. Because that's something that comes out of a movie, right? Ah! And the irony, of course, is that this was during a wheelchair basketball game.
Did she do a Wilhelm scream?
She did a Wilhelm scream, and so she hits she got halfway grabbed, halfway not grabbed to be saved. So part of her leg hit the ground, and it was just all fucked up, right? We ran under the bleachers in total shame and embarrassment. It was so bad because Phil, it's a wheelchair basketball game. Do you know what it's like to drop a girl in a wheelchair basketball game? The tragic irony, I mean, you're gonna be mocked forever, right? Like,
The tears would have been running down my face on the
it was
best.
so bad. It was so bad, man. It just,
All
but
right.
you know what though, it was those are the good old days, man. It was before everything got full woke, before all the bullshit. It was good times, man.
People picking on me about my skis in the background here. Like, look, when I went to the ski shop for a 220-pound man, they need a really big set of. These are cross country skis, by the way. They're not downhill, but by the way, this is how I twisted my knee. Because here's the thing about cross country skis, they don't fall off. You know, like sometimes you see downhill skiers, they crash and their skis go flying. That's
I
not
think that you
cross
wanted
country
that.
skis. They stick to you. They are locked in. So if the ski wants to go one way and your body wants to go the other way, something's getting twisted.
That's not good. I'm assuming I would rather have the skis pop off, right?
Well, cross country skis, just the way that you use them, the way you shuffle in them, they just having them pop off like that would mean that every time you take a step, they come loose.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Also, someone
Different
was
function.
asking about the blow up doll in the background of Phil. Phil, do you want to explain to some of the newcomers on the channel exactly who Penance is? Like, what do you do, and what exactly is she?
She is a thermoplastic elastomer, fully articulated sex doll. So I can pose her in any position that you want, cross her eyes, as you can see.
That bothers me so much.
And she's got full vaginal, anal, and oral cavities, so for full use. And she's never complained yet.
Could you fuck
So-
her ear?
I would probably have to get into a bit of DIY on that, but because one of the things that I would like to see is an ear cavity, but not for the reason that you're thinking. If you use the oral cavity, it's a closed cavity. So when you push in and you push a little bit air in with it, the eyes tend to bulge out a bit, and it goes
Oh,
at
God.
full downs on you.
Okay, so it's a relief valve for someone who's pounding just a little too hard. You can tell I'm drunk because I just don't give a shit anymore.
What's
That's
only
the
way to be, man?
attitude.
That's the attitude that we all look for. I was sitting there reading the chats and stuff.
Oh,
Oh,
thoughts
well,
on
you'll
Zack
have had-
Snyder's the Zack Snyder beef with Geeks and Gamers. That's come up a few times.
Oh yeah. So I didn't know they were beefing with geeks and gamers at all. I just know that there's something that's going on with like the Snyder cut of the film and all this stuff. You know, Phil, I was thinking about something with in the independent space that you and I have talked about that as things go more woke, it's going to be the independent that create the new. They're going to be the new era. They're the new era of media, right? Like before you went and bought Superman and Batman, and now that
originality.
went woke. Yeah. There's no so that's the only originality you're going to get is from an independent, just a guy and his friends making something and saying, hey, if you guys like this, and especially if it's being crowdfunded, stuff like that. Phil, I look at some of the things that these guys are doing, and I don't know if you've looked up Redo of Healer.
Oh, my favorite anime.
Phil,
I love that
any
anime so
anime
much.
that involves a girl getting dick slapped, and it actually makes it sound like.
So he heals his own dick in order to get a boner, right?
Yep.
So he's like, heal, and then just grabs his dick, and then cock slaps her with it.
Phil, it's hilarious. Well, of course, Phil, they do a close up. They don't just do it. They of course, in anime, they got to always make sure there's a close up, for maximum impact, right? Phil, here's the thing. Did you read those reports? I think Clownfish TV did a video of the fact that like anime is killing it, right? Like everything that's coming out of the East, Japan is killing it in terms of Nintendo Switch killing it. PlayStation, because they decided to go woke and go to the West, is dead in the water. All these companies, have you started to notice it's like the whole get woke go broke thing? Phil, it's very real, man. These companies that keep doing this woke shit, it's like you do nothing, you're just losing money. Eventually, you will go bankrupt.
I mean, for things like films, I would perhaps kind of know that, but like from a perspective of computer games, I've picked a lot of that up from what Reggie and Golden Eagle talks about online. So
Yep.
he's like my conduit, I suppose, to the gaming world. Because I mean, I used to be a gamer in my 20s, but the originality just kind of tanked for me. I was just seeing reboots of old games for all that they were given an original name. I could
When
tell you what
hey,
the original gen was.
so Phil, when did you start to like phase out of gaming? Like what do you remember kind of like what year that was? Like what kind of era?
Would have been around about 97, 98.
Okay. Hmm. Yeah,
So it was
I
a
mean
fair while ago. I mean, like I can clearly remember stuff like PlayStation 1 and stuff, coming
yep,
out. Because I remember Wipeout coming out, and I thought, that's
yep,
new. I like that.
yep.
So I played that for a little while, but then, I mean, there was stuff like the Tekkens and stuff were coming out. And it's go, well, I remember playing on this on like Commodore computers and Sinclair computers.
Yep.
Granted, they weren't as slick, but it's the same game.
Yep.
Twisted Metal and Metal Gear Solid were my two. And of course, EA Sports was doing their NHL series back then too. Like those are the games I had
They
the
were
most
good back
hours
then.
into
EA
for
was
the
good back
PS1.
then though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
god,
that lets you know how long ago that was.
NHL Face Off '99 was the only game where you could actually body check the referee in game.
Oh wow.
Like you literally just like smash your stick into the referee and he'd go flying into the boards. Drex, let me tell you.
Well,
Any sport, you always bitch at the referees, right? Football,
of course.
basketball, hockey, right? You always hate the referees. Do you know how satisfying it is when the referee calls your goal back because of the foot in the crease rule? You just like skate up and bam right into the bench.
Well, I mean, it's what every guy wants to do in real life. I mean, like video games, you're usually like living out your own fantasy, right? And I mean, let's face it. So one of the things that like so Phil, what you felt, I actually had reached that point. There was this period. It was around 2000. I want to say about 2003 to four, where I had like lost faith in games. I felt that they had gone just in this direction of like rehash this, rehash that. Like it felt samey, you know what I mean? And I kind of was like, I'm just kind of sick of it. Like, some of my favorite game franchises seem to kind of be going a certain way. And then I actually feel I can remember what caused me to um get my mojo back. It was Snake Eater and Resident Evil 4. I played those back to back. And I was talking about this. Phil, do you remember when you played a game and you knew fairly early on that you were going to play one of the best games ever made? Do you remember like there's like it's very rare, but like if I ask you, Phil, what are your favorite games? Usually your favorite games of all time, there was a period within that first hour that you knew you had something special, right? Like you were sitting there, you went,
Hmm.
"Oh, this isn't just any other game. Like this is a special game, right?" Like you could feel it.
Yep, definitely, definitely had that. I mean,
Oh,
I had it with Homeworld. I don't know if anyone's old enough to remember it. So it's really old now, but it was a beautiful cinematic sort of space almost like a Command and Conquer, but in space kind of idea, where you
Hmm.
control your armies and so forth, but very cinematically done. Hidden and Dangerous, I played that from start to finish, but that was the first game that I'd ever played where you could really zoom in on as it happened to be Nazis at the times of World War II sim, but with like a sniper scope and just
Yep.
pick off people. It's the first game I'd ever played like that, so it was kind of original.
Yeah.
And so since then, when I've seen other games, I'm just going, it's just Hidden and Dangerous all over again.
Yeah.
If you're in a zombie house or something, that hasn't really changed anything, really.
Hmm.
But,
I
Well,
think
but
one
yeah,
thing
Snake Eater.
I've
I've
had
always
those
said
moments.
is, oh, what's that?
I think Snake Eater, Drex is my number one game of all time. My personal
Oh,
number
really?
one game of all time. Um,
It's up
I
there for
think
me.
all the
I
Metal
loved
Gear
it.
games would be in the top 10, but certainly, Resident Evil 4, I loved Resident Evil 4 so much. You
I,
talk about
do
games
you know
that
what?
have replay value, right?
Yeah, and that's another thing, and I think that's kind of what Phil is getting at is that when you play things that are too similar to something else, you kind of go like, "I've already played that." It feels like rehash. But like one thing I will say though, Phil, is that like sometimes you don't need to fully reinvent the wheel. You just need to make the wheel more interesting, right? If you make a familiar wheel that's more interesting than all the other wheels, you can go, yeah, it's still a wheel, but right, like so. I'll tell you what. This was 2 years ago. I know you remember because you said you played games up until like the later '90s. Resident Evil 2, Phil, that came out on the regular PlayStation, right? Came out on PS1. Um, some people that was their favorite Resident Evil, right? It's the remake that makes that game significantly better. Because I don't know if you know that they remade Resident Evil 2. And oh, Phil,
Don't
like okay,
remember
so
it.
so think about everything that made you like those kind of games back then. But like now, because the presentation is better, like they just made everything about the game better. So sometimes like and then that's what I mean. Like and I see what you're saying. Like when someone tries to have a new IP, but it's too similar to something else that's been maybe it was done before or even better, we kind of tend to be like, but like I think the only caveat that we tend to allow is like if you reinvent the wheel within your own IP, right? So like if Resident Evil reinvents itself, that's easy. That's an easier pill for you to swallow than a game that's called something else, right? Like if a game is called Haunted House, and you're like, but this is just Resident Evil. You see what I'm saying? Or this is just Alone in the Dark. Like whereas Resident Evil took elements from Alone in the Dark and then capitalized on them, right? Like Resident Evil felt like its own thing. Like anyone who played it could say, yes, I see elements of Alone in the Dark, but it was always its own thing. Metal Gear from the outset was its own thing because if you look at games up until that point, Phil, you always had to go kill the guys, right? Like you always had to engage and fight the enemy. Metal Gear was the first game I remember from regular Nintendo where the goal was to evade the enemy, right? Like you had
Yeah.
to sneak around them. And I remember, and then of course, Splinter Cell came out later after Metal Gear Solid really hit big. And this was a big deal because I was like, I still believe, Phil, because I know you worked in technology. George Lucas made this comment. I want your take on it. He said that storytelling is entirely restricted to the technology you have available to you at the time. Because he was saying, like, Shakespeare's plays, when he thinks of his creativity is limited in terms of, well, if I have a ghost in my story, I need to have I'm gonna crane someone with a ghost. You see what I'm saying? Like, whereas a person with CGI can go like this. Well, I can have this fucking like, yeah, you may have an idea for a dragon in the 1700s, but you couldn't really present it. We're talking about we're talking about something visual. I don't mean if you're writing it. Yeah, if you write it, I can write a dragon. Sure, I described a dragon. But we're talking about
So
something
in
that's
terms of
visual.
visuals, yeah.
Yeah. In terms of visual, you're completely a slave to the technology that's available to you at the time. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, as I can remember the documentaries on makings of Star Wars and stuff like that. I mean, it was absolutely groundbreaking at the time. No CGI.
Yeah.
It's all done with models.
Yep.
And if you watch the makings of, and you watch, say, the Millennium Falcon TIE fighter scene, stuff like that, you can see the big blocks of black that
Yep.
shouldn't be there and stuff like that. And like you can't unsee them and stuff like that. But you were still so wowed by it the first time it happened. And that was about as far as you could really get with model technology. So in order to take that further, they really had to have something like CGI.
Yep.
And that had its own uncanny valley, if you like, because the first
Yep.
CGI stuff which kind of came out, everyone was a bit sort of, really? It's
Yep.
okay, but it's not convincing. It took a long time actually for that
Yep.
to get to the point where you couldn't tell the difference between real life and the CGI.
Yeah.
But
Couple of
yeah, so we were limited.
couple of super chats before we get too far um the games and anime talk. A says, "Hi Drexel, did you watch the latest episode of Redo of Healer?"
No, so I've only seen the first three. Once I get back to Nick's tomorrow, I'll be able to tune in and I might do it maybe after the show or Saturday morning. I'll sit down and just kind of do a marathon of. I've been how many episodes? What
I've been
episode are we
watching
on
them.
now?
We're 10 now. 10 episodes
10.
now.
So okay, so
I've been
all right.
watching
So
them.
yeah. That
I
Phil,
want
you got to see that
every
show, man.
I
You
want
got to see
every
it.
piece of popular media to be exactly like Redo of Healer, like gratuitous sex content.
Oh,
right?
Phil, it's wrong in all the right ways. Like Phil,
is.
you would love it. Love.
The cock slap scene is in the middle of a rape scene.
Yeah, Phil, he gets his cheeks taken, man. It ain't pretty, man. It ain't pretty.
Oh god. So then the question is, would you let Kiaga get his revenge on you as Kiara to save Phil and Tim? Well, not
Oh,
so
come
much,
on.
would you get your cheeks clapped in order to save Phil's life?
I mean, look, I like Phil.
No one's going to do that for another man.
I can't. Phil, you gotta die. You just gotta die.
All right. Cynic8, thank you for the super chat. On the topic of remakes, what are your thoughts on the new System Shock?
Oh, I think I haven't seen anything about it. Like, okay, so I haven't even watched the new Mortal Kombat trailer yet. I keep meaning to. And
Well,
I
apparently
just
they're
read
taking
an
out Johnny
article
Cage.
about Johnny Cage. Yeah. So did you hear the reason?
Because
I'm not gonna lie.
he's too white.
Yeah, Phil. I can't in good faith watch the new Mortal Kombat movie because here's the thing. So here's what they were basically saying. We can't have Johnny Cage in the movie because that's a cis white male, and then it's going to be like the white man's savior. But here's the problem, though. Everyone who knows their Mortal Kombat lore knows it's Liu Kang is the main character, and he wins the tournament. He beats Shang Tsung. So Johnny Cage was always meant to be a character who adds some levity to the situation, right? He did that in the first movie. Like that was Johnny Cage is a movie star who wants to prove that he's not a fraud, right? So he's gonna have some levity. To say that we're gonna take away a white, get the fuck, dude. Listen, Mortal Kombat is Mortal Kombat. And look, here's the thing. I bet you Kano is in the movie, right? Because Kano is a white guy. Kano's in the movie, is he not?
Believe so.
I'm pretty sure I saw him. I saw an image of Kano. So if Kano is in there as a white dude, why isn't Johnny Cage in there?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I know why. Because Kano's a villain, right? Kano's a villain.
They can make
We
him
can
the
have
bad white guy.
Yeah. We can make a white guy, but he has to be a villain, right? You know the funny thing is, everything has kind of come full circle because if you were black in Hollywood back in the day, Phil, you were always a pimp or a thug or some evil doer, right? You can watch any old movie. The black guy was never the. I mean, do you remember Night of the
It's always a
Night of the
British
Living
guy
Dead?
who's like the evil guy.
Correct, yeah, British or
Destroying
German,
the world.
right?
It's always a British guy.
Yeah,
I always tend to
destroy
think
the
that's
world.
down to the accent, actually, because we do the. I mean, think of the Emperor Palpatine.
Yep.
Just the perfect accent for that.
Yeah.
What a great villain. Phil, he obviously, 7, 8, 9 never happened. I don't those never happened to me. Star Wars is 6 movies. And Palpatine, I would argue, is in terms of fictional villains, I would say he has a legitimate shot at being considered the best because obviously, he gets 6 movies to, explore all of his machinations and everything. But it's like, because Phil, think about it. Your major villain is usually one, if you ever saw the movie Unbreakable, they're either the soldier villain or the calculating mastermind. Palpatine was in some ways both at the same time, right? Like he's calculating, but if he needed to fight, which we saw in episode 3, of course, he could. Obviously not convincingly because Ian McDiarmid is not acrobatic. But we do know that, yes, he is a full-on, he's the Sith Lord, right? Like,
I mean,
I think that adds a lot of elements.
There are those things, but I've always tended to find that the evil character for a movie story, whatever it is, they always tend to over caricaturize the villain to make them just seem to me almost a little silly. It's almost like camping up the character a bit. Whereas Palpatine, I mean, he's even got his sort of like ironic sarcasm, sort of like, you want this, don't you?
Yep.
I can feel the hate swelling in you.
I loved it. But do you know what Palpatine was able to do, Phil? He was able to make you hate him as much as Luke hated him, right?
Yeah.
Like because that's hard to do.
His death was satisfying.
Absolutely.
I can definitely speak for like a lot of the UK people who would have been about my age, because I mean I was still relatively young when it came out. but there was enough male teachers at the time who
Mhm.
would treat you like that. So every kid could associate with Emperor Palpatine and hate them because they had at least one teacher who was
Yep.
exactly like that.
Just yeah, and you know what it is though, Phil? I think here's what made Palpatine Palpatine. He reveled in being in control, like being able to manipulate you, right? Like because you knew what he was doing, and that's why he would even like kind of like mock people at like he even did it to Anakin, right? Like when you get to episode 3, Anakin pulls out a lightsaber on him, right? And he's like, "No, you want to kill me, don't you?" And he's like, "I would certainly like to." I know you would, and just he knows what you're thinking and how you feel, and he's going to manipulate it, right? And that's why, of course, Yoda warns Luke, like, "Yo, man, you go up against the Emperor. If there's something that he can manipulate you on, but your feelings about your sister, you have to bury it, right? Like you can't have feelings because this fucker will."
Exactly that. I mean, a good little tale actually on female interactions.
Yep.
If you consider the Emperor is female
Hmm.
in the grand sense of things, and that men ideally, I don't know, I'm mixing canon here from different stories, but if you missed a Spock the whole moment out as the Jedi protagonist of Star Wars, then the Emperor's already defeated. You just got to go through the motions and do it. Because
Yep.
it was all emotional manipulation that Palpatine, how he was taking control, because you weren't supposed to, as a Jedi, let your emotions control you, which is
Correct.
what the Sith are all about, of course.
Yeah, I loved it because I just look at how they brought out the character, and one of the things that you said that it's very Palpatine. Actually, you're right. He actually does in many ways represent the feminine, the evil side of the feminine, right? Because his throne room looks like a spider's web, right? Remember that? And when you get to Return of the Jedi, he's sitting on the throne. It's that black. It looks like a spider web. It's like this, this entanglement that it's like he's luring Luke in, right? He's always luring him in.
Shelob's Lair.
Yep. It really is, right? And I think that's great set design. Whoever was a set designer on Return of the Jedi needs some recognition. But it's like, Phil, one of the things that you said, which is obviously with male teachers, because you guys actually had them back then, is that to get an audience to truly hate someone is actually more difficult than people think. Because usually, if you think about most villains, the audience just views the villain as the bad guy that the hero has to overcome, right? They don't really hate him. They're just like, I
Yeah.
can't wait till he gets to, this guy needs his comeuppance. But you truly hated Palpatine, like really hated I hated Palpatine.
I mean, was he one of the first truly evil villains to come along who just won everything all the time?
All the time.
Zero
And I
losses.
think that was the thing. His win streak was unbelievable, right? And one of the things I found unique about that was you look at the way Palpatine is, and one of the thing I love the most Return of the Jedi is that that's how he would lose, right? He's so inhuman and indifferent emotionally that he actually remember, for someone who can anticipate so much and use the force and it actually made perfect sense, right, Phil? What could he not anticipate? Love, right? He doesn't understand love. So he really believed that he could kill Luke right in front of Vader, and then like what? Get him a new arm and be like, all right, yeah, let's get back to work, right? He actually believed that. Because I mean, you know how that scene sets up. He's playing father and son against each other, right? He believes whoever is the victor is because remember, he believes that it's a projection on his part. The victor seeks what I seek, which is ultimate power, right? So he's thinking, remember as he goes, Luke, good, good. Use your hateful feelings, boy. And of course, once Luke cuts off Vader's hand, remember when he's like, your hate has made you powerful. Now fulfill your destiny, take your father's place at my side, right? When Luke says no, do you remember that look he gives Luke? Phil, do you remember that look? Palpatine is in such shock and like he's like, it's dismay, right? He's like, what do you mean no? Like, Phil, you're right. It's the feminine. He's the
I
hot
was
chick
I was going
who's
to say
never been told no.
that there's that, and it's the one thing which is overcoming the feminine is the honor amongst men.
Honor. Yeah. He can't understand honor. Did you notice that? Like a snake. I always remember that watching Return of the Jedi because I like that scene really stood out because when Luke is teetering toward the dark side, fighting Vader because he's been once again he got emotionally manipulated because you threatened Leia, of course. So Luke is going, he's fighting. Bam, overwhelms Vader, cuts off his hand. Death blow is right here. He should death blow in the Emperor's mind, like, oh, this is it. I got him, right? And it's like a woman playing two guys against each other, not understanding, like, yeah, you remember that old saying, Phil, a person who cheats with you will cheat on you?
Yeah.
And when Luke throws the lightsaber and says, never, I'll never turn to the dark side. And when he says you failed, Palpatine kind of looks like, you can't say no to me. And think about it, Phil. If women had Palpatine's powers, they would react the same way.
Yep, and she goes scorched earth on Luke.
Scorched earth. Like, no. And then what happens? Here comes the lightning attack, right? So here's Palpatine. What's that?
I almost feel like I'm missing out having never seen these movies in full.
Well, to be honest, I think the moment's past you, because if you were to go back and watch them now, you'd be like, nah, it doesn't have the wow factor as it did back in the late 70s when this was the cutting edge of technology.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, though, Phil? I think it's still the cutting edge of storytelling. But here's the thing, though, Phil. Like, okay, so when I finally went and watched the originals, I watched the originals after watching episode 1, right? Like, I was aware of Star Wars. The only thing I knew about Star Wars was that Vader was Luke's dad, and I was aware of Han Solo and Chewbacca and R2 and 3PO. Like, I was aware of who these characters were because they're icons, right? But I didn't know the lore at all because like I said, I was born in 82. Return of the Jedi came out in 83. So like, unless someone like older took you back to watch them, I was watching Terminator and stuff, right? So as I was moving forward with what was getting released, I remember going back and watching 4, 5, and 6, and I just remember going like, I see why this story will always hold up because the themes hold up, right? Like the father-son dynamic that keeps getting retold throughout those first 6 movies, the only 6 movies, it reverberates, right? Whereas the technology isn't what you always remember. Like when someone says, "Hey, Phil, what do you remember the most about Star Wars?" It's moments, it's the dialogue, the interplay between the characters. It's Leia and Han's first kiss. Phil, she's another character that had never been told no, right? She was the prince, literally the princess, right? Every guy that walks her worships her. No one really challenges her. And then she meets a scoundrel like Han Solo, right?
Yeah, you use the expression that gets used in the film. I mean,
he's a literal scoundrel. He's the bad boy.
I was going to say though, for just going backwards, given the male protagonists that you'll get in films today, it might be refreshing to go back and see Harrison Ford do Han Solo. Because this wasn't groundbreaking acting by any means or anything like that, but that kind of character was commonplace back then.
Yeah. Because now every character that young boys and young men see, Phil, they're going to be fucking beta cucks, right? They're going to be weak, effeminate, defer to women. They're always going to be stupid. Like, do you notice, Phil, if you go back to movies like Star Wars, go back to movies like Terminator, they didn't bash men or women, right? Like women had, women had their times where they were the ones who were, making the winning play. Like, there was times where Leia did. Like, do you notice in the original Star Wars, at some point during the original trilogy, Phil, every character had their moment to shine, right? Like even 3PO, right? Like 3PO bumbles his way through everything, right? Ultimately, you can make an argument that 3PO on at least 2 occasions helps the rebels win, which is of course 1 when Luke and the gang is trapped in the garbage compactor, right? And then 2, of course, which is when they're with the Ewoks, right? Because remember, if 3PO doesn't wake up going, "Oh, my head," and they think he's a god, if that doesn't happen, they're done. Right? Like just something as simple as that. Like,
which is pretty good going for the gayest droid in the universe.
Yeah, fucking 3PO. What did you guys think of him with his fussy British accent? Like, what would you guys like? Did people kind of like do that? And you guys kind of like chuckle at the personification of 3PO?
if I go back, because it's from the 70s era, if I go back to then, it's very BBC, actually. There was a lot of characters like that on BBC TV at the time that people would point and laugh at, that kind of thing. And I didn't realize until after I'd finished watching the Jar Jar Binks incarnations of Star Wars. And I really didn't like Jar Jar Binks, but then I realized going back, I didn't see the comic relief that C-3PO was because I was a kid at the time.
Yep.
And then when I was older, I'd say, oh, it's the same character, different gen.
Same character. Yeah. And you know what? And that's one of the reasons why I always defend the prequels, because I always tell people, because I've heard people, they've been merciless on the prequels, right? Like, and now they're not anymore after the Disney ones. They're like, oh my God, I missed the prequels. Fuck. I should have been so hard on George Lucas.
No, I still think Pod Racing, the video game, should have been a video game and not a movie.
But kids love it. Like, and that's the thing though, Phil. You and I both know who Star Wars is made for. It's a myth for children and young adults. It's not meant for, guys in their 30s, 40s, 50s to be sitting there going, "Oh, this dialogue is stupid and this was supposed to be." It's like, but did you ever ask a kid? Phil, I remember how kids reacted to the pod race. Like, that is their Ben-Hur scene, right? Like that's their equivalent. So if you ask a kid, they're going to be like, oh my God, I went wild in the theater for that. So when they saw Darth Maul with the double-bladed lightsaber, that was the icing on the cake. Like, they were satisfied with the pod race. To get the Darth Maul scene made them just go like, oh my God. And then that hooked them. That's how you got new fans. Jar Jar, and you're right, Phil, Jar Jar was basically their version of 3PO, right? The weird, like, Jamaican-ish accent, island accent, and he was goofy and stuff. That was their 3PO. You know what I'm saying? Like every generation has their own thing. Like, I think so often adults kind of get caught up in, well, I mean, he's not my character, but it's like, yeah, but they're telling a different story. Like, you can't have the same dude doing the same thing. So, and we still got 3PO, of course, more so in part
those
two.
people that complain, they wanted Star Wars to evolve with them as they got older.
Yep.
So it would have changed dramatically if that's the case. Because, I mean, you would have gotten to a point where, like saying the later movies, I know chronologically it doesn't work like that, but imagine Han Solo is with Princess Leia in a position where Leia wants to go that way, and that's going to be certain death, and Solo wants to go that way, and they've got a chance of living. If those fans got their way, you would end up with the situation where Han Solo slaps Princess Leia across the face, puts her over his shoulder, and goes that way and saves the day. But that's actually too adult, really, for Star Wars, because it's meant for kids. That would be too much for them to take.
By the way, I don't look done. I just don't. It's hard to stay focused on movie talk. I don't watch movies.
Well, Star Wars is a movie.
We've established this many times. I don't watch any movie ever. So no, I'm not done. I'm not falling asleep. It's just I don't have much to say here.
Well, I was going to say the same sort of thing about Doctor Who, and I've noticed fans saying the same sort of thing. When I saw it, I was like this high. Yep. And it was, it was for kids, and it would scare kids and stuff like that with the Daleks and whatnot. And now they're expecting to get some real sort of adult progression of the character and stuff. And it's like it's a sci-fi TV series for kids. It's not really meant to be that involved. But maybe the likes of Paul Joseph Watson is kind of right in that it's for kids and you shouldn't really be watching it. There's too many adults watching Iron Man and stuff. I mean, I really enjoyed Iron Man, but
and everyone.
I'm not gonna obsess over it or anything like that. It's not like collecting toys for it and stuff. But there are those that do.
Yeah, here's the thing. When it comes to you're talking about with Doctor Who, I remember, like I said, I didn't grow up with Doctor Who. I'm only aware of Doctor Who for the most part due to the fact that Jodie Whittaker and the woke BBC have turned it into a total mockery, sham of its former glory. And Phil, I'm going to ask you something. It affects all of us in different ways, right? When things go woke, how does it affect you as the Brits to see something that it's your thing, right? That's your property that has just been shat on, man. Like, how do you guys take that?
I mean, from my perspective, I suppose as a single guy, I'm just kind of I wouldn't really tune in to watch it or anything like that. So I kind of caught everything secondhand, but I kind of watched a couple of episodes, and I was like, oh Jesus. Jodie Whittaker's gone like so woke, or the character's gone so woke, the actress is just who she is, that they resurrected one of the original Doctors to feature in her episode, and she shat on him for being like an unwoke dinosaur. And I just thought, that's it, I'm kind of done. But if I was a parent, that would affect me in the way that I say, you probably don't want to watch this, because I wouldn't want my kids to be like taking in all of this woke shit all of the time.
Yep.
So I'd say you're not allowed to watch that.
Yeah. Well, I've said it on multiple occasions that my daughter and Nick's kids, dude, they don't even watch TV. They watch like shit on YouTube, and like my daughter watches anime.
They watch PewDiePie.
Yeah. Like Phil, that's one of the biggest things that changed is how we consume media and what media we consume. I was even when I was out in San Diego, I told Miss San Diego, I said, one of the craziest things that shifted is celebrity, right? What that term means. Phil, when you and I were growing up, Tim, you're the same way. We could all name, like when we say celebrities, we meant musicians and movie stars primarily, right? Like for the most part, that's mainly who we talked about. But to a kid, if I asked my daughter about, like, I don't know, maybe like Will Smith, she would probably, I don't even know if my daughter knows who Will Smith is, right? Tom Cruise. She may not know who Tom Cruise is. I could show her a picture. She'd be like, I don't know who that is, which seems insane to us. But like, if you ask her about YouTube stars, Phil, they know all of them. These kids know, like you said, they're watching Roblox videos and shit. And when we go over to Nick's house and those kids are playing downstairs, they're playing all day and watching silly videos and stuff of their people on YouTube, and it's like that's their like so when they if they were out in public,
Nick's thought stream over and over
again. Yeah, right. Well, I mean, you got to remember
what's going to happen
when
people... Nick's oldest sees that video?
Well, but here's the thing though. He'll explain, and here's the thing: kids understand when their parents are being ridiculous, right? Like, so if I were a kid and I saw my dad on a stream pretending to be a Twitch thought, I'd be like, oh, he's clearly trolling, right? Because it's so far removed from what he normally does that they're like, oh yeah, he's clearly trolling. And
but here's the thing though, like none of Nick, and his oldest certainly doesn't know what a thought is, right? He doesn't.
No, they've been pretty sheltered, for better and for worse.
Yeah.
Me
like,
personally, I would
it's
expose
be like
them
out there when he goes to date, right?
Dude, look, I have serious worries about his kids and my own kid. I mean, Phil, you have no kids. She's
bringing home
thankfully.
A gangster for sure, like Southside Chicago gangster.
Well, the thing is that you look at the options that are going to be available to these kids, Phil. If you think it's bad for us to like date, imagine being a young girl who's let's say 8 to 14, right? Or a young boy 8 to 14. What are their options going to be? You think our options are abysmal, Phil? Imagine being like a young boy now, right? Like maybe you have like a young nephew or something.
I can't imagine what they would think.
Yeah. Like they're looking at the market like, what the fuck is this? Like
well, then they must get some of the old to them kind of stories where like the princess meets the prince, they get married, live happily ever after. Like they'll have no concept of courting or dating or anything like that.
Yep.
So they'll just think
son.
So you just decide to get married.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna give my son a link to your website, Phil, and whatever happens, happens.
Be the safest thing in the world to happen.
You know what? And I'm not even gonna I won't check the credit card receipt or anything. Just whatever happens, happens.
But did I tell you about the Germans who were on my chat on the website?
Yeah, you did last time on Valentine's stream.
Yeah, like they're like talking about the son and stuff, and he's going to be like this great pianist, and they would rather he had a doll. I still think I was being trolled, but like I can kind of see perhaps where a parent might come from in this sort of dangerous dating world that we live in. I mean, would you really want your son to be out there?
Yeah, it's so misplaced and it's weird. I can't get over the fact that it's weird. Like
German.
Look, I can get over the fact that it's of course German Shiza porn.
German porn is a different kind of porn, man.
Yeah. We're at 230 likes. We're probably not going to make it to 300, but we're currently at $88 in super chat revenue. So if you can make us to 100, I will take another shot.
Oh, you might die.
Oh, give me a break. I'm starting to sober up. That's why I'm being so bold.
There you go.
I'm out of Coke,
Well,
though. I have to go get another Coke and take a piss.
well, you know,
A
Phil,
line
I'm
of
curious.
Coke and Lagavulin.
Yeah. I was about to say, yeah. You gotta be real specific now online. And well, Phil, I was going to ask you, is the drug culture something that is in the UK like it is here? Because like I was out in California, obviously, and um, so here's what Miss San Diego said. Miss San Diego said it's next to impossible to find what she wanted, which was an interracial couple, right? Black male, white female. And I was like, really? In California, that should be easy, right? Like I'm thinking like what could be easier. So when she started explaining this, she was like, oh yeah, you always find this, or you find one or not the other. So I go, well, why don't you go to LA, right? Huge metropolitan area. She goes, yeah, the drugs. Because I mean, I think she said something first, like she's like, didn't when someone's like, yeah, I don't do LA, and I was like, well, why not? Yeah, it's just bad. Well, explain why? Don't give me indirect, give me an exact reason. So she talks about how like the drug culture is so part of the culture. Period. Have you seen or heard any of that in the UK? Just like part of the culture, whether it be dating or just in
Little
general.
bit. I mean, Christ, going back to about just prior to the year 2000, I happened to be doing some IT work, and it happened to be a media company. We had like a Christmas party type thing, and I think because I was one of the group of four who were the entire IT department, we were considered a bit odd because we were the only ones not doing coke in the toilets.
God damn.
And that was like back then, but that's media, so like it's more likely to have that sort of thing.
Yep.
Go forward like another 10 years, and I was in a different kind of software company. It wasn't in media or anything like this, a bit more, you expect to be a bit more normal. And we were just having Friday drinks at a local bar. There's a good old crowd of about 15 of us. And one of the local guys like, oh, I really want some Coke. I'm like, dude, we're actually out in public here. And he just sees some
Damn.
random guy go, oh, he looks as though he deals Coke. He's never met him. Walk straight over,
Wait,
get some
what?
Coke. Yep. And
Oh,
that's when I knew that like this is everywhere.
yeah.
A guy I used to share an apartment with like years ago. Like
Mhm.
he was always into his drugs, and I thought, he's meaning a bit of Mary Jane and whatnot. But when it came to like a proper weekend, he got like the Coke out and stuff like that, and it's like he just wouldn't sleep all weekend. I was like, dude, I could never do that.
Well, the reason why I thought about that is this was maybe I would say a year and a half ago or something. I was on the phone with my sub, and she said that she went out with a couple of the girls, and it was like someone's like birthday party, and they ended up like going out bowling. And yes, this had to be before the pandemic. And she says the chick said like I think they were like in the bathroom or something, and the girl like offered her. She's like, "Huh?" She's like, "Look like nah, I'm good." Like what the fuck? Like Phil, more and more you start to realize why everything has gotten so toxic, right? But like, on both sides, men and women. Like, I think that no matter how bad something can be, Phil, I don't know. I'm sure you believe the same thing. No matter how bad it is, I think it can only be so bad. But once you add drugs to the mix, I just think that it becomes like basically horrible, right? Like if you say that, okay, relationships between men and women are as bad as they've ever been in maybe in recorded history right now with all the feminism, Me Too, and fucking the laws, and like this is about as bad as it's gotten in any of our lifetimes. And then it's like on top of all that, you add the drug culture, like because now you think about how
Yeah.
crazy people are already, and then you add drugs. Like imagine your average, neurotic crazy chick, or your average, meathead gym dude. Add cocaine to the mix. Now what are you getting? You see what I'm saying? A hyper
Well,
violent, hyper sexual, just all these weird, forces joining together to create a
it just
fuck
makes
soup.
it so many times worse. I did tell
Yep.
you I was in the license trade, and I had a pub for a few years.
Mm.
The last one I had was actually in Southeast London, and it was kind of like a racist area, but it was because it was old fashioned. It was kind of racist. So that I thought everyone's going to be kind of old school here. It's going to be like the guys are going to be drinking ales rather than lagers, and the girls are going to be drinking either fruity drinks or wines. And it was largely like that. But when I realized what was going on in the weekends, like a lot of people having to throw them out of the pub because they were starting to get violent and stuff. This isn't what I know of London, but it's because everyone's getting tanked up on alcohol, and then they were starting to snort cocaine in the toilets and stuff. So you've got uppers and downers going at the same time.
Yep.
Combine that with like bad psychology and personalities, and it just snaps, and all hell breaks. Which had the whole pub out fighting at one point. It's like everyone out, police in and stuff like that to get everyone out and arrested. And that's when I'm just like, right. I put a lock on the disabled door, so you just couldn't get in, because that's where they were doing most of it, stuff like that.
Of course.
Any sniff of any Mary Jane, right, you're out, stuff like that. If you start behaving odd, I would start testing people in front of them, right, you're out as well. That was the only way to keep it sane. But like, as you say, it's uppers and downers. Oh, and he's got it.
Yeah.
Speaking of tanked on liquor, hated 7 Days to Die. Thank you for the Chad chat through Streamlabs. He says, drink up. Please hate on us Germans more. I laugh my ass off. So while you guys hate on
I gotta
Germans,
get to Germany.
I will, I'll drink up. By the way, we're at 251 likes. I mean, if you can get us to 300, I'll do another one.
Oh, shit.
Hooray. I mean, if you do actually make it to Germany, if you get one of those areas which hasn't been kind of overrun by like immigrants, they've got like or they certainly had a really good clubbing scene and stuff like that. I know they've got the brothel scene and stuff, but I've always enjoyed my company when I've been in a German company. I think there's a big similarity between the English and the Germans, because of course we had like the Saxons kind of come over and populate a lot of England. But the English, as we know them now, are kind of a mix of sort of like Saxons and Celts. And I think that's the magic mix, if you like, where you've got the belligerent sort of authoritarianism of Germans, and then you've just got the freedom-loving do as you will Celt. And that's kind of how you get this sort of... we're one of the only real nations in Europe who've kind of got like an innate sense of fairness. Even the Romans noticed this about us, the native English, as opposed to Scots or Welsh. So maybe we just kind of hit the perfect mix. I don't know. But that's why I get on with Germans anyway. I think that they party hard, man. They really do.
Oh,
I've heard, because
the Oktoberfest is one of my favorite. Yeah, it is absolutely my favorite time of. So I've actually been to the most German city in Canada, which is the town called Kitchener. It was they changed the name in World War II from Berlin. Now a lot of cities in Southern Ontario are named after major European cities. There's a London, there was Berlin. Toronto used to be known as York. There is a Paris. Anyways, so I've actually been to, and of course, the city of Berlin, Kitchener, formerly known as Berlin, has one hell of an Oktoberfest.
I can imagine.
Let's say that they spend the next week cleaning up all the vomit piles after.
I'm not surprised. I heard that from buddies of mine that were in the service. They talked about being stationed in Germany as Americans, and they said, "Dude." And well, like I said, my uncle, I never saw my uncle again. The last time I saw him was like 1990, and it was right before he left to go to Germany, and he ended up getting married over there. So like especially for Black American men, I don't know what it is. But once they go to Germany, they don't want to come back. They're like, "Nah, I'm good, man." They do their 2 years, Phil, and they're like, "No, really, I can just stay here. Like, no, I don't want to come back." And it's like,
I mean, the only thing that's really missing, I suppose, because I mean, you've got the women over there, if you want to brothel up and stuff like that, it's all very socially acceptable. Superb food, world-class beers and drinks and stuff like that. I would say, I mean, apart from the work ethic where they'll quite happily get up at 5 a.m. and work through, that's why they party so hard after they finish work. But I mean, if you like all of that, it's like, well, it's the strongest economy in Europe, so it's one of the best places to be. So the only thing that's missing to actually just make it a panacea of for anyone who's like, I suppose, hurting from their own society would be the drugs of Amsterdam. If that was legalized in Germany, then you've got everything. And I think everywhere's going that way. Everywhere seems to be legalizing at least soft drugs.
Well, I just think there's a point now where they're realizing that the war on drugs was always stupid because obviously the governments themselves are bringing it in. But I think more so than not, though, Phil, I think it was a matter of these governments just want more taxable money. They're like, okay, look, if people are going to be using and abusing drugs, and we're getting shipments of drugs, we're detaining people. Shouldn't we just legalize it and tax it so we can get the money? Like
I was
it was
saying
just
this 20 years ago, and
yeah, it was just about money.
everyone's argument in the UK was, well, how are you going to do it? Fill in the framework and everything. You do know we've got a nationwide network of pharmacies which deal in stuff like this. They have
Yep.
morphine on site in sets, so they can deal with all that. I mean, hell, if you want to franchise out the front desk, but then that gets fed by or stocked by the pharmacist, you could do that. So you could have like your pharmacy with like a little coffee shop on the side, or like at Amsterdam, where
Yep.
everyone's like stoned out of their brains and stuff. Everyone loves the world, just wants to eat like little jelly sweeties and stuff all day. Then great, because I'd always also said where we had this football hooliganism that we had like a couple of decades ago, I would just have industrial machines just pumping out ganja smoke, and everyone
Yep.
just suddenly starts sitting down, loving each other.
Yep.
See, I watched a movie called The Football Factory that was, I don't know if you've ever heard of that, Phil.
Yeah, no,
Oh, okay,
that
yeah. Did that really sum up 90s England very well?
It depended where you were, but yeah, I mean, there was like an area in sort of like South London, sort of Millwall area, that if you supported the team, you were just expected to go out and fight, and there was battles with other sort of like London teams as
Oh,
well.
God, I feel like I'd enjoy that until someone pulled a knife. Like, that's the thing is, I think what the movie
Well,
showed
back then,
was like,
yeah, back then it was just fisticuff stuff like that. Somebody might put the boot in or something like that, but there was none of this cutting anybody up or like pulling out like weapons.
well, and that's the thing. There's a lot of knifings here in Calgary as well. Our kind of like pub and bar district is 17th Avenue, and anytime there's a stabbing in the city, it's usually in that area. And what it usually is, like, two guys get into a beef in a bar, so they go out back to settle it, and then one guy just pulls a knife, or one guy just brings like three other guys to come in and jump the jump buddy and curb stomp him. There's been a couple of fatalities that way too. They just kept stomping him until his head was flat. And it's like, what happened to the old fashioned, like, look, you and I got a beef, all right? You were hitting on my girl, and we got a problem. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go outside, we're gonna go around back into the alley, and we're gonna settle it. And then when we're done, we're gonna go in and enjoy a beer together.
That was the old way.
That doesn't happen anymore, man.
No, and you know what too? It's the I hate to say this, but usually when I see the mugshot of the guy who pulled the knife, it's usually not the white guys. It's not the white guys pulling the knives.
Yeah, there's a lot of these black punks pulling knives. There's a lot of
Oh, it's
people
not.
in general are pulling
There are
stuff.
very few
Blacks,
blacks in Calgary.
natives,
Muslims,
Latinos. Yeah, like one of the things I've noticed is that
Arabs.
if you took away the fights that happen over pussy, Phil, what do you think? How many fights do you think would actually occur if you took away all fights that revolve pussy in some form or
I've
fashion?
been saying this one for decades. Even if you can't, the story that we just had, where like you've been like trying to like either looking at or chatting with my girl, we got a problem. If you just see like a fight between two guys, there's no woman there, she's around the corner, or like they
Yep.
walked away from her, something like that. There's always a woman involved, even if indirectly, because otherwise they'll have like a bit of an argument or something like that, and then one of them will crack a joke, and then they'll go and have a beer or something together, and like they'll just make fun of it like for weeks on end and stuff.
Yeah, that was an example.
Rarely,
but sometimes, like the way these look, I try to avoid this stuff because I'm brown skinned. I don't get that white privilege, so if I try to start something with someone, I'm likely gonna get jumped. But like hitting on your woman is one way to go about it, but you could also you just you tried to crack a joke and it just came out wrong, right? And then you end up offending someone, or you bump into someone, or you poke them. You're playing pool and you poke them with the stick.
well, yeah, I mean,
He's
there's
walking by you.
all of those things can happen, and generally what would happen when you see the other guy's like really annoyed by it, like you apologize and honor his maintained. And
Canadians, we
that's
always
usually the end of it.
apologize, right?
Well, this was the old way in the UK, but like I think because of like the fatherly example of mentor to son has been so missing, everyone feels that they've got to go Hollywood on the guy.
Well, no one wants to admit guilt, right? Like the reason these fights start is because no one's willing to apologize. It's like,
Well, I mean,
bumped
maybe
into me. No, you bumped into me.
Well, is this because everyone's been brought up on like John Wick and stuff like that, and they think it's cool?
No, I don't think that.
I don't think so.
I actually think it's the kind of the standard of not taking responsibility for your fuck ups, right?
Yeah, I just think it's a culture of narcissism.
Yeah, that's.
I think
that's
what we've
women,
really reached.
right?
And then where does this come from, though?
Single mothers.
If not,
single moms.
Well, I was going to say a lack of father.
A lack of a father. Phil, the narcissism that you see, and also the entitlement, right? Like if you think about what is an incel at its core, at his core, an incel is adopting all feminine traits, right? I mean, think about it. So you're mad that Stacy won't date you, and you believe what? That you deserve her, that she belongs to you, right? Like you feel entitled. Yet the incel doesn't ever say, yo, man, maybe it's me. Maybe I should go lift some weights. Maybe I should change a little bit how I dress. Maybe it's my personality that's turning women away. They don't say it. You know what they say? It's the Chads. The Chads
Yeah, blame anything else and
blame anything and everything else. Everybody, Phil, it's everyone's fault. And I'm like, look, dude, and this is what I would tell the incel community. I'm like, look, if we were to go out right now, and let's just do like a little, like, we're going to do a sociology study, right? And we start going around, city to city, and just start just look for relationships, and just look at the guy and ask yourself, are you more attractive than that guy? And then look at the girl. Wouldn't you say that girl is pretty hittable? If you asked an incel this, they would agree. They'd be like, yeah, I mean, I don't look, too much different from that random dude. Okay, what do you think of that girl? Yeah, she's decent. Okay, so why is he with that girl? Like, you it can't just be it's Chad. There's not that many Chads, bro. You see what I'm saying? Phil, when you were growing up, if someone, like you said, like the hierarchies and stuff that were created, just like there's a hierarchy in the male side, there's a hierarchy in the female side. There's not that many people in the top 10%, top 20%.
Yeah,
it really
absolutely.
Isn't. That's why it's even 6 foot tall. 15% of all men on Earth are at least 6 foot tall, right? That means 85% of men on the planet have not reached 6 foot. So when someone's like, well, Chad is over 6 foot, well, yeah, dude, well, there's not that many people. Like just if you just look at the raw numbers, and I bet you if someone says, hey, Phil, you've had, I'm sure, lots of attractive women in your time. Did it hurt that you were 5'11" and not 6 foot? Probably not really. Is there going to be a woman every now and then that goes, well, I want 6 foot? I bet you most women assume you're 6 foot. You have to tell them you're 5'11". Otherwise, you just don't say anything. If they say, like, yeah, you're the way I like them, Phil. You have that, you have that nice hair. You're 6 foot tall. You probably, rather than go, I'm actually 5'11", you're just like, yep.
Yeah.
If she's complimenting you, why would you stop a series of compliments to lower yourself in her eyes, right?
If it ain't broke.
If she thinks you're 6 foot, hey, maybe you gotta wear some boots or something. So when she sees, yeah, my girlfriend, yeah, her boyfriend, he's exactly 6 foot. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it must be the hair, man. You crack a joke about it and keep moving.
Yeah,
women do
not have a good sense of scale. Like, here's a fun game to play with any woman. Ask her to show with your hands 1 foot. Right? Now, look, that's about 1 foot. Now, most of us as guys could do 1 foot with our hands. Right?
Yeah.
And we'd be off maybe by an inch, maybe 2, if you're like really drunk. But most of us could do 1 foot with our hands.
Spatial awareness for women, though.
Ask a woman what 1 foot is, and you'll get something like this, or maybe like this. So,
well, the one that you see all the time,
you're 6 foot tall, and get away with it.
The one that you see all the time with women is like you're supposed to like bring the car to a stop a full car's length away from the next car, and yet they always do it about 2 or 3 car lengths away. Yep. Certainly in the UK, anyway.
Yeah, well, that's because
that I'm trying to...
your speed limit is about the pace of a tortoise stuck in molasses.
Got a 70 limit. I think we should raise that.
Yeah. See, we have a 120 limit here in Alberta.
Well, it's kilometers per hour, though, isn't it?
Yeah, same as you.
No, we're miles per hour.
Why are you miles per hour?
We're still mired in stupid imperial measurements. Lord knows why.
Okay, someone's gonna have to explain to me why the fuck the UK is miles per hour.
UK is fucked.
You do know we invented the imperial system, yeah? Do you mean why are we still?
That's I could have guessed it from the name, but still. Okay, so 70 miles an hour, I think, is about what, 115 kilometers?
Be about there, yeah.
Okay.
But when we formed this speed limit, cars were shitty. I mean, if you did 70 and you were to stomp on the brake, the car was all over the road. Whereas now you just come to a straight stop. So, my argument. Anyway, as you were saying, Drex, about incels. Shit, what was I going to say about incels? Oh yeah. You were going on about the various reasons and stuff like they don't take responsibility and stuff. Mm-hmm. I've had it's not so much an argument. I hear TFM talking about it all the time. If you've got $200 in your pocket, chances are you don't need to be an incel, so you're lying about it. Now, there is that. Now, that's fine, but that's not what they're looking for. Because after watching TFM go on to, it was supposed to be like a black pill YouTube channel, and there was like incels and stuff on there, and as I call them anyway. But what they're looking for is like the female version of love, to be adored by the other person, and that just doesn't happen from women to men. From men to women, yes.
Formula, right? Take your hooker to Olive Garden.
Yeah,
but you see what I mean, though.
This is the reason why incels and simps fall in love with strippers and porn stars, right? Become cucks, right? Because they have this bizarro fantasy of what, quote unquote love is, or what a relationship is supposed to be. So, and I always tell people, I go, being an incel is not a lifelong thing if you don't want it to be. It can be as temporary as you want it to be. So, I mean, there are guys out there who have not had very good luck with women, and there are women out there like Phil. Have you ever seen girls who they didn't have good luck with men, and it wasn't because of their level of attraction? It was just because of the energy they gave off. Like, it was like they gave off a certain vibe that made guys go like, "Well, I didn't think you were interested in me because you're very quiet, or you're shy, or you seem kind of socially awkward." So all you have to do is just work on whatever that is, and people will start to open up to you. Because Phil, you know how this works. If you and I walk to the gym, and you walk around giving a head nod to everybody saying what's up, and then I walk in with a fucking hoodie over my head with huge headphones on, that screams, don't talk to me, right? Both of us came to the same gym. Both of us came to lift weights. But if I leave that gym and I go like this, well, no one talked to me. No one, and then I start saying stuff like, it's because they're racist. They're not racist, dude. It's just that you walked in with a fucking hoodie.
Do you know what the modern female equivalent of that is today? And no woman understands it. They just sit there on their phone constantly, and even on a date, and they're texting to whomever, and like to a point where like a guy could just lose his temper and say, right, just put the money down the table. I'm not even going to wait for the food. I'm fucking off. See you later. Yep. What was wrong with that? It's like being locked into a form of communication with anyone else is just screams that you don't want to be there. So he fucked off. And they just, again, they won't take the responsibility for the actions. So they refuse to say, well, it wasn't me. It must be him.
It's always him. Well, and that's why, I'm the kind of guy, like I said, what just happened in San Diego, where, I was talking to my friend J Love and talked about it while I was actually sitting in her place, right? And I told J Love, I said, look, I'm not the dude. Like, I don't care why you're mad at me. I care that you're mad at me. And because you're mad at me, I'm going to act accordingly, right? Phil, I have not sent a text. That's not who I am. I don't text. I don't call. I don't care why. I just will never talk to you again. That's how I solve that problem. I don't give you any attention or validation. So if it's a year from now, because I mean, like, you know how women are. At some point, they're going to text and, oh, so what? That's it? You're just going to leave? Huh? Because they just want you to have a reaction. It's like when you don't give them anything to go on, you don't give them nothing. They melt. I'm so sorry, and that's when they're sorry, right?
To cut them off from any form of communication, put them in an emotional vacuum is the only thing that they'll really react to. That's the only consequence that they really know. And I mean, it doesn't have to be a sort of sexual sort of relationship. I've done this with my mother. She said, because she, as I've mentioned, she can be quite bad-tempered, and she started like mouthing off down the phone to me. So I was right, you're going to be like that. Click. Didn't speak to her for like 9 months, and now she's very careful about what she says to me these days. Other members of the family, she'll just spout off, but they just accept it.
Yeah, they didn't face that consequence, and that's why I always tell guys. I said, look, man, don't be out here simping for these fucking females because they're not built the same as men. You understand? So you have to treat, like I said, I've always believed, Phil, like you have to treat your kids accordingly, right? Like if you had 3 kids, you know that there's certain, you always have, every family has that kid that you have to really get on, right? You have to really get on them because and parents will tell you this. They'll be like, look, you were treated differently than all the other kids because you just didn't know how to act, right? We had to always, be rougher with you and be harsher with you because you just didn't get it. So, and then like, this, Phil. There's kids where you, you don't even have to really yell at them. You just kind of got to be a little stern, and they kind of shape up because everyone's different. Personalities are different. But I mean, there are some kids, how Phil, they will test you to the end of the earth, right? They will not stop. It's a war of wills for them. It's like a sick game for them. But you have to, as a parent, you got to make sure that I need to do the best I can with this kid before they go into the real world, because this personality flaw can get them killed in the real world, right?
Well, back in the day, this is where mothers would lean on father. Just wait till your father gets home. And then that would sort a lot of shit out, because daddy wouldn't like put up with this shit, because he will see it for what it was, and that needs correcting right now. Whereas women, or let's roll in single mothers these days, will let things get to an absolute point where it has to be dealt with, and then it's already a problem.
Then they call Dr. Phil and they're like, my kid's a brat, I can't control them.
Yep. Well, it's funny you say that, Tim, because, and Phil, I'm sure you've seen this, just, probably even more so than me, that is the exact point. It's when that boy becomes a teenager, or that girl, especially the boy. That's when that single mom who says, men ain't shit, I don't need you or your money, you go away, I don't ever want to talk to you again. That's when she calls the father, right? When that boy starts really becoming a problem, like, because remember, he's no longer the cute little boy anymore that she can parade around going, oh, I live for my kids, right? When that wears off, and this little fucker, the little, like you said, the little nuisance, he's no longer a nuisance. He's an actual menace to society now, right? Because his behavior went unchecked. That's when they call dad. Come get your son. He's acting crazy. The school's calling. He punched a kid. He did this. Do you ever notice how quickly boys shape up when dad shows up, though? Even if they don't even, they don't have to really know their
seconds.
Dad.
Drex, if baby mama called me and said, you need to come get your kid, he just punched someone out at school, and I'd be like, draw blood.
Well, my thing is always, here's the thing. As a father, I have to know why you punched him. I'm not going to congratulate my kid for punching anybody, but if I know the context, because remember, based on what the context is, your kid may need the ass whooping, right? Like, Phil, you've heard those stories of the bullies, and do you remember how they dealt with bullies? They put bullies in the cage with cage fighters. You ever see that? And all of a sudden, the guy didn't want to be a bully anymore, right?
Yeah.
Because you get in that ring, and the guy's like, I don't want to do this anymore. Like,
bullies pick on the weak, right? They pick on the people who can fight back. The easiest way to stop a bully is to show at least a little bit of fight in you. Look, I'm short.
That's why they always say punch him in the mouth.
School too. I got picked on. As soon as I bloodied a kid's nose in grade 2, I didn't get picked on as much anymore.
That's it.
I literally broke my first nose when I was 7 years old.
Someone has the message. It's called bully beatdown.
Yeah.
Oh, Phil, it was beautiful. These bullies got so imagine being a bully. Let's say you're a punk kid, you're 13, 14, whatever, right? And all of a sudden you are in the ring with an actual fucking professional. Oh, and Phil, there's a guy who lives in your neck of the woods, sort of, Netherlands, right? So Bas Rutten is a world famous mixed martial artist, right? And apparently he was picked on and bullied in his childhood, right? In his adolescence. Once he became king of Pancrase and all that stuff, he won the UFC belt way back when. He beat Tsuyoshi Kasaka. And Kevin Randleman. He comes back to his old stomping grounds and put out an ad that he was going to challenge anyone and everyone who bullied him. How many people do you think showed up?
Zero.
Phil.
All right.
Bas Rutten's a fucking monster, like an absolute monster. Because all of a sudden that same bully knows, okay, I bullied him when I was in the advantage, right? I was in the advantage state. Once a bully realizes, oh man, not only does this guy can he fight back, but he can fight back 10 times better than me. and he's willing and ready to, right? Like, 'cause it's one thing that, you remember those things. Guys would sucker punch someone or something. But when a guy is waiting for you, right? Phil, he's sitting there waiting like this. Let's do this. That's why a lot of bullies, have you noticed, they wilt. Is what Tim just said. Sometimes it's not that you have to even beat the bully up. You just have to, like I said, draw blood. Just do something, right? Don't just sit there. "Oh, don't hit me,"
Yeah,
because
it
now the
was.
bully smells blood in the water.
Yeah, I will. I'll elaborate on that a little bit. It was actually one of these group things. You know how someone just starts picking on someone, and a couple of people will jump in, right? I kind of sized up one of the people who jumped in, and I was like, I could take this guy. I could take this kid. Now, look, the reason why I enjoy being 200 and plus pounds now is because I was a feather as a kid. If I hit someone, I really wouldn't hurt them that much. So now if I give you a gut punch, you'll be on the ground because I've got a lot of force behind that hit. So I saw someone who was trying to join in and tease me and whatnot, who I thought I could take, and take him I did, because once you start swinging, again, it's that native blood, right? You've got to break my arm to get me to stop swinging it. So I thought I could take this kid. Turns out I landed a couple of solid ones right on the button. Broke his nose, and he was just kind of leaking all over the place.
Well, most people have never really taken a punch, though. If you start to really like,
no, 90% of people who've ever done bullying or been bullied, any of them, have never actually taken a legit closed fist punch to the face.
they've never taken a clean hit, right? Like, Phil, you know where you see this is, did you ever listen to Mike Tyson? He talked about, earlier in his career, he said, everyone has a game plan until they get punched in the face, right? And if you go back and look at Mike Tyson's old fights when he was in his prime, he's right. Phil, you remember back in the 80s and people, you had all these guys come out of the woodwork talking about I've studied Mike Tyson on film and I have a game plan. Everyone had some fucking game plan, right? And remember, I sparred against this powerful heavyweight. I'm ready to go. I've been sparring for 3 months for this fight. They get in the ring. This is not a guy imitating Mike Tyson. This is the real Mike Tyson, right? You remember how Mike Tyson was hitting people in the 80s, Phil? You remember there was it was kind of what you said about when women get hit. Like, they have this look of disbelief, like they can't comprehend how much force just hit them, right? It was kind of like with George Foreman. Like, my dad said before there was a Mike Tyson, there was George Foreman. He said before Foreman lost to Ali in Zaire, he said Foreman was the bully of boxing. Like he was like the boogeyman. You got to remember, Ali had lost to Joe Frazier, right? Ali loses to Frazier. The next time we see Frazier in a major fight is against George Foreman. He got his ass whooped, right? Like, brutally. It was like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, this is the guy that beat Ali. So by the time people said Ali was going to fight George Foreman, people were like, oh, Jesus. A 32-year-old, way past his prime, Ali is fighting a peak physical specimen in George Foreman. But Ali has to use all brains, right? It's brains you have to use to beat someone like Foreman. You're not going to beat him standing up toe to toe, right? You look at all that, though, Phil. At the end of the day, when Foreman lost, what was his win-loss record after Ali? He didn't win the belt back until he was 46 years old. Right? What does that tell you? It's telling you that he's the bully. He was the biggest, baddest. The bull. It's a mental game. Once the bully gets punched in the mouth and he senses defeat, you know this, Phil. Physically, he's the same guy, right? George Foreman did not lose his physical body after losing to Ali, but what was broken?
Oh, certainly his spirit.
His spirit, his mind, his spirit was cracked. Like, Phil, did you ever watch Ronda Rousey? Her meteoric rise in the UFC. Did you ever kind of keep up on her?
I kind of heard about it when she was kind of there, so I only caught really a couple of fights then, really, before she got taken down.
Oh yeah, she had her ass whooped, right? Now, Phil, she was undefeated, right? I think she had gotten to I want to say 11-0, and she was usually submitting all these girls by armbar, right? And you know how this is. When people start feeling themselves a little too much, they start saying crazy things, right? Like, I could take on anybody. I'm the baddest in the world. They start, they believe the hype, right? If you go back to Ronda's fights, except for a couple of little exchanges, she never really got hit before, right? Because if judo is your martial art of choice, you're trying to get in on somebody and take them down and then get that submission. She fights Holly Holm, Phil. And one of the things that's so important is that when you watch her fight against Holly Holm, she is the champion, right? So as a champion, you see her fighting back, fighting back, fighting back. Even when she's getting her ass beat up, she's still fighting back because she's like, I'm the fucking champ. You can tell she has that mentality, right? Until she takes that fateful kick to the head. Okay, fast forward. 13 months later, she fought Amanda Nunes, right? Who's considered now, and I believe there's no question, she is the best female mixed martial artist ever, bar none. And she fights like a fucking dude, for real, like straight up dude, right? Phil, she took one punch to the fucking face within like the first like 8 seconds, right? Like, all right, let's get it on, let's go, bing, feel out. Back. She you know when that head just pops back.
Yep.
Phil, have you ever seen fear in someone's eyes just from one hit? Like you can see it, right? Like their eyes go like this, and you can see,
Yeah.
you know, you're like, uh-oh. And so think about this though. If you are an audience member and you can see the fear in her eyes, you can only imagine what the opponent sees, right? Amanda Nunes had to be like, oh, she's done. Because Phil, if you took that hit and you just like this, like, yep, okay, let's go. And you throw something back, you tell your opponent that didn't phase me. Like you got me, you know, you got a clean shot, but it didn't phase me. Once your eyes go big and you start backing up, oh no, you're done. Mentally,
I've
you're
had
already
that
done.
happen before.
So she's mentally broken. Oh, what's that?
I've had that happen before in a hockey fight. I got hit right in the right eye, and it just swelled the eye shut immediately. But then in hockey, it's often you get hit, you take a hit in order to give a hit, right? So
you gotta grab them.
Yeah. So
Yep.
I took one right in the eye socket too. Like it made a kind of a popping sound as it hit the eyeball. But then I threw one back and just split open because there's a part on the cheekbone you can hit right about there, and it's pretty sharp. If you get that with a knuckle, you'll cut it wide open, right? It'll just cut from about the end of the eye here down about there. You'll just split that wide open if you hit it right. So I landed that shot right. So my eye's swollen shut. I'm only seeing out of my left eye, and he's got blood coming down cheek. So who won that fight, Drex? Because referees break us up, and it's like, all right, go to the penalty box. But who won that fight? The guy who got bloodied or the guy who couldn't see for a week?
Yeah, look, the guy who can't see is the guy who lost, man.
Yeah,
because you're gonna. I'd rather have my vision.
Everyone's tapping the sticks, saying that because he's leaking, right? He's leaking
because he's leaking. Yeah. It's to the perception. The perception is gonna always be the guy who's bloody, right? Like, look, I've seen UFC fights where there's a guy, and I'm sure you've seen that, Phil, where you have a guy who's covered in blood, and the other guy doesn't look that bad, and you're thinking like, well, what the hell happened? Sometimes, just like you said, the right hit can you can open up a cut or something, so a person's face can get really bloody. So to the naked eye, that person looks like they lost the fight, but in reality, the person's like, no, man, this guy dominated the fight. He just happened to get cut, and it just bled a lot. He's just a bleeder. But yeah, I know what you're saying, but as a general rule of thumb, you gotta go in.
Oh yeah, you do.
What's that?
But that's the thing is, you take that eye shot, and I still wanted to go. I'm like,
absolutely,
I've got two eyes. I only need one to fight, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's what kind of fed into that too. Because look, if I get hit in the eye and I kind of just like flail and cut,
you go down,
but then I'm just like, oh my eye, right? Like stop.
Which is what a female would do,
right?
Phil, think about it.
Go down and stop hitting me, right? I lost the fight clearly. If I go down and say stop hitting,
if you go down, it's over,
right?
Well, Phil, I'm sure you've noticed this. Females actually like little kid cry if they take any kind of actual physical damage. Have you noticed that? They literally curl into a fucking ball and
well, that always gets a reaction for them, doesn't it? And the guy will step in and stop the onslaught.
Some simple step up and be like, "Why is this woman screaming? I gotta deal with this."
Phil,
come on, guys, 25 more likes to 300. You can do it.
Phil,
actually, can I take 30 seconds for a pee break?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna mess up.
Yeah. Drex, I don't know how many legit fist fights you've been in. Yeah, you ever get into like a kind of like a back and forth on the basketball court before? Sometimes you're beefing with a
No, so
guy.
so here's my thing. So one of the things I didn't like about sports was that there's these rules that basically confine you within your sport, right? So I prefer to actually fight, and that's why I always told people I was like, look, man, you say what you want on the court, where there's a line, right? But make no mistake, if it's going to have to go into an actual fight, then let's do it. But like most people don't really want to fight; they want
No,
to talk and push.
yeah, they want to push
They
you,
want to
or they
talk,
want someone to hold them
push,
back and be like,
hold them
let me
back.
at him,
Yeah,
hold me back."
dude. I told people I was like, look,
We don't do
I
that in
like
hockey though. If you're running your mouth like that, someone's gonna put their hockey glove into your mouth. If you're running your mouth like that, someone's gonna punch you the fuck out.
someone
That's
was
the
talking
thing.
about
Like
that show,
there's
the
a couple
bully
of
show.
guys. Sean Avery's one of them, right? He used to like yap 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 yap, but then someone would be like, "All right, man, you want to go?" And he'd be like, "No, thanks, I'm good." And it's like you don't last very long like doing that kind of stuff. When someone starts shaking the gloves like they're gonna drop them and fight you, if you don't take that fight, everyone in the everyone in the rest of the hockey league's gonna disrespect you.
Well, it's the warrior code, and you know what? You think back to the old days, Phil, of grade school and kids getting into scuffles and everything, and something that also this kind of goes back to what you said earlier, Phil, when you had the bar, which is, do you remember there was a time when there were rules that no one had to expressly say, but everyone knew they were the rules? Like that's why like weapons was not allowed, doing too much, stomping on some curb stomp. None of that was. In fact, if you did some shit like that, you could wind up getting killed. There was a code. Dude, if you can ask anybody, like I can remember a time where if you had told somebody, yeah, man, there was a fight, Phil, and all of a sudden he knocked the guy down, and then it's like, okay, so then what? Did the guy leave? No, he didn't leave. He started stomping on him. You start stomping on a downed opponent, especially the head, shit like that. Like just like you're not allowed to boot someone in the fucking face, right? Like you don't boot someone's grill out, right? So when you see someone who crosses the line, it was the other people, even people who had nothing to do with the fight. Phil, do you remember they would step in? People would step in if they saw you just going, you were just being unhinged. You're like, oh no, 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 we're not doing that, because back the system, the judicial system still worked in the sense that like you could wind up being liable if someone did something insane and they were part of your crew. If I say, hey, it's me, you, and Tim, Phil, we're gonna jump this guy, we're gonna beat someone up. If two of us stop and Tim is still going berserk on a guy, all three of us can wind up getting charged.
Well, there is
What?
that,
Why
but
me? Why am I going berserk on someone?
Yeah.
I
You
can
stole your
remember
skis.
a time when that was considered cowardly. That's why it got stopped.
But
Yeah,
now
yeah, yeah,
cowardly.
yeah, yeah.
Well, and here's
Jumping
the thing
people
too.
and
There's another angle on all this, Trex. If you get into a one-on-one fist fight with someone, doesn't matter how good you are, right? If you're professionally trained and whatnot, there's still a chance you can lose, right?
always,
But if you
always.
pull a
They's got
knife or
they's
a
got to land
gun
right
on
here.
someone, what are your chances then? They're pretty fucking
Yeah,
good, right?
but these
And
dudes
that's
are
the thing.
bitch made.
No one wants to lose, and that's what
Well,
caused all of this, right?
yeah,
Hockey
you know what?
still
You're
got
right about
that
that.
code though, because look, there's some rules in hockey, right? You don't hit a down guy. When the referee steps in, you're done. You don't keep swinging, and you
Yep.
don't go after the rookie, right? If you start taking liberties with the rookie, the other team's tough guy is going to come and put his stick right between your eyes.
Yeah, because you have to have there's always going to be masculine order. And last week, shout out to Phoenix. I did a little watch party with Phoenix, and one movie that perfectly illustrates this change in culture and social order is the original Friday, where Ice Cube's character gets ready toward the end of the movie, goes and he reaches for the gun, and his dad happens to walk into his room. He goes, "Hey, Craig, did you see my?" And he looks down, and he's caught red-handed, with the gun. He's like, "What's that for?" He's like, "Man, I gotta walk Smokey home." And that's when his dad has that lecture with him, and it goes back to what Phil says. Phil, I think Friday is one of the best red pill movies to show people, because if you look at the way Smokey, Chris Tucker's character his behavior, his conditioning, everything about him, he comes from a single mother, right? and it shows. Like, his actions, his lack of accountability, his recklessness, everything shows that he comes from a single mom. And then you look on the flip side, Ice Cube's character Craig comes from a nuclear family, and so here they are growing up in the same neighborhood, and yet they're completely different, like wildly different. And when his dad has that sit down, you can tell Smokey's character never had a sit down because you can tell he's never had a dad ever. So when his dad is sitting there going, you know, this is all the protection we needed. You win some, you lose some, but you live. You live to fight another day. And he said, he goes, that's the problem, you kids today. You punks. He called you, you're sissified, scared of a good ass whooping. And that goes with what Tim said. It really boils down to all these dudes don't want to look bad, which is feminine, right? Men don't care how something looks. They care about the job being done. Women are all about, how I gotta look, how am I portrayed? If you lose a fight, these guys now, like you could get ostracized in your school. Back in the day, if you lost a fight, you just happened to lose a fight.
Yeah, like if you went to distance with Muhammad Ali and then he wins on unanimous decision, would you feel like you failed? No, fuck.
Yeah, you felt like a winner.
I went to distance with Muhammad Ali. I went to pretty good about myself.
And then you can look around like, didn't you fuckers go? Like I didn't see you guys get in the ring, and everyone's gonna give you that respect. Like, yo, man, you gave it your all, even though you didn't win. Like,
I left my heart out there, right? You can never feel bad
left it all on the line.
Your heart on the court or the field or the rink, right?
Absolutely. The original Rocky.
I've been in sports games where we were clearly outmatched, right? They had better scorers, they had better defensemen, they had better goalies than us. And we kept the score close. We lost 3-1. But you felt like, man, that score could have been 16-0. But we left our heart on that rink, and they respect us for that.
Well, you have to fight. You just have to fight. And Phil, you remember when Rocky came out and why that movie was such a big deal? It's because it was. I mean, it's the fighter spirit, right?
Right. Rocky won.
He lost the fight to Apollo Creed, right? And when you go back to that movie, do you remember Phil after he accepts the fight? And you remember, people always forget that there's two running scenes in Rocky. In the first running scene, he's wheezing. Remember that, Phil? He's wheezing. He can barely make it up the steps. Yeah. He's balled over, dying. he's dying. Later on in the movie, that's when the triumphant Bill Conti score comes in. And, the horns are blaring because Rocky is deeper into his training. He cut smoking. Remember, he stopped smoking. He's grabbing the orange from the guy and stuff. Now Rocky is morphing into like, and Phil, this is the masculine journey, right? Do you remember Rocky's relationship with Mick, Phil? Mick represents the paternal figure, right? Because he's disappointed that Rocky had the stuff but never used it. Like, and remember, why did Mick cut him off ultimately? He cut him off because remember what he said? He said, he goes, you had the potential to become a great fighter, but instead of that, you became a lane breaker for some cheap second-rate loan shark. And then remember Rocky's response? Because he's forced to put responsibility on himself, right? He goes, it's a living, it's a waste of life. Right? And you can see that these two have this like bizarre relationship. And later on, of course, Mick, when he finds out that Rocky gets the title shot, I'm not gonna say it's a bitch move, but Mick comes to train Rocky, right? And do you remember what happens, Phil? Rocky does what you expect him to. He reacted emotionally, right? He rejects Mick. Remember that? He starts screaming at him. Yeah, it stinks. And then, of course, as he yells louder and louder, Mick just grabs his hat, puts his little picture in the hat, puts on his, and then he leaves, right? He leaves Rocky's apartment. Rocky's still screaming. The camera pans to Mick walking to the distance. Rocky's still screaming. And all of a sudden, what happens, Phil? Rocky, after he gets his emotional outburst out, what does Rocky do? He runs downstairs to Mick, stops him, and they make up, right? They finally they end their beef, right? Because Rocky knows he stands no chance. If Phil, can you imagine getting a title shot at 30 years old and someone you've been doing club fights and someone says you're going to go to the heavyweight champion of the world without a seasoned trainer, you don't even stand a prayer of a chance, right? Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter how much you've been fighting.
Like in any sport, a lot of people have no idea how much skill, homework goes into it. Like if you're a good basketball player, the difference between you and a great basketball player is the great basketball player watches tapes at 10 o'clock at night.
Yep.
Well, the good basketball player
It's
is
a
out
little adjustments.
with the hose, right? Drinking
Yep.
and partying. The great basketball player is watching tapes.
Yep. How does this
Doing
guy
drills,
move?
practices.
Where do I need to be?
Yeah.
This little thing on my shot. I got a shot doctor to tell me that I'm usually off 7 degrees, and that's what's causing me to miss X amount of shots. Work on your form, and all of a sudden your percentages go up.
Yeah.
And
So
and that's what
people don't appreciate
the
that. Like the
path
average Joe
shows.
does not appreciate how much brain power goes into being really good at a sport, right?
Absolutely.
Wayne Gretzky wasn't the most physically imposing hockey player, but he was one of the smartest.
Yep.
And they said,
Well, it's the same as
if
Tom
you were
Brady.
playing on Gretzky's line, keep your stick on the ice. Because even if you were lost in a crowd of people, Wayne would find a way to put the puck on your stick.
Yep. Well, he knew angles. I mean, like you
Yeah.
see this with LeBron James. LeBron James, like even when he was in high school, do you know what people always commented on? They okay, obviously he was a boy, he's a man amongst boys with his freakish athleticism. But the thing that stood out was that LeBron's passing. And they said that they got dude at his size, his ability to pass the ball is what will separate him from everyone else. And it did, and that's why he's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Well, watch
And
Steve Nash's passes. Like, look up any video of
excellent,
Steve
excellent
Nash's top passes, and you're like, how the fuck did he see that guy was open?
Man, it's a sixth sense. I mean, and this is in any sport. I mean, Phil, you start looking at like guys at the top of their game. It doesn't matter what their game is. You could be a porn star. You could be a rock star. It doesn't matter what it is you do. You could be a sex doll guy, right? YouTuber. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is you do. You can really see a guy at the top of his game really knows his craft. He is really putting in that extra work, and you because you have to because Phil, you know this somewhere out there, and this goes back to like the very nature of the warrior path, which is there's always someone out there, it doesn't matter what you do competitively. You were talking about video games earlier, Phil. Well, like in the gaming space, other people have come and gone in the gaming landscape, right? Like Sega was in it for this time, then they bowed out. Then Microsoft got in. You see what I'm saying? There's been different players. Neo Geo, right? SNK Neo Geo was around. There was a time when Atari was the biggest name in gaming. Do you notice, Phil, that some of these people stayed, some of these people fell off. Some of these people are just developers now. They aren't making hardware, they're only software. So someone goes, well, what happened? While Atari was doing fuck shit, making games like ET, right? Nintendo was trying to build a cultural phenomenon, right? And Phil, do you remember when the original Nintendo first came out? Do you remember how like it was like the ultimate like it was like it bound like whole communities together, like whole neighborhoods. You remember that? This
Yeah.
kid had it, that kid had it. Hey Phil, yo man, I got a new game. I can remember a time where when you got a new game, Phil, it wasn't your game, right? It was everyone's game. Because remember, people didn't have money to be spending on it. I remember games back then cost $40, right? For US dollars. But this would have been the mid to late 80s. $40 a game, right? So when you got a new game, when I said, yo, Phil, I got this game called Ninja Gaiden. Hey, I got something called Castlevania. When you shared games, the reason why this was such a big deal is because parents weren't going to be getting you 50 games, remember, because you couldn't make your own money. So you had to really make good relationships with all the other kids who had Nintendos because you wanted to make sure that when the time came, you wanted to be on good standing to borrow someone's game. Hey Phil, hey man, I need to borrow that game. Remember people would trade games. Phil, it was a glorious time, man. A lot of people think about it. Phil, they didn't live in that time. They truly didn't they didn't live in it.
You've got no idea today. And I'm not trying to be like the old fart saying, oh, it was different when I was a lad. But like, if you're old enough to remember games on cassette, and they took like 5 to 10 minutes to load in, none of these disk drives, which boom, done.
Well, everything is instant now, right? For better and for worse.
Yeah.
And you think about cartridge-based gaming formats, and like you guys would have been calling it the Mega Drive, things like that. That was the genesis for us. And Phil, this was that point that I say it was like the 18 or 8-bit to 16-bit era it was like this special crystallized time in history. This is before there was anything woke. Even the original PlayStation, Phil, there was no wokeness in the original PlayStation at all. That era, none, zero. Like woke, and this is what I tell these younger guys. This whole woke thing that you guys are suffering through, this is all new. It'll pass like everything else. Woke is not forever, just like masculine heroes is not forever. So Phil, when we got to see guys like Han Solo say it like it is, when you had guys like Clint Eastwood's characters, you know what I'm saying? You had guys like Bullet, obviously, you have Dirty Harry, you got guys like Blade with Wesley Snipes. You know what I'm saying? These masculine guys enjoy it while it lasts because eventually the Simpson cucks are going to infiltrate the real shit, and they're going to neuter it down to what you have now with what they call Soylo, right? Solo was no longer a man, he was soy, right? Soylo, a Star Wars story. And Phil, you remember those old movies, right? Like you go look at just how the guys were, right? How masculine they were. Like seriously, Phil, remember the original Terminator, Kyle Reese's character?
Yeah.
You know, just look at that character, and he is he is the epitome of masculinity, right? And with all that masculinity, Phil, do you remember what really seals the character? It wasn't that he was tough. What ultimately seals the character for Kyle Reese is the fact that he had the soft spot for Sarah Connor, right?
Yeah.
That's part of the masculine journey. Like just being a tough guy, and so his protective instinct gave way to him falling in love with Sarah Connor. You see what I'm saying? Because in his future, there was no love, there was no nothing. It was just you just fight all day, right? It was just fucking. Look, that was what, Phil. I think that was the first time I saw the Black Pill. To be honest with you,
Did you notice that actor played pretty much the same character in Aliens?
he did. Michael Bain, absolutely same director, same character. Yep.
Yeah, he had, I mean, not a romantic relationship, but he had a soft spot for Sigourney Weaver.
He did.
All right.
Yeah, well, because in that movie, he's a space marine.
Space Marines. Yeah, Space Force.
Oh man, that was a good dude. That was I just miss those eras, man. I tell these guys, man, you know, it's just like I'm glad in some ways I have a daughter because she has to, she doesn't really, she doesn't really care about the woke shit because like I said, she just watches anime now. Obviously, I need to keep a better eye on what she's watching.
Yeah,
but it's
show
like
a redo of Healer. That'll go
right. Well, you know what's bad though? I would make a valid argument, Phil, to your point about Doctor Who. If you were a father, I would say it's healthier for a kid to watch crazy, even if it's like, I'm not gonna say sexual, but if that, cause I mean, let's face it, we all, when we were kids, we saw stuff with boobies in it when we were like 8, 9 years old, when mom and dad didn't know. But I would rather my kids see anime, not hentai, but anime, like maybe something they violent or sexual is in nature. I would rather them see that than woke garbage, right?
Well, yeah, essentially
you
because
rather have,
the plot
feminism or
line is
feminism?
correct.
Yeah. Because it's like when you deal with the woke shit, what ends up happening is like they start to have a really. I think their views of the world are much more twisted, right? Like if you see, something, some fucking tentacles coming out, and there's crazy violence, and people are getting shot and their heads blown. Do you remember the old Fist of the North Star anime, Phil, where he would hit the guy 500 times, their heads would be exploding, and just crazy shit, right?
Oh.
That is less damaging to a young kid because obviously they know not to go out there and start hitting people in the head, right? But when it comes to the woke stuff, that actually does penetrate them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind so much the woke stuff if it was just a different perspective for male and female roles done a different way that worked. But wokeism just doesn't work. It just leads to the complete degradation of society. So I don't see who wins.
Yeah.
I don't think there is a correct way to do woke, because I think in order to be woke, you have to be putting someone down all the time, right?
This is why I think they're going to eat themselves in the end, because once
Absolutely.
everyone else ghosts, there's only the left, and they're already eating themselves now.
Yep.
And it's just going to go in a concentric circle until there's one of them left. Then all we've got to do is either shoot them or put them in prison. Then we're done.
Yep.
So, gentlemen, Phil, is it 2:30 in the morning over there right now?
It might be 3:30.
Can't hear you, Phil.
It's something 30.
Oh, sorry, 2:30. Sorry.
Yeah, it's 2:30.
That's right.
Not
5 hours.
3:30.
Phil's 5 ahead of you.
Is it 3:30, Phil? I swore you were.
Yeah, no. He's
Wait,
5 ahead of you,
he's,
Drex,
he's
and he's
5
6
hours.
ahead of me.
5 hours. I keep thinking 6. I don't know why.
Yeah, I
I
know.
always
I
think
make that
6.
mistake too. It's
I
CST
always
is
think
5
6.
ahead. But yeah, do you guys want to wrap up then? Because I think it's getting
Oh
pretty
yeah,
late.
we'll wrap up because I mean, obviously, this is like the end of the recording, but I'll be on the first plane to London once they open up, and Phil and I will just
Oh,
we'll have like
absolutely.
a
Drex, I'll
72
be
hour
there right
stream.
beside you.
The
I'll
72 hour stream of Phil, Dollhouse Phil, and Drex. A day, 3 days in the life straight with no sleep.
Hey, get us to 5,000 likes on YouTube, or 5,000 subscribers on YouTube, and we'll talk about what we're gonna do to celebrate. Also, we're
man,
13
be
likes
great.
away from 300, guys. You can get us there. I'll take another.
Oh, nice.
I'll take another drink. I've got a few more super chats to get through.
Oh, let's do it, and
Then
then
we'll
we'll wrap it up.
Yoshken says, "Enjoy the porcelain throne, Tim. I've never cared about celebrities and really only care about the small-time ones in niche communities. Also, Drex, do you love black people?" I think that's a movie
love
name.
black people.
He capitalized it, so I think that's a
No. It's a reference to Jesse Lee Peterson. Do you love black people?
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Amazing. Drex, do me your best Jesse Lee Peterson impression right now.
See, I haven't heard him in so long. Amazing. He has that like weird slurred voice. It's so hard to get. I'll have to listen.
I honestly thought he was slightly retarded.
I did too. Phil, I swear to God, I when I first heard him talk, I'm kind of like, I'm like looking over my shoulder, like, I mean, are you guys sure that he's like normal? But
I was like looking around, saying, "Is his handler around here or what?"
Yeah. I was just
5 likes away.
He even gives the dumb face, right? Like he gives that face, just amazing. Like,
what's up, Brawley? Hey, Brawley's in the chat. What's up, Brawley?
Oh, nice.
He would have made a superb comedian if you think
absolutely.
about it.
So Phil, I almost died like 2 weeks ago. I had a blood clot in my lungs. So we actually had an emergency stand-in for episode 14. And that was Hale Brawley's in the chat right now. That was who was our emergency producer. But yeah, like I had a double pulmonary embolism 2 weeks ago.
Nasty. So you're all good now?
All good. I'm alive. But yeah. I actually was pretty close to dying. My right ventricle and my heart dilated out. It was about to stop.
Dear me. So you're like the Steven Seagal of the YouTube, hard to kill.
Sure. Look, I don't want to get... we're 3 likes away, guys. 3 likes away from 300. Next super chat. Hated 7 Days to Die. Thanks for the super chat. I smell weed every day nowadays, or everywhere nowadays. Feels like society moves towards accepting or not caring about that drug.
Is it being legalized in Canada?
Oh, it's already it's been fully legalized here for a couple of years now.
Oh, well, in that case, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, if they're like it prior to lockdown in the UK, and this is
300.
There we
Damn
go.
it.
Got the drink.
There it is.
But yeah, if you go into various pubs in certainly Southeast London, this is probably all over London, where you'll get people coming in and out all the time. You'll have the doorman specifically stopping these guys because if they come in 3 times, they're a dealer, and that's the only reason they're coming in and out like that.
Well, Phil, I gotta be honest with you. My view of weed has never changed. Right? Like I said, I'm a lifelong non-drug guy. It's just not my scene at all, drinking or drugs. Now that being said, I'm like just a natural born libertarian. So my thing is this: if you're doing whatever drug, and as long as you aren't harming other people, you aren't putting other people at risk, I don't care what you do. So I'm pretty sure weed has killed far fewer people than alcohol, because how many think about how many
to that.
I mean, you look at just how many things, Phil, when there's a car accident, no one asks the first question, was he high? No one says that. What do they say first? Was he drunk, right? Was he under the influence? So what is that telling you? That means it happens enough times. And then look, when domestic violence, watch this. Phil, domestic violence, there's usually alcohol involved in domestic violence, right?
Yeah,
usually.
no one ever bar someone because they were stoned, right?
Yeah. Like stoned people aren't fighting. Think about it. Like, say what you will about weed. If you're not a weed guy, like I said, I'm not a weed guy, but I tell you what, it was like you just said, Phil. When people get rowdy, pump that ganja smoke into the air and let people calm down. Because booze seems to give people that fucking, Incredible Hulk sensation. Like, "Ah!" And next thing you
Yeah.
know,
I mean, from
balls are coming
a,
out.
a pub perspective, though, even if somebody's primarily doing weed, chances are they'll have some coke on them, and that's you don't want to
Yep.
be mixing that with alcohol at all.
Yeah.
An upper and a downer at the same time, something's going to
Yep.
snap.
Yeah. That's the
Probably being
unfortunate
all
part.
like white knight and everything in the chat there. Anyways, two more super chats to get through. Eugene Ford, thank you for the super chat. Do you think incels are simps or cucks or both? Now Drex, you've answered this before.
Yeah, the incel. So to put this in a nutshell, an incel is an unsuccessful simp, right? They worship vagina. The PUA is the successful simp. That, Phil, have you ever looked at? When you really look at them, they're basically the same guy, right? Have you ever noticed a lot of these PUAs used to be fat guys who didn't get laid? Do you ever notice that? And then they built themselves up, and so they still worship women and worship vagina, and they validate their manhood by how many women they can get, right? And then what does the incel validate? I'm not a man until I get with women.
I differentiate them. The incel is the feminine simp, and the PUA is the masculine simp.
Correct. Yeah, well, that's why I said the incel is unsuccessful, because femininity does not work when trying to attract women. Thus, he's unsuccessful. So yeah, he's a feminine simp. The masculine simp, who still validates his entire existence based on pussy, is a PUA. So yeah, he's masculine, but he's still a simp. So he ends up losing in the long run, because it's like, but dude, your whole existence is based on women. Like,
yeah, that's where they get it wrong, because they look at the woman as the prize, whereas you are the prize and you attract the woman to you.
Yep.
I mean, for all that women may make themselves look pretty and dress nicely and stuff like that and give off airs and graces, he is still the prize. It's like, oh, I want this particular kind of man. Whereas, as we've said before, men are pretty easily pleased when it comes to sex.
Yeah. Yeah, Nick and I talked about it in the car when Nick and I both agree. We're like, because I said something like a 5. Nick goes, Drex, a 5? He goes, let's face it, most dudes are perfectly okay with a strong 4. And he's right. Because remember, if a 4 is just below average, your average guy feel most dudes would be like, I mean, if it's a slow Tuesday, yeah, a strong 4, put her on in lingerie. If she's got somewhat of a butter face, just flip it around and be like, yeah, I can do this. Like, that's just the way men are designed.
I know what you mean. And this is why I was an absolute unmitigated failure at Tinder.
Oh.
I'm on there just going, no, dear God,
Yep.
no. Like 1 in 100, I'll say yes. And so I never got any replies.
Yep.
All right.
Poor you. I actually feel bad for you going. I've only heard horror. Like, because I've never been on Tinder. I actually found out about Tinder, ironically enough, it was women. All the women I know have Tinder accounts. Every single one. They're all on Tinder. And they all tell me what a shit show it is. Like, I got to be fair to the women, though, Tim. They've shown me the profiles of some of these guys. Look, there's a lot of manosphere things that roast women's Tinder profiles. These women have a bone to pick too, because a lot of these guys' profiles are fucking horrible. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay,
posing with a
Drex,
fish or hanging with their mom and shit, like just stupid stuff. It's like
that's a bigger problem too.
What's
look at
that?
any guy's resume right now. Look at anyone's.
Yeah.
We know women can't write a resume, right? Because how do you fluff up getting paid to do fuck all, right?
Yeah.
But look at guys' resumes now. Like, as a business owner, sometimes you have resumes come across your desk. People are like, "Hey, I'd like a job." Look at the way they write these things, and it's like,
Yep.
what happened, man? You wish
grammar is severely lacking. Also, have you noticed that, Phil? Just like the ability for people to form complete sentences has fucking fallen to the wayside, bro.
Form complete words has gone to the wayside.
Yeah, words. Yeah. Everything is like these acronyms.
My excuse is the alcohol.
Yeah.
All right.
Phil, so much has changed with that, man. People have gotten it all fucked up.
Yeah.
But go ahead. You guys say you had another super chat.
Oh yeah, I keep getting more coming in too. I can't get through them fast enough. This is a good problem to have, by the way.
Chats. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, these chats. Skeet Neat says, Drexel, what do you think about LollyCon? Will it eventually will it eventually down the line, in time, lead to pedophilia?
Okay, so my only exposure to the whole like lolly thing was what basically Nick has told me, and guys like you, Phil, and TFM has kind of explained. Like that wasn't really my scene, but from what I hear, like lolly is basically the dolls or hentai ish thing where they look like young girls, but they're not supposed to be young girls. Is that basically what lolly is?
Yeah, kind
Their
of.
Lolicon
dimensions.
is pornographic drawings of underage girls, designed
Oh, so
specifically
they
to
actually. Oh,
look
hang on.
underage.
Well, they're
Like,
very, very moe anime though, with like the huge eyes, almost chibi heads and
correct.
stuff like that.
Okay, so but they have like so like their height dimensions would be closer to an actual girl, not a woman, right? Is that the
Yeah,
whole thing?
more often than not. I mean, it depends how they're styled, but yeah, I would say 9 times out of 10.
Okay. So, okay, here's the thing. I don't want to get too far into what I believe in terms of like censorship because like I said, the one of the only hard lines you'll ever hear from me is anything that involves children or any kind of like because how that's like the uncanny valley, right? Phil, like once you open that box, like, well, yeah, it's just designed to look like a child. It's like, like I don't know if pedophilia can get any more rampant than it already has been because that's been going on since the dawn of time, basically, but the dawn of civilization. And that's actually the reason why they needed to kill the whole idea of chivalry. Is that chivalry was amongst men, knights, and then what was happening though, Phil? The knights were getting all the village girls, right? And the kings were, right? So then what did the regular guys do? This is the 80-20 rule. They started getting with who, Phil? They were taking girls, underage girls. So what happened? Whoa, 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 whoa. We got to even this out so that society can function, right? So when it comes to lollies, it's like, I mean, like I said, I don't know enough about it, but just from what I've heard, I think that's they're really walking a slippery slope because if you're making anything look like I think it's just as creepy as Phil, have you heard about the whole what they call like the pony bros, like the My Little Pony people that are full grown
Bronies.
men? Bronies, that's what they're called. Yeah. Bronies. So Phil, on paper, that's fully legal, right? Like, they're not breaking the law, but deep down there's just something inherently creepy about that, right? Because that's unnatural. You see what I'm saying? Like I watched
Yeah,
My Little Pony.
I,
Because
I, I
I
think
have
it's like
daughter.
really weird. I mean, certainly not my thing, but like, I mean, I don't suppose I would make it illegal if no one's harmed by it.
See, that's what I'm saying. It's like,
But
but you notice how
is
it's
that
a
always the
slippery
case?
slope.
Yeah, like that's the thing
It's
is you are now gearing media towards someone who finds that attractive.
correct,
You're
correct, and
satisfying
then
their
that's the
need.
thing. Now, here's the thing though. Now, if someone said, "Well, Phil, I have a crystal ball that says this is as far as these people will take it, it's just lolicon," right? If I had a crystal ball that said that's as far as they would take it, I would say yes. But knowing what I know about human nature, that it's never, it doesn't matter what they get, it's never enough, right? I know that they're going to go further.
Well, that's
You
the
see what I'm
safe
saying?
outlet argument,
Well,
right?
but if that's the case, then Japan would have like the highest sexual crime rates in the
Well,
world
theirs is pretty high.
because they've got an almost zero rape rate.
Not rape, but their pedophilia rate. Oh God, I can't remember.
Well, yeah, because it's
it's
legal there, like in terms of like comics and media and stuff like that. I mean, hell, you can actually get child dolls there, and you can take them outdoors and stuff like that, and it's all fine in
that
Japan.
that is the argument between the safe outlet approach to things, whereas perhaps that person would abduct a child if they didn't have the outlet of a doll.
Correct, right, and that's the slippery slope I'm referring to.
Yeah, but that's the
I
argument
mean,
too.
you
Is that
you can
actually
never
true or
know,
not?
right? I mean, here's the thing. As everyone knows, I'm huge anti-pedophilia because yeah, fuck that. But it's like because Phil, I remember Ken Jennings wanted to do a show with you and I and talk about that.
Oh
With
yeah, we gotta get him on for that. And
yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
because he's actually dealt
He wanted
with
to talk about
victims
that.
of child sex crimes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, like because like I said, it's just it's like but you said me like you can make something have so many different issues because if I know that creating child sex dolls will prevent sexual predators from preying on real children, I would say mass produce them, right? If I knew that was as far as it would go with the actual potential sex predators, right, of children. But if it's going to give them more of an enticing thing to say, oh, now I get to this is
now I
only
want the real
whetted my
thing.
appetite.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
it's
Yeah,
any
by the
sane
way, chat,
person
don't
would
misunderstand
think
me.
the
I'm
same.
not defending. I don't personally believe in the safe outlet theory. I'm more of the line up on the wall kind of person.
yeah. If you're an actual pedophile, like you're an actual pedo, like you've actually done things with kids, I'm not into the whole rehabilitation thing. That's not
No,
me
get on the
because
wall. I've got a 308. I've got a
from what
308
I've
with your name on it.
understood. Well, I've talked to people who have actually been in the penal system, and Phil, they've all said the same thing. They came back with the same diagnosis. They said a person could be in here for any crime, murder, robbery, abuse, blah blah. They said the one thing that there is no like rehabilitation for, it's the sex offender.
Well, that's
They
the thing is
said
like
that's just
what gets
who they
you
are, man. It's
off.
what they
You
are.
can't fix that, right?
Nope.
Like if you're a gay guy, they can't put you in prison until you're straight. Right?
Correct.
You'll
Correct.
never
Because
be
as soon as you get
attracted
back
to
out,
tits.
yeah. You'll never be that. So yeah, as soon as you get out, you're gonna go back. Like that's why if you notice, Phil, throughout history, there have been serial killers where they were arrested on like other crimes or suspicion of something. Like even Ted Bundy, right, was in jail and escaped. And when he escaped, what did he do? He went right back to doing what he was doing. Like this is who they are. Like this whole idea of I can rehabilitate them and blah blah blah. Man, like
Well, that's
there was a
women's
story in
logic,
Russia.
right? That's the women
Yeah,
who
I
are
can
like
change him.
proposing to Paul Bernardo. If you don't know who Paul Bernardo is, chat, look him up. This guy is fucking scum. And there are women that are trying to propose to him and write letters to him. They fall in love
Of
with
course.
him. He abducted and raped
Hybristophilia.
an underage girl, like a prepubescent girl,
Yeah,
and then
these
killed
people
her.
are creeps, man.
Right? Like he is the epitome of an evil person, and he's gonna rot in jail for the rest of his life because, unlike popular belief, Canada does actually have a life sentence. Everyone
do you?
says like, oh, first degree murder in Canada is 25 years. Yeah, if you killed a guy, spend 25 years in jail, then we decide whether we let you out or not. It's the way like Norway has too with Anders Breivik, right? He's never getting out of jail. Yeah, the maximum sentence for the crimes he did was 30 years or something, but he's never getting out of jail because we have what's called the dangerous offender designation, and that will keep you in there for until you die, or until someone shanks you. But
look, man, in
like
certain
that
cultures,
logic,
man, they don't even have that much. You
yeah,
need the North Korea.
yeah,
Phil, it solves every problem, man. North Korea. Like, you fuck up in North Korea, it's like, fuck.
Yeah.
You really
No.
fucked up.
The logic of, oh, I can fix you is very
Yeah,
similar
no.
to the women that like fall in love with serial killers, right?
Correct. He's
It's
gonna
terrible
change.
logic.
Yeah, it's all based on emotion in a God complex. Like, I'm so special and he loves me so much that he's gonna change for no, he's not. He's gonna when you end up going to work, he's gonna grab your kid and do things to them and go back to doing what he does.
Someone said in the chat that Denmark did a study and they show no connection between sexual violence and lolly soda stuff. Okay. Did they actually study offending pedophiles? Because that's the thing. If you go up to a person and be like, we're going to show you a bunch of lolly and then see if you go out and rape a kid.
Well,
Every
yeah,
person's going to be like, well, no, I'm not going to go.
If you did a study on the link between violent computer games and murder, you wouldn't necessarily study murderers. You'd study the general populace to see if they suddenly started to commit murders or violent acts.
Which itself is flawed, which is a flawed premise for your hypothesis, because you're not comparing apples to apples here. Like, that's the thing. In order to get the true representation, you actually need to look at people who are offending against children. But
Well,
then
if you're
you
saying
find those people,
if you're saying that lolicon is going to lead to that, though, you could just start off with a normal
people who
group.
look at lolicon. But then how many people are going to come up to you, a college researcher or whatever, saying, oh yeah, I'm going to tell you I look at lolicon. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely.
These people actually exist, actually asking for these people.
True.
It seems
then,
weird.
Like,
so somebody must be responding to them.
Well, that's self-selection bias then. Like, look, I had to do research projects when I was in college for artificial intelligence. Like, if you just put out a thing that says, okay, you come to us and you tell us that you look at lolly and we'll study you. Well, now you have self-selection bias. I want to know about the people who didn't come forward. Right? The only way you'll study that is if you're a government spy, or if you're Google and you're spying on everyone downloading lolly, and you start watching them without them knowing they're being watched. Right? The panopticon style.
That could be happening.
Yeah. Well, Phil, do you know what it reminds me of? When I was doing research for a show way back when, and if you Google it, it says that 41% of white women over the age of 40 take antidepressants, right? However, if you ask anyone about the old hag white chicks that they work with, they say it's 100%, right? They're like, all of them take some kind of fucking medication, right? All, not some, not most, but all, right? Or they'll say like basically all. You see, so yeah, 41% admitted to it. You know what it reminds me of, Phil? When you ask women their body count, no woman's going to tell you her real body count. Oh, they're going to tell you how many boyfriends they've had. You see what I'm saying? Like,
well, yeah,
because you can
not
prove the
every
boyfriends.
dick counts.
Right? It doesn't count.
Like, she was really emotional that day. That one doesn't count. She wasn't cheating.
That one doesn't count. I was really stressed there. That gangbang didn't count because that was on a cruise ship.
When it comes to things like medication, for some reason, women like to be on the sort of corrective treatment. So, oh yeah, I'm on medication. But then if it gets personal, then they might not tell you.
Yeah.
Or if it affects their chances of employment or something.
Of course.
So, yeah, Super Deluxe Facepalm in the chat says, then all studies are flawed. Actually, that was a real thing. Drexville, I don't know if you heard this, but maybe 3 or 4 years back, there was kind of a landmark study that tried to reproduce the results of every psychological study that came before it. And some extremely high percentage, I think it was like 80 plus 80%, they could not reproduce the results of a previously published study. Now, here's the thing about scientific conclusions. The hallmark of any study is that you must be able to reproduce your results.
Correct.
You remember the vaccines cause autism in the Lancet, right? People repeated the study and didn't get the same result, and it turns out the guy was just, the guy had a conflict of interest he didn't declare, right? That study got pulled. But no one, many people have tried to do his study again with the same parameters, and they didn't get the same results. Okay, so his conclusion is flawed if you can't reproduce the results.
Yeah, it's rampant in science, actually, that you can manipulate the data or results set that you get to kind of match the conclusion that you're looking for.
Yeah, it doesn't say. Okay, so basically, here's the thing. Your result is going to be based on a narrative, right? And there's always a narrative attached to your result. So if someone says, well, like Phil, the birth rates are collapsing, and I know they're never going to hold women accountable. They're going to start saying it's because guys look at porn, guys play video games, guys do this, guys are hanging with their buddies. It's always something that's guys' fault, right? So if you start listening to this too often, you just believe that, and this is where people start getting this thing where that's why they always say that guys need to man up and do that. You've never heard them say women need to do blank, right? Because you've never seen a study that says, all right, ladies, this is how you get the birth rate up. This is how you get happy and stop taking all these medications and drinking and getting a high body count. If every study is biased.
The BBC actually touched on this. I don't know if it was accidental or something like that. Certainly within the last sort of 6 months or so.
That one missed the censor.
Yeah,
they actually touched on that, and they said it's the women who don't want to have the children. They weren't saying it's not the men. They just kind of admitted that, but they were concentrating on the fact it's women who want to actually go out and be in the workplace and like youth and stuff like that, and then kind of concentrated on the conclusion. Well, they do want to have children when they're about sort of 48 to 50, when it's plainly too late. But then we've been bleeding this one for years, though.
Well, Phil, do you know what's funny is that like it's like here's what has always been baffling to me about women is how can you hate your own biology so much because like in their minds they got the raw end of the deal, right? But from a man's perspective, they go like this: no one gets a good end or a bad end because it's just based on perspective, right? If you're a pretty girl and you never have to work a day in your life, well, hell, you won. A man doesn't get to just exist and things are given to him, right? So he can go, hey, all men lose, right? We have to work. We have to do something. We have to provide. If we don't provide, we're literally cast out of society.
But as far as the female as far as the female is concerned, we get life handed to us on a silver platter by a woman.
Yep.
They don't see us
Yeah.
doing the work
Mhm.
and building civilization and stuff like that.
They don't see
And they
it, none of it happen.
and they still suffer from this form of like penis envy, which I think is based down to the fact that we are easily pleased and we can be really happy in life, whereas a woman is never happy. She's always wanting the next rung of the ladder or the next whatever it happens to be.
Yep.
That's why women end up being social climbers. There's never
Yep.
a level where they get to it. Yeah, this is good. I'll just be like this for the rest of my life. They get to a point where they can't get any further,
Well, and then
but
they're
they still
miserable.
want it. Yeah,
They always want more. Whereas, yeah, Phil, we've talked about this. Guys can be happy with this, like, like even when I was in San Diego, right? Miss San Diego's cottage. I don't even know I don't even know the square foot, but it's small because obviously it's San Diego, right? Phil, I'm trying to give you like a layout. You walk in, there's the wall, you have a couch here, you walk a little bit, there's the kitchen, the back door, which is literally like your little spot to be in, and a bedroom with a bathroom, right? Phil, you know how men are designed. Every man I know would be perfectly okay with that as his pad. He's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm
yeah,
good. Because it has the necessities, right? And I think there was one of those like washer and dryer hybrids that was like right there in the kitchen. A guy, we don't need much. We're just like, yeah, I'm good. Like, what else do I need? He plays my games. Like, yeah, I'm good. And a woman can be like, don't you want more? Don't you want a bigger? I don't need a fucking McMansion, right? Like, dudes are like, no, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
And
All
that's
right.
that. Like, just so simple to please.
Yeah. Okay. Hated 7 Days to Die. Thanks for the super chat. Phil, the weed comment was for Germany, not Canada. I don't know if it's fully legal in Germany or not. Don't know. But I know it's fully legal here in Canada.
it wouldn't surprise me the way Europe is going.
Exactly. Like the US is
I
the last
knew
holdout on this, right?
I knew the UK would be the last place in Europe that would allow this, just because we're just so stuffy like that. Like, we've got no medical argument to actually say that this really should be a banned substance.
You guys are basically the Americans of Europe. And I don't think you want to admit that, but
Well, we did create
first of all, you're
America, to be
measuring your
fair.
speed in miles per hour. I don't know what that is. What that's all about.
I've got to hand it to the French in that respect. I do like the metric system a lot better.
Oh, excuse me. Alfred Barajas, whatever. Thanks for the donation. Red Mage 13. First time catching you guys live. What's your guys' take on the recent Stop Asian hate? Me being an Asian, knew it was coming and already getting annoyed at the virtue signaling since I know people being fake.
Well, it's funny that this question comes. You can go first, Phil, because I have a take on this. I literally just talked about this with J Love today.
Well, this will lead to what you're saying, because I wasn't going to go in any great depth, but like, first of all, there was like the black man who was kind of put in the doghouse. And then the white man's kind of been pushed in the doghouse. The black man says to the white man, now you know what it feels like.
Mhm.
So, yeah. And now the Asians are now being pushed into the doghouse. So, like, the white man actually looks over the Asian and says, oh, you know what it's like to be white now, then, against wokeism.
Mhm.
So, who's next? Whoever has more money than the bottom end of society, I think.
Yeah, it's always going to be somebody. Well, my thing was this. This is my only issue that I have with, like I said, I didn't know there was like a hashtag Stop Asian Hate or anything like that, or any movement. But I will say this. I think if you asked Asians, the Asians will tell you Asians are fucking racist and xenophobic.
Yeah.
Don't believe me? Go to any Asian country, right?
Oh, no,
And this
no.
is not me just
Go to any
making
corner
up
store.
shit.
Go to a Korean corner store.
Bruh. Well,
Especially
so my thing was this.
You as a black man and me as a native man, if we go to a Korean like bodega or corner store, right?
Yep.
We get followed around.
Yeah, well, and I will say this about Asians though, and to be fair, this is true of all people. If you get in good with them and they know you, they are cool with you. Like they really do go. They really.
Oh, yeah.
But that wall that they set up, Phil, they are very tough to crack. Like they don't just like let people in. You know what I'm saying? So here's the thing. You have a group of people who, for the most part, remember they're racist against their own Asian people. You see what I'm saying? Amongst other Asians, they're
Well,
racist.
nobody hates
So
the
and
Chinese
very
more than the
xenophobic.
Japanese.
Yeah, you do. They oh man, they go the hard. They go hard in the paint over that. So my thing is this: when it comes to Asians, how can you have a known penchant for being racist, yet as soon as you get any heat, you do the woe is me. Maybe you should have been kinder to people. You see what I'm saying? Maybe. So like I said, this is not me just like I said, I don't want to take it as like I'm bashing Asians. Like I said, I don't have a problem with anybody, but I am quick to point out hypocrisy, Phil. No different than, like I said, when it comes to like feminists or these BLM idiots, these pro-black back to Wakanda idiots, Hotep, that they bash white people all day. They wake up and bash white man, right? White man bad. And you go, why don't you leave and go somewhere where there's no white people? They won't do it. Just like when women bash men all day, Phil, as soon as you talk about segregation, gender segregation, shut up, right?
Well, yeah,
No,
if
no,
you
no, no,
go
we
to
don't want
where
to.
there's no white people, who's going to simp for them?
Well,
Right.
with all of this, I mean, like they go on about oppression or systemic oppression, all these different types. Say, well, why aren't you complaining about the Arabs? They're still doing it, or
Yep.
because it's all about money. So the next progression I tend to see, the next ones who will come after the Asians will be the Indians, as in from the subcontinent of India, because they're actually doing rather well monetarily as
Yep.
well, and then they'll be oppressing everyone.
Or Arabs. I can see
Yeah.
Middle Easterners getting it. Yeah. With all the like I said, look, man, these guys are out in Dubai. They're shitting on chicks, pissing on them, and making them suck camel dick. So
Oh,
they're definitely oppressing, man. They're
that
oppressing
still
thoughts,
gets me every
allegedly.
time.
Oh man, hey Phil, just Google Dubai porta potty.
Oh,
Oh,
I've heard so much about it in
Oh,
TFM
no.
circles.
Phil, it's so fun, dude. Look, Phil, they're sucking camel dick now, man.
I remember, I think I was reading, I don't think it was a video, but like some girl went out there doing all of this. And then when she came back home, she mistakenly told everyone. Then she lost the respect of everyone that she knew, and she couldn't understand why. Because I've got all this money.
I got all this money.
Yeah. Money ain't shit.
It doesn't matter
doesn't
how
really
you
work
got
that way
it.
for dudes.
Money ain't shit, and you ain't shit.
Well, here's the thing, though. If one of your bros comes back and says, these rich Middle Eastern chicks peed on me and took a shit on my stomach or my chest, but I got $1 million in cash. Look, we as dudes, we go like this. Well, I mean, that was a good investment. Like we don't have the same social rules. You see what I'm saying? Because Phil, guys judge you on like basically like did you do something that was betrayal, right? Like if you betrayed somebody, we can't be with you. If you did something that was like
Honor
you took
bound.
advantage of children, it had to be something that you had to actively do something malicious to be ostracized as a man. But if all you did was settle and lie down and let girls pee and shit on you, and you got $1 million, look, man, it's easier than how we got to make $1 million. You see what I'm saying? So more power to you.
Would you bang Lizzo for $1 million?
I think it would take an awful lot of pharmacology to make that possible.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so people always say that, like, would you bang person X? And it's like, okay, if I am physically able to get my dick up, then absolutely. And here's the thing. Here's what people don't understand though. Phil, you know how this works. No guy would shame you for that. If you bang
every
Oprah,
dog has his price.
people can say what they want. Because here's the thing, Phil. Have you ever gotten with a chick that wasn't that attractive? Yeah. Did you smash? Yeah.
Yeah,
And did
I've
you
done
get
a
paid?
fatty.
No. So if you didn't get paid to smash an unattractive chick, Lizzo is just a much fatter, unattractive chick. So if I'm gonna get paid to smash, hell yeah, I'm gonna smash Lizzo for $1 million if I could get my dick up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. A couple more super chats. Andrew Jackson, isn't that the name of a president?
Yeah, he's on the 20. He's gonna be removed from the 20. They're gonna put Harriet Tubman on there now.
Oh, okay.
Allegedly.
Well, the ghost of President Jackson, big fan. Thanks for super chatting. Keep up the great work, Drex. Question for Dollhouse Phil. How do you go about starting a doll store like yours? I'm thinking about starting one.
Well, I suppose the question would be, where are you? Do you actually want to be a franchise of the Dollhouse? This could happen.
Yeah. So Phil, off the top of your head, what countries are you represented in right now? Can't hear you, Phil.
Oh, sorry. I've got a few instances in the States, Mexico and New Zealand. I'm talking to somebody in Ireland, which will give me a European Union presence.
Nice.
But that's it at the moment.
All right. So if you're not from any of those countries, absolutely hit them up. Well, we'll get Phil to shill his website afterwards. You can try to reach out to him, or if you're in the Discord, you can always just message him there. Do you get a lot of our fans messaging you, Phil?
I presume so. I get like a lot of random messages through Discord, and they're usually
Of course you
doll
do.
oriented. So I don't like say like which server are you from? I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
answer the question.
He
Yeah.
says he's in Texas.
Well, I
Texas
do
would be
actually
the
have.
hardest state to get.
I've got one in San Antonio. He was
Yeah.
kind
Yeah,
of
the same.
going independent, and he's kind of coming back. So that's good.
I feel like Texas would be one of the hardest states to get that in. Maybe Alabama, but it's the religious states, right?
Well, Texas, weirdly, they still allow the really small dolls. You can actually now
Yeah,
by
Texas is
small,
weird.
I'm meaning like short, but they've still got like massive breasts and stuff. Whereas the
Yeah.
UK would look at a short doll, even with massive breasts, and go, "Oh no, 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 we're not allowing that sort of thing around here."
Oh my god.
Yes, because you're allowed to knife everyone to death, but if your doll is a
Acid
midget,
attacks.
apparently.
Yeah, acid is okay. No go zones are okay, but not a little doll.
And terrorist attacks, and that's now just part and parcel of living in London.
Oh, Sadiq Khan, I hope
Damn.
someone
Yeah.
throws him out of. Is he up for election this year?
It was meant to be last year, actually, but lockdown
Of
being what
course.
it was. So now they're talking about it, and we've actually got a really intelligent black conservative guy who's running up against him, and I really hope he wins.
I really hope so too. Not because he's black or anything. I just hope he wins.
Well, they're playing the race card to just like kind of fight fire, with City Khan being sort of Asian, Indian.
Yeah, I don't know about that. We do that a lot in Canada too, right? If you have black conservatives or native conservatives like me, they like to parade us up on the stage, right? And we're the photo shoot people. And I don't know about that.
I don't think
Because
you
that's
need
the
to.
thing. If you're liberal light or just liberal, what's the difference? Vote for the liberal, not the liberal light.
Well, the thing is with London and the UK, for all that it's got like an enormous amount of people in there, it's not so many British, you would say like white British people living there. They all commute into work and then they commute back out. And a lot of the people who are living in London, certainly central London, are on benefits. That's how they can afford to do it. And they're all left leaning. So that's how Sadiq Khan got in.
Okay. That makes
Anyways,
sense now.
last chat, and I think we'll call it a night. It's now. I like how I said 45 minutes ago. We will try to wrap up. That's how it always goes with used to.
Oh man.
Yashken.
Well, I'm going strong this time because I actually got some fucking rest. I was zombified last time, but I feel strong this time.
Yashken, thanks for the super chat. I personally don't care about lolicons all that much, but I also don't want to head down the path of what's acceptable in our fiction if it clearly isn't real, because that's when all of the censors run in once there's blood in the water.
Yep.
Well, you do have to kind of sort of like, if you're going to do this, you have to draw a definitive line.
Yeah.
Because we've got the sort of, I suppose, classic novel Lolita now, which concentrates on that. It's a fictional novel. I mean, the main protagonist is a broken man at the end, and the moral of the story is you don't get with underage girls. But even so, if we go by the lolicon idea, that simply wouldn't be allowed. Now, if that's not allowed, then we can't have fictional war stories because that's got murder and people being blown to bits, tortured. Is that worse?
I think the way we have it now is probably the best kind of middle ground for everyone. Like, yeah, it exists. It's a morally gray area. And if you consume it, you're going to be ostracized quite a bit.
That would be the best way to do it, make it a social ostracization rather than like locking people up.
Because like the people who out themselves on Twitter as like lolicon enthusiasts, yeah, I want to know who you are because I know I'm not going to put my kids anywhere near you.
We'd hope
right?
not.
So I think the way it is right now is probably the best of both worlds. Like, you can go full Christian censorship and be like, everything with a tit in it's illegal.
Yeah, these people, but those people are always frauds too, because they're always doing
Yeah,
all
they are.
kinds of shit. Yeah, yeah,
Anyways,
and that's where I draw that line. Because like I said, if as long as you aren't doing things that you can actually say, yes, this person is doing blank. My thing is, which is what Phil said. Once you start going down that path, all you have to say is like, there's no sexualization of children, right? Like if you just use that as like a hard, like definitive line, like, okay, if there is carnage and war and there's death scenes, you would usually, like, directors and stuff would tend to, like, you know insinuate something happened to kids but not like explicitly show it, you know what I'm saying? And that's why you have boards that determine what it can and can't be in movies, or can and can't be sold, or whatever, right? I think that's like a general line that I think people can all understand, like, okay, we can't sexualize children, okay, got it. And
well,
then,
actually,
like I said, all the blood and guts and all that you can do. So
but like anything to children just gets that visceral reaction. Do you remember the scene in Alien where the little kid
yeah,
has the
new
xenomorph popping out of his chest, right?
yeah.
Like, that
Well,
was
I mean,
pretty shocking. I was like, holy shit, they allow that?
right.
Um,
But then again, like because it was a movie, because once again, violence. Here's the thing: violence involving children is shocking, but you don't get people saying, "Oh, we need to shut this down." Because The Walking Dead has had kids get killed, right? And
and
people,
it's
the reason
always
why it's okay
very,
is because
yeah.
in a lot of things, because in a post-apocalyptic zombie world, zombie apocalypse, that kind of shit would happen. What people don't want to see is sexualization of children. I think that's everyone's like. That
But
seems to just be like that line that everyone seems to agree on, regardless of where they're at. Like sexualization,
well, not
violence.
everyone. Not everyone,
Well, yeah,
Drex.
we know. People that
There's a
lean on the
judge
tide
in
of normal.
Wisconsin right now who doesn't think that's a boundary.
Yeah, because they're the ones doing it.
Yeah, so anyways, well, that's it for the super chats for tonight. Let's we'll sign off. I don't know. We didn't really talk a lot about St. Patrick's Day because I think Phil's still locked down.
Well, you guys can't really do much. Well, that's why I asked Phil, like, how would they celebrate it over there? Because like, you guys can't really do much because you're locked down still. So it's like, I'm assuming everybody just they just went home and drank.
Yeah.
Yeah, like at-home drinking's really gone up and up to a point where, like, the authorities might be getting a bit worried about people, but they're talking about reopening the pubs. Now they're going to do this in a stage, where for a period of at least a month or something like that, you can drink outside at the pub, like in the beer garden, but you can't drink inside because coronavirus. That would
Oh,
be a
And apparently coronavirus doesn't get you before 10 o'clock, right?
yeah, yeah. Curfew.
That's
These
hilarious.
people are so fucking
Anyways,
stupid.
I'll take my final drink of tonight because we did hit 300 likes on the stream. Thank you
Nice.
so much. We appreciate
Keep it up,
you.
guys.
Don't forget, smash that subscribe button like Drex smashes these hoes. Like Drex
someone's gotta do
almost
it, man.
smashed Cynthia. Like Drex is gonna smash Susan. Right?
I got to, man. I gotta save the people that need saving, Phil. I'm telling you, you guys are gonna know when I smash Susan, because like TFM is gonna be like, he's gonna be in your suggested tab. You're on YouTube.
He's
And
gonna be
it
back.
says like videos you might like. And you're like, TFM.
What are you doing here?
There he is. Yeah,
he got nuked
that's
off
when
of
you know
Discord,
I've
too.
smashed
That's-
Susan.
Rip him. Oh yeah, Phil.
Man,
Not tonight though, because I'm gonna go throw up in a toilet after this. But not tonight. But I will send you the episode link for bonus episode 3 where we interviewed TFM.
Okay. I mean, is that already out there? Because I'm sure I saw that
Well, it's
somewhere.
behind a paywall, right?
Okay.
So I mean, if you're already paying us, I don't know. I didn't see it in the list, but if you're already paying us, you can grab it. But I mean, I have no problem sharing it with you.
It looks like you have a mullet right now, Tim, because there's something on that back. Is that
It's my
what's on that
jacket.
chair?
Yeah, it's my jacket.
Yeah. So
I have
the
a
way
jacket
that you're
on my shirt.
leaning, it looks like you just have a big mullet.
Oh yeah, I look like a '90s hockey player. I look like
Yeah.
Yager. I look like Yammer Yager right now. I just got the flow going.
Yeah. I'm like, what the hell is that? Oh my god. Yeah, but thanks for everybody for
late super
stopping
chat
in with us
from
tonight.
Eskimono Phono.
Oh,
Thank you very much. Cheer, he says. Not cheers, but cheer. Anyways,
cheer. Yeah,
Phil,
we're
show
gonna
your
cheer
stuff.
all
Where
of it.
can people find you? Your Discord, your website.
Is this going on YouTube?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're live on YouTube right now.
Well, I'll be careful then, because people have had strikes for shilling my stuff.
Oh.
So
we got shadow banned when I had your link up, but I mean, we've had you on 3-4 times now on YouTube. Nothing's happened.
Oh, it's not so much me. It's generally if you write down the link in the description bar. Yeah. So in fact, I found a way to get around this. If you use a URL shortener and link through to the website, that always works. But I'm not suggesting that you do it. But if anybody wants to find me, www.the-doll-house.com. And we have franchises at dc.the-doll-house.com, New England, Mexico, and New Zealand.
And on the website, you'll find invites into your Discord server as well, too, while it lasts.
Indeed, it should be perpetual, but if there's any problems, just let me know. You can always get me on phil.bass at the-doll-house.com. Third show.
All right, Drex. Closing thoughts before we sign off?
Closing thoughts other than thoughts? No, I'm always glad to have Phil on. I simp for Phil everywhere I go. Yeah, man. Like everywhere I go, I always mention Dollhouse Phil. I'll be like in a random conversation, and someone's like, "So you do YouTube? Like, what kind of people do you have on there?" And I'm like, "Well, I mean, I have Dollhouse Phil. Who's Dollhouse Phil?" And I explained to them.
Dollhouse Phil, who sells sex dolls but sounds like Emperor Palpatine at times.
Yeah, you're right. It's like, you know, Phil. One of this coming Halloween, we're going to have to get you the Palpatine black robe and get you some yellow contacts. You can go around and scare the kids. Oh God, man. Yeah, but Phil, thanks for coming. Everybody who watched tonight, thanks. Like, share, subscribe, all that good stuff. Let people know.
Oh God,
I'll probably record something tomorrow before I go to Nick's house. So everyone who's watching, you'll more than likely, if Nick's doing a show tomorrow, I'll be over there tomorrow when I grab my daughter. And oh man, grab the daughter and hit that long, lonely, horrible road.
Don't even start with me. Don't even start with me, because the drive from your house to Nick's is 2 hours. All right, in Canada,
it's 2 hours too long.
Yeah, in Canada, a 2-hour drive gets you between here and nowhere.
That's where Nick lives, fucking nowhere.
Fucking nowhere.
I just can't live in these nowhere places, man. I don't know how Nick does it. Fuck that. I gotta live at least, like I said, I can do a suburb, Phil. I'm not a city guy, but I can do the suburbs. But when you start talking about I'm hours away from civilization, like, fuck that.
Yeah. All right.
Well, I'm only about...
Oh, go ahead, Phil.
I was just going to say, I'm only, well... I'll translate this for Tim. I'm only sort of like 15 miles from London, so what's that, about like 22, 23 Ks? But that can take you at least an hour.
But that's also 2 hours away.
Yeah. When it comes to traffic or
Get back on Ricada's stream. Yeah, I've been trying to wrap up before Nick gets started on his stream.
That's right. Yeah. So Nick's starting at 11, so 30 minutes.
Well, that'll be on Nick's channel. That's not us. Because that's the thing. If Nick starts associating with us, then, well, Susan's going to come for him, too.
Yeah, I heard she already is.
Yeah. Because that's the thing. Nick's getting big now, right?
Yeah, I bet he's getting too big.
He's getting too big. Susan's going to slap him right back down.
Yep.
So, anyways.
That's so fucked up.
Good night, everybody. Don't worry. We still have episode 17 coming out next week. We'll record that.
Definitely.
This will... once I'm done, I'll splice the two, because I know we got cut in half. So I'll splice the two together and upload them as one video on YouTube and on Migtown.tv. Please support us on our alternative channels, because, the guy's a Canadian. I want to stick up for him. But also, this stuff is hard to run, and it takes money to run it. And when you guys like, comment, subscribe, if you watch our Migtown TV live streams, that helps their platform grow and get better, right? So I'm not going to give up on them. We're going to do more live streams over on Migtown.tv. We can also, because, there's no censorship over there, we can be a little more raunchy over there.
Raunchy is the way I like it. It's the way Phil's girl likes it. Pendants likes it raunchy, Phil. I can tell.
You got to fix those fucking eyes, Phil.
She's
really
doing the whole
wanted it.
hentai thing. She's doing the Belle Delphine thing.
The Belle Delphine. Oh God, I'm
great.
surprised that
Last
she doesn't
second
have a
super
doll
chat.
yet. Of course there is.
I'm a few minutes behind, but just shouting out Ricky and the doll channel. Oh,
Nice.
also, I forgot this too. Sorry. We'll do a PS. Phil, I had an email come in with the subject line, "Why do I cheat on my doll?" Okay, reaction.
Oh, so many things wrong there all at the same time. I mean, why would you even consider this? This isn't that bodybuilder, is it? Because he was in the media.
Oh, that
recently.
guy's great. Oh,
Yeah.
that guy's hilarious.
So I
He's
brought this
basically
up to
dropped
TFM because I thought TFM would have a decent, a good insight into it. But like I said, it's behind a paywall. So I thought for maybe that email, maybe we'll go back to it and answer it again. But it's a long email. I'll just kind of shorten it up here. But basically, the guy spends a few days away from home at a time. He's a trucker, right? And he has kind of like the relationship TFM has with his doll, right? He tucks her in at night. They have a very strong relationship beyond just the sex, right? But when he goes out on the road, he cheats on her, and he can't bring himself to tell her that he cheats on her. So TFM kind of went at this from the angle of, well, it's not a doll question. It's a, what do you want question. It's not unnatural. Like, monogamy is unnatural for men, right? That was TFM's angle on that.
Yep.
I suppose monogamy is, but men are more likely to be naturally honourable. So maybe that's what he's battling with.
So, the question is kind of like, he's always walking on the razor's edge of human desire and self-destruction. So, with the dramatics out of the way, I want to genuinely ask if you have any advice for him. Advice with that desire to hook up with random women, these like gutter hoes, right? Because we know he's not banging 8s and 9s. He's banging 3s, 4s, possibly a 5 if he gets lucky. Right?
Well, perhaps he should start referring to himself as Hugh Grant.
You're right.
He maybe has a sex addiction. First of all, Phil, is sex addiction a real thing?
I'm told it is. I'm still yet to be convinced.
I'm a little iffy about that too.
I'm not convinced. Although, Phil, I got to be fair. You were saying earlier you never thought Liz Hurley was like that hot. I don't know if you've seen her recent pictures. Liz Hurley can still get it, bro.
Oh yeah,
have you seen her like recently? Like she's like 50 something, and I'm talking she like to say that she's 50 something. She looks great.
Yeah, but you say for her age, you wouldn't put her up against
Correct.
the best of the best.
No. Yeah. She was not going to be able to compete against like Margot Robbie in The Wolf of Wall Street. Absolutely not.
Yeah. So, what would be advice for this? How to kind of work through this kind of issue he's having? It's not inherently wrong to seek human contact, because look, there are things that dolls just can't do, right?
I would say the problem, it probably sounds awful to say, lies with him, and one is over personalizing the doll. But let's say that we just leave that as it is. Think of himself as an Italian American, where he comes home to the wife who he loves, and like it's almost like this is the mouth that kisses my kids goodnight. So you do certain things with your wife, and the really horrible, sordid stuff you do with the women of the night when he goes out, and separate the two. That might do away with the whole sort of cheating thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and TFM has admitted that like one of the reasons he goes so far with Celestina is because he has abandonment issues, right?
Absolutely. I mean, like he'll be the first to tell you he's got abandonment issues which focus around his mother, which is only going to intensify it. So any abandonment or betrayal, he flies off the handle at it.
Yep.
Yeah, so perhaps there's maybe a little bit of that going on with this guy too. Like he fears being alone, because it looks like the time that he offends the most is when he's away from home. Right? Yep. He's not at home and then goes and gets a lady of the night. It's when he's on the road.
Yep.
So it almost
Well, there's an
feels
expression. There's an
It-
expression we have in the UK. I mean, granted, there's probably greater areas covered by this guy if he's a trucker, but we tend to say if it's in a different county, it's not cheating.
I've heard
thought
that.
logic right there. But I think there might actually be something to that. So, I don't know, maybe hit up Ken Jennings. Ken Jennings KF is his handle on YouTube. There might actually be something in your past that's getting you really anxious when you are away from your doll for a long period of time, and that you need to fill that hole, literally and figuratively, with something. Because he self-recognizes that this is destructive behavior. So you've gotten past the hardest step of all of this, is to recognize that you have a problem.
I'm just hoping that he isn't seeing these women of the night or whomever it happens to be for female validation. If that's the case, he's already separated between the doll and them. That's female validation, and he's self-validating with the doll because he's just pleasing himself, for all that it may look as though he's pleasing a woman and stuff. He'll do all the things that works for him.
So I hope he can. I hope he's got some pointers on kind of where to start with this. Like, look, if you kind of think back and you're like, yeah, Tim and Phil have a point. Like, there was something in my past, my childhood, that seems to really trigger this. Then you need to kind of work through that. Look, some guys don't like going to therapy. Some guys don't like going to chiropractors, right? They think it's quack science or whatever, or quack medicine. But you need to find what works for you. So give it a try. And if it doesn't work for you, there's no harm in saying, look, this isn't working for me. I'm going to have to try something else. But if it does work for you, you're going to be so thankful. You're going to be so thankful that you can get your life back.
I like it.
Drex, any advice for, like I said, this is the second time we've gone through this email, but first time without
I just don't.
paywall.
I just view it. I view it completely differently because, like I said, I've never been in that position technically, but like, I'm more along the lines of TFM. I mean, I think they're two different things. I think, when you're with your doll, that's one thing. And then if you go out, like, I mean, I think if some chick came up to Phil right now and wanted to do something, especially like at her place, so, Phil wouldn't be at his own
the
place
London
with his own dolls.
The London porta potty.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I just don't think that it would really matter. I just think that if you keep it, it's kind of like what Phil said and what TFM said. It's like, it's about how well you can compartmentalize. So if you can compartmentalize it, whatever way he wants, like, I don't really see the problem with it. If you're I mean, I think TFM said something even about an open relationship, right? Because isn't that what it is, Phil? I mean, think about it. You hear all the time in swingers and everything. Oh yeah, we're in an open relationship. So you could argue that's an open relationship. When you're on the road, that's her giving you your time to go do your thing. And that happens in the swinger lifestyle where someone goes, yeah, we take her to these swing clubs or whatever, and then someone goes, well, is that cheating? Well, no, because both sides are aware of what's going on, and we have a doll. She's not saying no. So yeah, if I were him, I would look at it that way.
All right. Yeah, that was a bit of a PS to our sign off. Thank you, everyone, once again. Thank you for all the super chats. We love you. We made more money today, Drex, than our last live stream. So, we're going in the right direction, going up in the world. We're like GameStop.
Up is good.
Right?
GameStop.
Always going up. To the moon.
Always.
As they say. Phil, thank you
man.
so very much. Get yourself to sleep, man. You've given us more time than we were entitled to, so.
I know, this guy's great.
Yeah. We really appreciate it, Phil.
No problem.
Thanks, Phil.
Always a pleasure.
Good night,
Thanks,
everybody
in the chat. And yeah, Phil, let us know about RPM. And Phil, I'll go on your Discord server and email you a couple of games just in case if you know any buddies that have like a certain console, or if you have a computer up and running, and if you there's a couple of games I think you'd really like modern games.
Is this the Ghosts and Goblins thing again?
Oh, Phil, it's brutal.
The Goblin amputee porn is back.
Phil, did you ever like research it? Like there's actually articles and shit written about how hard it's brutally difficult, man.
Maybe they should have called it Gobbled and Ghosted.
Yeah, it's actually spirit. I can honestly say it breaks your spirit. That's how bad it is. Fuck. Yeah, but give it a shot though, and relive those old memories, Phil, of controller throwing and breaking frustration, man.
All right,
You remember those days?
Here.
Hey, have a good one, everybody. I'm about to get off here and fucking eat something.
Phil, I think, needs to go to sleep. It's like 3 in the morning for him. 3:30. Oh, excuse me, 3:30.
3:30 in the morning. So good
That's
night
not like
to
I have to
everybody.
be
I'm about to
up for work.
Oh yeah, well, at least you
No,
got
your
that
work
going
is sitting
for you,
right beside you, cross-eyed as fuck.
Yeah, right. But yes,